Mashkin Lahargoy. He was a writer. Or says since he was saved by the Spetsy of the Chashem Akula, so he got the Chashem Akula means inspiration. People says it's for clean up. Hagura, Rav Shane says he sees it's time, Rav Kim says it's not the fire. Bad Beres is the son that stood still for Yeshua, and Rav Kim says Bad Beres. That's not is the fall of Rome, and Rav Kim says it's Yerushalayim. Ba'oy is the war of Aaron. He says it's the sister of Hashem. This is all Shayla, who says Rav Shayla is Gogel Mogi in the future. With all the rights, that even the head of irrigation is important to the size of that should be his job. If you see houses in Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Hatzim Kulam Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Nanam. If you're in Goshen housing, you say Beis Gay Yisach. In other words, it should be uprooted and the poor way you say Hil the conversation. So tomorrow, a story. Ruler of Chisda were walking by the rubbles of the house of Rav Hanina Hanilai. And Rav Chisda let out his son. He says, "Oh, how do you say it? It's going to ruin your body." So Rav Chisda, how can I not say it? This house, there were 16 bakers day and night, 24/7, and he's out food for all the poor people, the poor girls, all over the house, in his pocket. So there's some guys from money. He didn't have to be better, so he's sitting there, takes the hand in the pocket. He took wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not sign? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the food of the house of Tzaddikim were destroyed, or river, so the house of Tzaddikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. He said, listen, I'm better. You're just
I'm going to be at Harris at the beautiful casino, Harris. You know what I like about it? I gotta be honest.
Says the Gemara,
the most thing I really like about it is there's no shiny shirt, half flags over there. Okay, it's like a bunch of real people. Okay, it's $15. Like a blackjack, you can have a good time. Drink pretty good food. Okay, like that great restaurants. There's a really cool steak. I mean, come on, who's better than that?
See a friend, they have 60 days.
Man, Lee, I want you to come out. Okay, listen, Hercules, I got a 5-bedroom house in Lorenby. Good-ass food and everything.
Great story. They were walking and they bumped into the Rabbi. So they said 2 brothers.
He's got a scam problem.
They haven't seen him in 30 days. Second, they said, I should call you. Said Rav Hanina, let me do one more. I say done. Let me say
done. I'll put him in the beautiful Caesar Palace.
Look at him.
No, this guy
They looked at him and he thought,
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Said in the Mishnah, you see different kinds of people. So one of them says, somebody that has this color face, champagne cocktail. Special brother. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, he say, Diana Evans. See a Gucci. Or a white person. Very white. Or a very heavy or elongated face. A wordy face. You say, both Shana has no reals. If a person doesn't have hands and feet, or he's blind, or he has a beard that's matted in one piece, and you say, both dynamics. A person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, Baruch Shana has no reals. Beautiful creations, beautiful trees. You say, Baruch Shekopla Goyah. There's in the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know what happens in heaven, and I know what's here in our day.
They watch everything.
I don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by sealed, then the world will be destroyed. That's what you see that it goes by sealed. That's just its blow. That's one Shabbat. Another Shabbat is
Alan Park in.
torn, you see through it.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Shabbat comes this way, and another star comes towards it. That other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing. That's why it seems like one day doesn't have a wonderful day.
But anyway, to make a fucking long story short, I know what the long fucking story short was. It's, what's up, Lee?
When I know at the some point.
Yeah, Lee was on the stop point. It was interesting because we would finish up a show, we would eat something, we get high, and Lee would look like, yeah, okay, I get it, he's tired, I'm tired. And the next day, I can hear a tremendous story.
Rocha is definitely because we are gearing up for brand new Masechta Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute daf. Whether it's on YouTube or you download our app, whether you see it on WhatsApp, I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute doubt. The Gemara tells us that there's two constellations. Actually, when the Baruch Hu wanted to make a Mabel in this world, he removed 2 stars from people, and in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars that were people with 2 stars from Adam. The question is, why did he just replace with 2 stars that were removed? It's more than the concept that you cannot fill up a pit. When you take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or take a Nazi or a prosecutor or something that caused the Mabel cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a visitor. It said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you make a bracha. It says in the Gemara story about people walking by, and was a person verses with the dead, and he said, I wonder if the Oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. He says, the Oiv, of course I know.
Nappy-headed hose finished third.
Those 2 tears made the earthquake. It says, Rav Latino, that's not true, he's lying. Then it says, the Gemara, he's lying.
Wait, 2? Okay. Third. First, 1 championship. Third, second, third. 2 championships, 10-1. How the other ones go? 8-3. Third. Fourth at 9-2. That's crazy. Third, 8-3. Or 8-3. 4 championships, 10-1. 5 championships, 11-0. I had one team that fucking went undefeated. Watch the flashback. Fantasy basketball.
And they brought me Raver. Okay, I had the lead.
Oh, for sure. One year in the league. Closest game. Oh, we destroyed them. We beat Angels Reese's Cups. Nafisa Collier. You whoop ass. Draft day steal. Alicia Gray. You can get it, girl. You're pretty. We witnessed greatness from top player performance, Nafisa Collier. 62 points. Champion. Yeah, girl. Okay, so that, how many is that? I don't even know. We started with number 2. Okay, 2. Okay. 1 championship. 2 championships. 3 championships. 4 championships. 5 championships. 6 championships. 7 championships. 7 championships, girls. Any other undefeated teams? 10-0-1. That was good. Amazing. Did I have anybody? The worst we did was 4th. Worst we did was fourth. That is unfucking real. Dog. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes. Look at this athleticism, folks. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes. I'll say what
There we go, motherfuckers. The church is brought to you by one of my favorite products.
Rabbi Cupcake Cooker. Hybrid Third. Oh, for sure, dog.
Till today.
The reason why their faces are red is because they're shining with the ice.
How much I
And their
always
eyes
kept
are
their
rounded
raises.
because they live in
I
the
always
dark.
kept the main
If
stand.
there's a lot of
I
rain,
think they sent
see, I
this
think
white,
it
they
makes
sent
the
direct
rulers.
three main
Anytime
stands over the
that
years.
the rain
And I
or anything
still
is
have a
good for
fucking
open
backup,
people,
okay?
there's a partnership
I don't know
with
what
other farmers
they
that
do.
own fields. Say
But
that
You're number one.
it's not on the field. They
Yo,
say
wake up.
it's very long drop off.
Number one, baby. Look at this athleticism.
They say,
Smart choice. By switching to Dollar Shave Club, that's a smart choice right now.
all the way up to the top
Dollar
of it,
Shave
and they say,
Club
what about
always
that?
make the smarter choice.
Look at this move.
Get a great shave at a great price.
Look at this
Say
move.
it should be only when something happens to you and
It's
only
an
you alone.
Look at this move.
Son, you say, I think I made it because you
Well,
also have
Step to the store.
brothers in your
Yeah.
family, you have brothers. You
Yeah.
say first dynamics, but after you say, I think I made it, on the third,
Whoa.
Spend the
finally,
fortune on
when you
raises.
drink an additional wine during the meal, you say, I think I made it.
When I
Your
used to
other
be
people
inside,
drink
Yo,
the
I'm
meal,
here.
and say, wonderful day.
Yo.
the shave butter.
Yo.
That stuff in the shower.
What's up, Nerox? How you living, pimp? West side. Oh, fuck yourself. And fuck your house.
My sideburns. When I shave it off, you actually see the hair sticking to the fucking shave cream. The Dr. Carl.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented. This is unprecedented athleticism.
The question is, what if you really have that exact
Unprecedented athleticism.
Dollar Shave Club.
Unprecedented athleticism.
If you have it because you inherited it, now there's something new by you buying it, so talk about it, you don't make it rough.
Unprecedented
You're not gonna make that no way.
athleticism. Look at this move, folks. Look at this athleticism. It's unprecedented. Look at this move. Look at this move. What's going on here? Cancel. W Rabbit touch the hair. Shout out to Hybrid Third.
What's good for next year, for next drop? Still make buying an MS, even though it's good. And the same thing with if we have something really good that happens, something bad. For instance, you found something that's free, but it's not so bad because people will find out about it from you, and that will cause you great activation. Let's say, you're like even the person's pregnant.
Make the smarter choice. Find out. DollarShaveClub.com/church.
Switched her
Number 2.
baby to be from a boy to a girl.
These
That's
days,
amazing. You don't discuss this.
it's like this
It was
type.
possible. That was within 40
Somebody
days.
else used to go to the post office.
Now, as we
Here
learned,
with limited
within the
hours,
first 30
standing
days of
online
pregnancy, you dive
waiting to get postage on demand with stamps.com.
before you
even go to the
dive
post office,
that should be
even right
so
now,
40 days to 3 months,
with
dive the
stamps.com.
baby should be
5
squashed by
rental
another
visual
3
postage,
months to
any
6
letter,
months.
or
Dive
package
that
using your own
there shouldn't be a miscarriage.
computer printing.
6 months.
And unlike
Well,
the
the end of
post
the pregnancy,
office,
you dive it.
stamps.com never closes. Listen, you little cocktails in
Grab
the
shots.
walk to work. There are a
If he
couple
won't
things to ship
fertilize
out.
first,
Who
turns
needs
out to
sleep?
be a zombie.
Get the postage
Don't
whenever
say
you
that
need
power
it.
savers
What's
think about
that, right?
the
Whatever
man,
my
they
wife
don't
uses
get both fertilizer
stamps.com.
Therefore,
She
it's
loves it.
not
You know
in the
why?
tree,
She puts it out there.
or the
mailman comes and picks it up. That's how good the business works. You still got Matt's dollar.
Sure,
Stamps
that's
not down.
not coming from my house.
I do. I still have the scale. It works
Laura
great.
says that the patrol's walking around the street, and he noticed that his
Right now, you
feet were
use money
shaking
to
in fear, and he said,
Look at this athleticism.
"Satan, that's why you shake this out." I'm not going to
Mary Alice Bark. Hey, what up, Alice Bark? Are you there? Alice Bark, are you real? Hello, friend. Just to follow up, keep up the great work, success. We surely come your way. I would love to join your fan base. Can you add me on Discord, Mary Alice Bark? I don't know if you're real. If you're real, are you real? Mary Alice Bark? Girl, type if you're real. That bitch ain't real. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Psych. Mary Alice Bark. Ain't no way that bitch is real. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at that. I'm like a fucking Pantene Pro V commercial, girls. Like herbal essences in your poosh. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. Hi, friend. If a girl ever says you're hi, friend, that's a bad sign, kids. Or, hey, buddy. Buddy sucks as well. Anyway. Look at this athleticism, man. If a guy ever says, yo, girl, what up, baby? That's a good sign. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Do you ever shut the fuck up? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Harry carries love children.
But I'm at Harris Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Come on. You guys are great. I love you. Give it out of Vegas. I'll make it out, I promise. Okay, I'm on fire.
Have a good night. Stay blessed.
Says, don't tell them Allah to wait outside because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, Shamruni, watch me. As Runi, help me. Samfuni, Antinuli, wait for me.
Hilarious.
He goes out, or brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriya Shema Lamita, as we know. You say Hakol B'Hayim Shemaya, and then you say the bracha of Amatul Chavli Shena. When the person wakes up, at the time of the Gemara, you'd say all the brachas that we say in one shot, you'd say as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like Hai, Neshama Shenasata Bi, etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan Lasefi, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, okay, Achibrim, sit up in your bed, you say, Hashem, you say, Hashem, you stand up, you say, okay. When you get onto the floor, you say, when you start stepping, you say, Amazing, Hashem, Dover, how you say, Hashem, comforting, how you felt, you say, Choices from Kura, covering on your head, you say, Choices from Kura, you say, when it's out of the sensitive, where you're feeling, yeah, you say, you're putting out with the comments, you say, Mitzvahs, fill it, you're going to say, when you wash your hands, you say, when you wash your face, you say, Madra, you say, you run to the name, you say, Shafa, It's like, Baruch Hashem, running like that already, running like Hashem is living on this. A person must make a bracha on the bed, just like the it's simple, it's really happy. When Kiva says this is part of the story, he said everything that the Torah does is good. And he once went to a place and over there by the river, he had a field, and he had a rooster, animal, and the donkey. The rooster was a large dog. So tomorrow in the middle of the night, he came to a candle and then a lot of people in his camp, his donkey, and he said, well, not only was one of the cattle, but everything's for the best, like that. Soldiers came, took everybody captive.
There he is.
Had a wonderful day. Rothschild is not some kind of forgetful principles, but Baruch Hu used as few words as possible. It says Rav Nachman bar Rav Chisda. It says in the pasuk Vayitzer with two yuds. It means that Baruch created man with two yitzers, Yitzhar Hara and Yitzhar Toiv, two inclinations. It says Rav Shimon Pazi. If so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a yitzer. Therefore, the two yuds, one comes to talk about the Rebbeinu Shalom. You should fear him and you should fear your yitzer. Rabbi Rothschild says that Adam Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with Adam Rishon, and Baruch separated them. Like this Rabbi Shmuel, when it says in the pasuk, Selah doesn't mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back with Adam, or it doesn't mean Adam Rishon's tail. Baruch slipped off his tail and created Chava. Says the Gemara, a beautiful thing. Like Baruch in the beginning wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. Rishon explained. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. Rav Ami says that it says in the pasuk, "Offer Mekelim Sartani," which is a contradiction. He wrote created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for piranhas by the Mabul. He destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. It says in the pasuk, "Yizgor Basar Tachtenov," according to the Manda Omer, that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that Baruch had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that Baruch had to fit in there. Vayivet, he built, meaning, according to Manda Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built on Chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her adoration. According to Rav Chisda, means that he created her like a storage. 4 stories to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Yel Adam, Baruch became Shushvinim, became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at their wedding. You learn from your Derech Eretz, even though it's the law, because Baruch was big, nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself behind the woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front, it's not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah mass and claim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from getting headed. Benayah, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amaretz, because it says that he went behind his wife. Says the Gemara, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife, but over there the pshat is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Menachem went with his wife's advice. Rebbeinu has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to chet. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, then you should come to chet of Zara. And walk behind the Zara rather than walking behind the shul that people are davening, because that's disrespectful to Baruch Hu. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the Sefta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhar looks like. The Gemara says the Yitzhar looks like a fly, and it sits at the 2 openings of a human's heart. A human being has 2 kidneys. One can give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws it in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs, the intestines sleep, the gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, if you reverse the intestines of the nose, where the intestines wake up the person in the nose goes to sleep, you'll have big problems. If both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer Tov controls tzaddikim, Yetzer Hara controls the Rishayim, and mediocre people are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. Makes for sure that these tzaddikim, only they can appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not
you're not going to be able to get away. You should just come talk
says Rob, excuse me, this world was only created for people like Africa, Russia, or tzaddikim like the Tzaddik of Iceland. The Bible says, behold, love and work with your entire soul, meaning that the people that love their body more than money. People love their body more than their body. That the Bible says, "For my death, I say, give up." Last week, give up your body.
You're a scumbag and you're going to jail.
There's something that means must be like your body. Says the more story. Piece of Rome decided to go to the fire of the I'll give you a muscle. The fish will worry they're going to be caught in a trap. It says the fox will come out of the land. I'll say the fish. People, you're a smart one. You can barely survive the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without fire? And yet, I'll learn from that. And this is our money. You want me to stop learning fire? I'll be like a fire. Both of them were caught by the Romans. It says, Publisher of Kiva, constantly repaired.
Come here, talk to me, bro.
Beautiful.
Hey, Jason, just come talk to me, man. You're not going to be able to get away. You should just come talk to me.
The Lord tells us
the cops are here for you, bro. Just
combs and they comb this flesh. And as one combs these
are you here, Jason?
Just
chilling?
How can you on the phone, right? When you're such great, what do you need? My entire life, I was waiting for this moment. I wasn't know. I was wishing for this moment that
because I can't, and you're a scumbag and you're going to jail, you piece of...
The question is, it says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malach HaMaseh Baruch Hu Zukar Zuschara. This is what happens to a human being that learns fires of life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, Shmuel said, Chalta B'chaim, Rabbi Kiva is invited into Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use callous words and come to touch the Russian opposite eventually. Something like that's not from a place you can see the Russian. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Kutzlaritz, even now when you go to bed, when the time is something that should also anywhere, but not in the time is something that should be stopped. When there's not a comma, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom to use the Ramayim, which means facing Yerushalayim. And the goal, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, it's also facing Yerushalayim. I'm saying that if you are at an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yosef says at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's also according to the first brayso, in a place that you can see the Beis Hamikdash, and there's no fence. And after the Qurban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. Or the second brayso, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim. It's also if you can't see Yerushalayim, it's also a wonderful day.
You're a 35-year-old woman. You need to learn to stand on your own, Charlotte.
Bracha is Daf Samach Beis. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rebbe Rabbi Shua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was giving with the Baruch's right hand. You put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timer of the drum with the Torah with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Benazik to Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos to go into the bathroom with Rebbe? Says Rabbi Kiva, Toirahi, I need to learn the halachas. In fact, when Azay was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Kiva told him over. The Gemara says the famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rab's bed, and he heard Rab first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachim. And Rav Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mashal to somebody that's starving. He says, Rab, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their Cheretz. He says, Rav Kahana, Toiri. In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. A person who uses sneals in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went in there together, they would be damaged from the mazikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of sneals, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim upon himself and davens for the yisurim. The Gemara tells us that Abai was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom to accompany Abai in the bathroom, so it should be damaged by the shadim. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shadim that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rava became the Rosh Hashiva, he's more close to Melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shadim. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shadim, so she created, his wife, who was the daughter of Rav, created a window, and she put her hand on Rava's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. But another lesson of the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a lot about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that Ameharetz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made a pool and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Where tells the story, there was a person who gave a hesped eulogy, and he said on that person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He was very modest. He says, Rabbi Nachman, how did you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rabbi Nachman so makbid on the hesped? He says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use sneakers at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it can cause great damage of kishut. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtum, etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. You should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Abudah Shachar. Our Kapar would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel like you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, would want you to sell. It's very interesting. Notice it says, Harna the Raimi. Today we're talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides. It might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents to look. There was a story of Abba went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, there's somebody in there. Rav Safra says, come on in. So Rav Abba afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. The Gemara says Rav Safra thought Rav Abba had an emergency that was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says the snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, is a pasuk, the Etim Adam Tachtecha, I gave you another man instead of you, and you can also read it, Edom, a Roman. One of those about Shaul, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is, it's like Baruch Hu had Rahman of Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. He would go a cave within a cave, offense after offense, and he would make a sukkah, he would surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was he cut his coat. Then he was punished because he embarrassed his mevaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, in Tehillim, he says, if Hashem is sitcha, if Hashem tripped you, if Hashem punished David HaMelech and tripped up David, everybody knows that when you count Klal, you have to count with points. David HaMelech didn't count Klal like that. And what happened was the Megeifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shed the Talmud until Tzrikas Hadav the Talmud. Rabbi Rothschild says it took sides. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzriya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinochem. David says, Vayinochem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calm HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about it. Rabbi Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about Yitzchak. Rabbi Nachman says, it was the Kesef Kippur. Rabbi Yochanan says, he thought about the Beis HaMikdash. And then coming down. You learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis HaMikdash a kapandria, a shortcut. So I'm saying, Adam Akifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis HaMikdash, Chalvachimer, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayis, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What it says, but in a shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day.
And as it turns out, there are concerns about how we would handle this subject. It posed a serious threat to the public because now we have all of the science it has further undermined confidence in public institutions. Not only because of UFO series getting right.
In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael min ha'olam v'ad ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words v'ad ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslois Hashem, the favorite Torah Secha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis Laslois Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you can say that the pasuk is referring to Tzaddikim. There are times that you have to be over and retire. If you do an Avera, sometimes, in order for Eis Laslois Hashem, says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anna. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a design on Torah. Like Kapara says, also referring to Torah, you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's passing, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pass. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. Like Kapara says, it says in the pasuk,
Why'd you say that? Because we need it.
In every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert a Baruch. You can eat a slice of pizza and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick a Baruch into it and you get sechar rather than not getting sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Avodah Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. You want to give an example, like teach him how to sew. Rebbe says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened to Aishas B'Tifa. She's almost over in his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita because the Saita was nishal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas Maisros, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you heard, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kayan to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maisros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maiser running. But if you give Maiser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. But Elazar Kapper says if somebody has a sorrow, and rather than complaining, he thinks Hashem, he says, Baruch Nain Emes, he's promised that his pronouns will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning and mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Says the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, was a gadol. He went to Chuzlar's and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have two others. And Allah says you only do so in Israel, not a Chuzlar. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yosef ben Kivar and the grandson of Zachariah ben Kutal, who were Mishamish the Beis Hamikdash. Hanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these two are Gedolei Hador. Once they got that Ashtama, everything Hanina said, they said opposite. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asr. He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because of Ibrahim Chodesh. And he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he said, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Hanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Chayrim. Why would they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Chodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's coming that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Hanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Keren B'Yavna, went to Galus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Nechemia, Rabbi Lezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who's always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the mafra, and it says, anybody that yearns to see like Baruch Hu, would go to the oil. If 12 mil is considered in the Bible, you go from city to city, from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, I would like to discuss this process of Torah and Allah with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And he says,
Basically, this was Redwood's title and tenant. Aaron's time starts as soon as he sees the first number, and finishes when he gives the total sum.
instead of you, but in fact, even though
He's using the software to randomly generate 144 numbers at a specified speed in order to meet the minimum set for this record. He needs to complete one mission every 0.4 second.
There was a nation 40 years ago, says the Gemara, because every single day, fire up. It's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove with you. The person is trying to live his life. He says, because of this concept of fire is new to us every day. The other shot is Haskes. You should learn in groups of people. You do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself you deserve the sword. It's a chet, and it makes you dumber. Another pshat haskes. You should hang yourself with Torah. Shlomo says the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat has means be quiet, listen first, and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, first you have to know the whole Torah, and then you delve in deeper. Also it says, whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on a lot. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between Dam Kar and Dam Kameh. If he does it a second time, you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great. In Dini Mamonot, which the Gemara says, there's nothing greater than Luchas Mamonot. It says in the pasuk, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, but when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf samach dalet. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechta of Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shem Yomi. We have an app, 8-Min Daf. And we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna,
No matter what your name
first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk, like Desai Adoimi, and says, don't despise Adoimi in the mitzvah. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the people that were trying to tell us, we have to have our side. So he says in the Gemara, if you invited on public to your home and you give your money, certainly you can go with us. So that's it. The summary. He says, Musa touched the arid. And the guy tried to touch it, let him know he's very scared. The arid is putting it in his hands. What is it? Get it off. He's not sitting it off once in a while. And the player said that the book is like love and death and get it wrong. Certainly you can feel about love. Drink at the bar there and say that what brother that was going to be waited, but his wife Chalitz, she had 8 children, her 8 children plus her, and they all had 6 numbers. They had 6 children and 1 child. A total of 62 with other than 8 children, they had 62. That's right. It wasn't the time. The time was put back. Don't force it. For instance, the Gemara says, Yosef is considered Sinai, somebody that knew all the rights. The Abba was a maker of it. He was very sharp. When we were looking for a Shiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the rights. Probably from all the Thursday after Yosef, either a Shiva and refused because the Stargaze was told him that he was high enough to do it. He pushed it off. Rabbi was innocent for 2.5 years, and then he was lifted. You see that not pushing everything when it's supposed to come, you'll lose out. Can't even gain that. The Lord tells us the unbelievable believe that it doesn't happen. The Lord is supposed to be he acted with humility to the point where instead of the love letter coming from his house, and if he wants to go to the lips, the pasuk says, famous pasuk, Hashem,
Yo!
it's like,
What up, pimp? Yo, dog. We've been waiting for you. What up, Cadlocks? Cadlocks, go fuck yourself. Nobody gives a shit about you. Not even your parents. They hate you and they think you're a terrible person. Maybe the worst person ever. Cadlocks, you fuck. Nobody wanted to fucking talk to you ever. Ever. Padlocks, you're the worst. Worst. Padlocks, I bet you already left. I bet that Padlocks already left. Padlocks did already leave. What is this bullshit? Padlocks, you fuck.
All the food distribution in North Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn
It's
food.
Cadlocks.
All right, they got contracts out the ad.
They would suspend us, but Mr. Hatch would go, fuck that, go in the back. I'm not going to let him go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that means run out the back door. So for a year, until they moved that law, we would sit in the back of Hatchways and still eat the fucking thing, while the school teachers were in front looking for it, and the truant officers and the whole thing.
Fucking hysterical. Man, there was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got no good stories. You know, we had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling off.
When I went back in '93,
like just 80, just flipping right in the grave.
Oh my god, when I went back in '93, I stayed with my buddy in Secaucus named Mike Ryan, and down the block from his house was a fucking deli. That I put it up against any deli ever. But their fucking claim to fame was they had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, with mozzarella cheese and little sauce, and I go in there in the morning. Just the green peppers? Just a fucking like a pepper, and it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that peppercini,
So
right?
you gotta get 3 of them and a sandwich. So you can eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. You have different types of delis, but that was
Right.
Why the fuck 3 fat guys gotta talk about food for? No.
Because we're all stoned and it sounds great.
But this is crazy what today signifies in the Catholic religion and a lot of other religions also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George, God rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and you know it's hard, man. My Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You know, you see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. You know, I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd say, God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just fun going to church. It really was. I went by myself, no pressure on my wife, the kid. I didn't want them then. I just wanted to go because we did that church over St. Bartholomew, and we did it over. So I just went in there at 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. Like, that's what happens in church for me now. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man.
Yeah.
I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things I ever did in my life was fuck my godfather over. After church, I went home and I tried to find him.
On Facebook?
Nah, he's in those fucking Cubans that go on Facebook. He lives in the Keys. When I was a kid, my God, it's amazing what has happened. Did you see Mad Max?
Yes.
Okay. The question that fucked me in that movie is who killed the world?
Oh, yeah, man.
Keep asking, who killed the world? You know what, man? They killed the fucking world. I mean, the world is half dead and we don't even know.
No, it's more than half
Trick or
dead.
treat this week. I saw trick or treat now. There's no kids on the daytime. I mean, these are great areas to trick or treat. I didn't get one at night. I saw kids, but they're confined. The parents put the fear of God into these kids.
Yeah.
You know, Friday night I went to this trunk or treat. You know what, man? Did Mercy have a great time? Fuck yeah, she had a great time. You know, did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth, and she kept saying, "No, thank you, Daddy." Take the fucking fangs out of your mouth. No, thank you, Daddy. And she would keep tugging my cape. No, thank you, Daddy. It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. We got that 5:30. The dinner they made us was, you know, not bad. It was a cheeseburger with macaroni salad. It was a barbecue. I enjoyed it. And then I watched her play ball with other kids, and I could tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got an okay kid. The ball hit her in the face 3 times. She they back up and they open their trunks and they hand kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what.
Is it like a lowrider club or hot rods and stuff like that?
No. It was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh, yeah.
You know, whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to one. I talked to maybe two parents and the principal.
Man, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They are the nicest. They had a whole goat cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay,
Look
they
at
was
this
handing out
athleticism.
candies and stuff like that.
Look
They
at
had
this
a blast.
move.
They had a band, a salsa band. It was
No,
on,
no,
man.
no.
This was for kids. This was for fucking kids.
Yeah, it was for kids too. Yeah.
There's no fucking salsa band with this kids.
There's no fucking salsa band when there's kids. Hilarious. Look at this athleticism, though. Have you ever seen fingers like this, girls?
Olay is changing my shower game.
Yo, lady, no one gives a fuck. I mean, it's like, oh, you thought I cared. Psych, bitch.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
Olay is changing. You know what? You take your Olay and you can shove it up you can douche with it, girl, because no one gives a fuck. What'd you think about that game, kid? Worst game ever. Really? I've seen like 1,000 worse games than that. But that I just knew. I just watching. I'm like, they're gonna fucking blow this. Oh, they always do. They are the worst. The worst. Worst. Watch on YouTube. No one gives a fuck about YouTube. This show has far too many people.
Kazoo. Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo. Hang on, I can barely hear you. Nice. All right, I'd like one large burger, please. Nice.
I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Oh, the captain has something to say.
Now, this might be the worst podcast ever. Worst podcast ever. Look at this athleticism, though. Dog, I can't believe I had 2 people come in within 48 hours of making the spot, and then since 0. Goose egg. Worst stream ever. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism. Check this out. Community followers list 0. Oh no, my own. Cool. That's neat. Log out of that, bitch. Worst stream ever. Okay, not 2, 3. Dude, I gotta take a shit. Well, to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Push. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Creator dashboard. Open it up in 3. I have to take a shit. Welcome to community followers list 0. But look at this athleticism. But look at this athleticism. I gotta take a shit. Oh, yeah. Look at this move. Oh man, I'm gonna poop myself. What is going on here? Look at this move. I've got a poo. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to. What is this bullshit? Dog. I've got to take a shit. Dog. This might be one of the times that I have to take one of the worst shits. Folks, this motherfucker got to take a shit. Old Thornhill, go fuck yourself. No one gives a fuck about Old Thornhill. No one. Worst hill ever. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? Dog. Dog, what are you doing? What is this? What is this bullshit? Giza, this dick. What is this bullshit? Dog. What are you doing? You asked Firefox to always open. Agatha Christie, this dick. I've got to take a major league dump. What is TwitchCon? No one cares. No one's ever heard of that. It sucks. Hey guys, we're gonna have a Comic Con, but for Twitch. Oh, cool. Are we gonna feature the person who streams on our fucking platform the most? No. Why? We don't know because we suck dick. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After. I've got a shit. Rhythm. Oh, what is this bullshit? Worst stream ever. Hey, Honest Dobry. Hey, Honest Dobry. Did you know no one gives a fuck about you? Worst stream ever. Welcome to. What is this bullshit? Dog. This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. You've not verified a phone number. Oh, okay, well, give the fuck. Gather around the fire. What is this bullshit? Why don't you stay a while? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Oh, if they're talking about carnivore, I'm throwing fists. Week 1. Well, cough on this dick, girl. 1 week. 1 week. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism. It's hot.
Did you guys ever have beef with other skate groups? No, not once. Nice. Not pro team drink. No, we talked about that. Get your own big beer. You see Frank? I've seen Frank. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of me to do. Don't.
If you're gonna bring treats, you have to bring them for the class.
You're right. But I only had one. I should have got more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way, too. That's the deal. And the deal is 3 of these for $7 at the 7-Eleven.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7.
Yeah,
Thank you. Welcome to
Welcome to booze.
Welcome. Yeah.
I'm having a beer.
Is it starting right now?
Yeah. I'm not there. Chin, are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I gotta start rolling if we're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
Good one, Chin. I'm kidding you. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
One of these days, he's gonna be like serious about it.
Well,
are we really actually rolling?
Chin required wolf. Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough love, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning you were like, tell me when to record, and we are doing stuff here and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record because it's when Brandon starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record, and that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
you would think, but in the beginning, I remember because there's so many different,
a lot of moving parts.
So many moving parts.
Yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious right now? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So,
Gotcha.
So there's not, especially with you and me, Case, I'm going to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge. It'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're going to be pissed off. I know you, Case.
Well, all right. You're right, Jay.
We should.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera.
That's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Right, Kev?
FCC 100s.
Yeah, we can talk about data rate.
Yeah.
We can.
We can talk about, look.
You want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? You have a minute to talk about our Lord Savior, Jesus Christ. You got it.
Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about data rate.
Yeah.
That's like an insurance salesman going up to your door like,
Seamless motherfucking transit.
Is it really?
I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a offer.
Terrence from
Oh,
General.
wow.
To save some money.
Oh.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General and save some time. Let's listen.
It's so good. It's so good.
Really?
It's
See
good.
how well it matches.
Oh,
Mike,
man.
there's some editing to go side by side here.
I can't find they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out, what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 General commercials.
Dude, these people are doing the Lord's work. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right, that's Lord bless me.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds, tell me that now. This is the freaking thing.
It's the most replayed.
Is just not our style.
Let's conjure rates online. Go to the General and save some time.
It's that time.
It might be one of those things where
That's an
did
old
he
school.
ever actually
Yeah,
say that?
a little Mandela effect with the General, but I know he fucking did. I don't. Does anybody use the General? He says you can get car insurance for like $15 fucking. Is that real?
I never even took him serious as a.
You can get online. Go to the General and save some time.
I got it in 1 second.
I watched 12 commercials right before we started.
I found it immediately.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General and save some time.
You were panicking. I'm just hearing.
I was slow, smooth, fast. I was like, we can start whenever we want. It's chill. Tender series not till 5. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours.
Yeah.
Vibes are high.
Yeah.
Vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate
But
right
you
now.
were late today.
No, I wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58.
But there's a new,
I'm confident.
today.
The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if you couldn't hear them?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
That's when you
Then I'd be in a big panic and meet him. Come on, obviously, you gotta
Come on.
Come on, this is how I roll. Come on.
I was cutting clips this morning. Woke up at 7 and cut some clips. Chris Stefano on Theo, they're fun. But so I was pushing it
To the limit.
What did you do, man?
What was this whole thing?
What do you mean?
This general thing. What was it about?
Oh, they just do a perfect impression of the General.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was so confused.
Nice.
Yeah, we were talking off camera, and he does a good general impression, and we wanted to parlay that into the episode.
I was pissing.
I missed it. I missed the off-camera stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Marv Albert.
Yes, Alan Hustle for free. Yes.
Yep.
It's good. Why do you think you're smoking at the Marvel?
Yes.
I got a joke.
You do like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's Jim Carrey's like the news anchor guy, or
That's Bruce Almighty.
yeah, Bruce Almighty. Yeah, Walter Cronkite.
Oh yeah, he does it.
He does it with like the comb as a mustache or whatever.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it, but I think I could do Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you.
Oh my goodness.
You aren't.
Oh damn.
But still,
Yeah, I think he says, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the only reason I thought of the line.
Yeah.
And I didn't say it within the line.
you also said you're too school for cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am too school for school.
It's kind of.
I love man.
It's kind of the Nick way of doing that.
Yeah.
If I may, you kind of nicked it.
Careful.
What?
I don't know.
Shane, what the fuck ass are you doing?
I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I won just $2,500 this weekend.
Jim's doing a he's frozen bit, and nobody gets it but me. And nobody knows it but me.
Is he frozen? Is he frozen?
Is he frozen?
He might be frozen.
Oh my God!
He was not even breathing.
And now he's
he's muted.
We should just mute him.
Casey knows me very well. Casey knows me so well because I was doing it and he caught me.
I was looking at pixels on this thing on the screen. I'm like, does he move? Is he breathing? Did he finally die?
Good job, Case.
Yeah. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Niche because my name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they would call me Niche, and Niche is an anagram of chin.
Wow.
Oh shit.
So
That's
that's
the same.
So that's a fun epiphany I just had.
That is fun.
Wow. The same.
We're anagram brothers.
It's different.
Yeah.
Anagram's a jumble word. Palindrome. You're thinking of palindrome.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking
Like
of.
race
I know this shit.
Exactly.
Here's a long palindrome, and then we can get to the Vancouver stuff.
Oh yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Whoa, that's the same backwards as forwards.
Oh
Wow.
how did you remember?
Holy moly.
I don't know, because here's why. Because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a palindrome, and it pisses me off so much that I had such a deep Oh, sorry, man. No, I had such a deep anger when people would mix up palindromes and anagrams that I really dove deep into palindromes, and I found the best one.
The big best one. That
The
is it.
anagram and a canal palindrome.
Here's some more examples of some longer phrases. A dog, a panic in a pagoda.
Okay.
Satan sees Natasha. A Toyota or a Toyota's a Toyota.
Whoa, they should use that in their commercials.
Right.
Dennis and Edna sinned. Doc, note, I dissent. A fast never prevents a fatness. I diet on cod. Wow.
One palindrome.
Yeah.
Wait, time out. One more thing about Toyota. They should have a Toyota palindrome, and that's their app. Damn. Mark writes itself.
Oh, and the car is like designed, it looks the same backwards as
Forwards
forwards.
and back. That's actually a great idea.
So it's the Toyota palindrome.
Hey,
Yeah.
cut this out. We can't give away this free game.
Oh, shit.
This is too
No,
much.
we'll give this to them.
Shit.
Be like, Toyota, you like this? We got a lot more ideas where we came from.
Hey, Toyota, have a seat. We got a lot more ideas.
Some of the biggest mixed martial
Here's a good one.
CEO Dan
Nurse,
Rice,
I spy
man
gypsies.
behind the scenes
Run.
giving some of the biggest mixed martial
Oh,
art
wow.
fights the sport's ever seen.
That is a good
Now
one.
the
It's a
first
little
time on the
racist.
boxing side. How do you
Yeah,
compare and contrast what this fight week's been like for you?
I think it's okay.
Race fast, safe car. That's what Brendan
Details of things that need to be done.
No, what is it again?
Race fast, safe car.
Safe car.
Safe car, yeah, safe car. Step on no pets. Good part to live by.
Hey, yeah.
Don't you feel the worst when you actually step on a dog and it makes that loud?
Oh.
That's the worst feeling ever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then they like kind of look at you all sad.
And you try and reason with them like, brother, I promise I wasn't. The last thing I want to do on this earth is hurt you. I know.
The noise is so
Yeah, they're like scared to be near you after.
Yeah, and you're like, guy, you got me all wrong, guy.
There's literally nothing I care about more in this world than you.
Oh, speaking of that,
Henry got a haircut.
Henry got a fucking haircut.
Oh, he looks so cute.
chat, right?
It's in the chat, but I'll send you another one too. I mean, just look at how good this. I just sent a new one, Mark. Go all the way to the bottom. Please, thank you. Sorry for being rude.
Look at the sunlight too. Oh my goodness.
God, he's so. You know what he looks like?
He is very cute. He looks so young when he gets a haircut.
Yeah, he really does.
Youthful.
Yeah. Yes. Synonymous. Synonymous.
You're like me, dude. I'll let you finish in 1 second. But while editing, I realized that I'm kind of like half listening. You know, you're like, yeah. You're kind of like doing stuff, and you like kind of get a little bits of information. Then because you hear someone say something, you kind of put your own version of the same thing. I totally repeat what you guys say all the time.
He's a reiterator.
Oh, I'm like, reiterator.
Yeah.
I'm like a palindrome, but not quite.
I make great points, so I love when someone says it again.
Oh, you do make great points. And sometimes people say them again, and it's awesome when they do.
I know.
But I like that you guys haven't called it out, because I'll say it, I'm like, that's literally what Case just said.
I rewatched. I don't know if I've heard that.
I think to Nick's point, it's our ego's so big, we're like just pumped that you're saying.
I vehemently agree with what Mark just said.
Yeah.
I just said it.
All right.
Anyway, do you ever trim them out? No, because I save myself quite a bit when I'm editing.
Really?
Just anything I don't like. Took out that whole chunk of watching the 9/11 play video. I didn't think that was fit for air.
Which no one would have known we even did.
I know, but I like telling you guys, so now people will wonder. They'll be like, put it out!
Yeah.
Put it out! If we get 200 Patreon subscribers by next week, I'll put it out.
Yeah.
Like the Snyder cut.
Yeah. We watched the 9/11 video where the planes crash in, and some lady had a Wisconsin accent.
And he was like, can you believe that heavy accent? And we were all like,
this is not funny, and I feel bad.
Yeah.
This is, It was funny, though. It's funny.
It was funny, though.
He was screaming.
Yeah, it was we were rocking and rolling, and it was like a little bit of a buzzkill, and we're like, all right, how do we get back into it?
All right, so I had pizza the other day.
Yeah.
We did get back into it, though. Great episode.
Speaking of getting back into it, look at how cute my guy is.
He looks youthful.
His little chunks, see his legs?
Yeah.
Those are
I was doing an Austin Powers reference.
He's so sweet.
He's the chunky master. I almost brought him today.
I almost brought Tony.
Fucking looks so good. Look at him.
I can't wait to see the dogs again.
If you get the new phone, imagine how good that picture is gonna look. A little depth of field.
Yeah, you're right. But I also don't care about having pictures.
That's
You will later on. I will.
I don't think so.
What?
You want nice photos of your people that you love.
But, like, that's a nice photo. You're not going to be like, man, I wish I had more depth of field in this.
That's true. Yeah.
Like if you have a Polaroid from back in the day, that feels like the same joy.
Well, I look at all my Polaroids, and I'm like, man, I wish I had more depth of field.
Okay, well then, fuck me. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to say what I said.
Yeah.
Don't you? We just talked about it.
If you get a chance,
He's saying what I said. He's agreeing with me.
The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focusing right now.
Focusing.
The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focused.
Nick, I've been anxious because I've been to Vancouver and I've been pumping it up to you about how dope I think it is. So I want to hear how your trip went.
I loved it, but caveat, we really only spent Saturday night and Sunday in Vancouver. The rest we were in Maple Ridge. But beautiful area. Unfortunately, there was a lot of, oh man, you should see how pretty this view is. The day before the fire, there was smoke covering every single.
How big of a fire is it?
Yeah, it's just up in the woods someplace. I don't think houses are in here, but
Oh my gosh, look at that.
yeah.
No, it's breathtaking.
It is.
Probably the most beautiful place I've been.
Wow.
one of them.
Did you go during like the summer or something? Yeah, it should have been like the perfect time. Everybody was like, "Oh, 2 days ago, man."
So Maple Ridge, is that like a town within Vancouver? Kind of like there's little cities within LA?
Or suburbs, like suburbs, 55 minutes away.
I always think people when it's like dense city like that looks like Lower East Manhattan.
Yeah,
and then you have boats. Like that's got to be such a cool lifestyle. Like for us, it's typically either one or the other. You're in a dense city, or you're like at a lake house. That's the beauty. This is combined. You got like all of the different types of.
Seattle's cool that way too.
Seattle.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah, like Seattle, downtown Seattle, you can take like a ferry to it, and then there's also like a pool of water. I don't know how to describe it. Pool of water, like a area, but like little float planes fly in.
Whoa.
Well, and there's boats.
Well,
So it's on the water.
We did go on Saturday. We went out on Stav Lake, which was beautiful, even with one of the pictures I say has what I saw and what Stav Lake usually looks like. But it was a great day on the boat. Water was really warm. You could see some glaciers up in the mountains. Yeah, like that area we were in.
Nice. Freaking gorgeous. Oh, God. Did you get to try any Canadian cuisine? Like,
I had a good poutine finally.
What'd you think?
I mean, it's literally like made for me. I like slop. I can't believe it's a national dish that they're like, you gotta try this. I'm like, this is my leftovers, and I put it all in the bowl.
Yeah.
But it's delicious.
Yeah, that's literally. Yeah, I can't believe it's like their food that they love. It is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. Because I had it one other time when I was in Montreal, but it was at a chain sports bar, and like an idiot, I had a chicken, and the chicken was incredibly bad. So this is my second run at it, and it was delicious. I had a Bellini, just like a frosty orange drink. You'd love a Bellini.
Yeah.
Ooh,
He's calling you Roberto Bellini. Be careful with these calling you.
anybody would like these drinks. Yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
I was I would never.
There's how big it is.
No, that's not my picture. That was what I was said to what it usually looks at, which we are also looking at. But the lake was cool. Most of the stuff that happened or thoughts I have about Vancouver, like kind of really around Vancouver. It was fun. I hung out with her family. Her family's awesome. She's got 2 younger brothers that are like the coolest fucking guys ever. Like one of these guys looks like Matthew McConaughey straight out of Dazed and Confused. He's just got his
all right.
Yeah, he's just got his complete own style. I was like, I could never wear shit like that. Well, even now, I can't believe I did that. Podcasting 9 years, thousands of episodes. But they're very cool. It was really fun with the family. Saturday night we went to this 2000s party, which was a little depressing. That you're going to a retro party, and I was like, this isn't retro music. This is just music. But I forgot to bring their family a gift, which like no one gives a shit, but I wanted to because I think that's always sweet and like thoughtful. I've decided my new thing, my new bit. I want to bring people that talking fish or that singing fish. And just when I give it to them, really excited about it. Open it.
Yeah.
The bass that you put on the wall?
Yeah.
This fucking thing, I hate.
Everybody does, but like I think it's a funny bit to act like you don't know that everybody knows what it is. I'm like all excited, open it, and then they have to do it.
And the fact that they can't throw it away.
Yeah. Come on, the next time, where's Billy? So that's my new thing. That was really the big bit I had about those. He's excited about it, and he just contributed right away.
No.
You're getting Billy Bass.
Yeah.
That's gonna be my catchphrase. You're getting a Billy Bass, bitch. Hey, please come to our wedding and you're getting a Billy Bass, bitch. Exactly.
All right, I'm on board now. I came around.
All right.
How much will those bad boys cost?
I gotta imagine it's $19.99. 3 easy payments of $6.
Yeah, there you go.
This is only $7 an ounce. Right for 3 of them.
That's 75 ounces for $7. That's less than 10 cents per ounce.
You know what I'm really excited about? I found this thing on Amazon. It's like a tool where you can go in your ear and get the earwax out, and it has a little camera, and you can watch it on your phone.
That actually does sound.
Kev, I have that tool. I have that.
You do? Do you use it?
Yes. I have not used the camera though, but I have it. Yeah. Huh?
I haven't used the camera though. So you used a Q-tip.
Okay, actually no. So here. I think when I first got it, when I charged it, I did kind of like go in there to see what happened, but I don't use it. I just literally just use that thing.
Well, here's the issue.
My earwax.
I put it up my butt.
Here's the issue. He didn't know when to start recording.
Call back
Earlier. Very good. Very well done.
Wait, you're telling me we should record right now?
Nice.
Fuck.
Chin. Put your earwax camera in the attic.
There you go. I like that.
Oh, one thing
No, but that freaking that trail camp's going in the attic this weekend, without a doubt. So I'll have news to report to you by the next episode.
What happened in the last week that did go up? Because we saw the trail cam. I was pretty excited for some footy this week.
Someone
No, he
put it
can't.
for
I
him.
told you.
He's got a small
Yeah.
friend who's going to help him put it up.
Yeah.
What? That's funny. Just I got a small friend.
Well, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm his small
boy,
friend, but
some
I'm not boots on the ground.
He's not there. Yeah. So I need another small friend to come out.
Yeah.
If that small friend is down to do it, that small friend's like, yeah, I'm 100%. I want to do it. So me, I can put it in the attic like this. I can open that thing with a rope and put it like that.
Yeah.
But she can actually climb through into the attic and like place it to where, it'll probably be the best thing to see if, whatever. Let's say there's like little crevices around here, windows here, like face it in that direction and then come back outside.
Yeah. I'm sending you a
Yeah.
video. After our listener sent a video of a man who was living in a crawl space in Oregon, and it's definitely probably the guy that's in Chins.
Wow.
I literally sent you guys this video, you sons of mothers.
You did?
In the chat. Yes, in the chat.
Oh,
Let me try the one
same
I
guy
used to
probably
when I
texted
saw
us.
a young kid walking the streets. You lost, boy.
That's that random guy, huh?
No, I'm saying, did someone send it to you, or did you just come across it?
You lost.
Oh, my friend sent it to me.
Oh.
Because I told all my friends about this shit. So my friend sent me the video, the YouTube video, and then I put it in our group chat.
We know it's a lie because we know that we're your own friend.
I have like another couple friends, at least.
Just like,
A
Two and a
listener
half.
sent it to me, and I considered all of them.
And allegedly found living in Oregon's condo crawl space after breaking into it. Let's take a look at this.
It was for like months too, I think.
Discovered a random can broken condo crawl space and set up a secret living space inside.
Like,
Dude, it looks awesome too.
I cannot believe that really weird. I feel like I only see those in movies.
Deputies discovered 40-year-old Benjamin McClure living in the crawl space with a bed, lights, chargers, TVs, and electronics plugged into the house's power. They say he's been living there for quote extended period of time.
that's Chin
I was
said.
gonna
He's got a
laugh
fan
when
on
they
the.
said he got a PS5.
Mm-hmm.
Gee whiz.
That was a crazy ending.
That's scary.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on.
Did he get arrested, or did he move to Austin? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Benjamin McClure. Oh, also, they're very progressive city. On all the buses, they were advertising for this dating app. It's a TransLink. So it was supposed to be a dating app for trans people. I saw it on all their buses.
No, that's the name of their transportation system.
Oh!
He's doing a bit.
I can see when Nick is doing a goof, and I can see when Chin is doing a goof when he's doing his I'm frozen goof, and I can tell when Nick's doing his trans jokes.
But
I'm a goof seer.
Isn't that a great app name, TransLink? Hey, bro, you on TransLink? Oh, I just having trouble beating someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, get on TransLink.
Yeah.
I like this.
Oh, I sat next to an improv coach on the way back. He was chatty. But he's funny. He was an entertaining guy. He was also a giant. Ashley had to sit next to Giant and Giants on the way there and the way back in the middle seat. So that was bad. But this
Giant? Plays for the Giants?
no,
Saquon Barkley?
just a big bald man.
Oh, wait, he's on the Eagles now.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, he is.
Fuck.
But this guy, I gotta go to my backpack. I gotta go to my backpack. I gotta go to my backpack.
Nick is just a third grader in Wisconsin. I gotta go to my backpack. I found my backpack. Nick wearing all three, by the way. I'm gonna hurt my dad listeners. It was in his jacket. Kazoo.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
He said, great toss. He said one of his activities is kazoo. Improv kazoo. Shove it up your ass. So that was my first thought too. Didn't say it to him, but literally I was like, I mean, the funniest thing you can do with kazoo is put your ass apart. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that.
How do I do?
You don't really blow it out. Look up how to use a kazoo. I was just watching this on the way here.
Like hum or something?
Yeah, you want? Yeah, more like. Let me see that.
I don't know how to do it.
You go on the big end.
Oh,
really? Yeah.
Fuck.
So basically, we all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo. Let's see your kazoo. We can do it at the end if you guys want to think about it.
Hang on, I can barely hear you. This kazoo.
Nice.
Go ahead, Kev.
Wait,
Right.
that's too fast. I need time.
All right, give it to me.
Improv.
All right, order. You're a drive-thru. Order a burger for me.
All right, I'd like one large burger, please. Yeah, it is tough to typically hear the folks drive through. That was good.
He actually said an 8-year-old girl did that, and he was just so fucking impressed with it. I think that's so funny.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of anything yet. I've been thinking about it for days.
You stole the
girls? Oh, yeah. It's fire stuff.
You're a hack, bro. How about this? I got another one for you. Nickman Steel.
Nice.
It's popped.
It does look like that.
Mark's thing.
Watch this.
The wheels turning. I've done 2. You guys have done 0.
It's crack. It's fast. Yeah.
You guys both did smoking.
Yeah, Nick's done that. He's definitely smoked with it.
Don't you guys remember my books? I just plagiarized.
Yeah. Here, let's search Mark and make Mark do improv.
He's so nervous.
Great.
Yes, yeah.
Worth it just for that moment alone. So you still can't.
Look, I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Oh, the captain has something to say.
Mark, quick question. Are you sweating?
Yeah.
All right, now
Very sweaty.
Now, Shan, reach under your chair. There's a kazoo.
Find a kazoo.
Gotcha, bitch!
Oh my God! He's double improving.
Also on the plane, there was
Oh, wait a minute. I got another one. I'm a horny dog. I was gonna do that one.
Red Rocket.
I had that one, but I didn't know. I have 3. 3, 1, 0, 0.
All right, I got it. I had 2.
You did the
drive-through?
No, you
Stole
the 8-year-old, and then you stole mine.
I'm a wolf. That's right.
This fucking guy. This fucking absolute guy. What are we doing? He's doing the butt one.
Desperate times. I'm gonna.
Don't. Oh, I got one.
It's great.
I'll bring it in.
Nice.
A squirrel.
Oh, nice.
Glow dart.
Yeah,
Glow dart.
really good.
Glow dart.
Yeah, nice.
We're bringing in a new object next week.
Yeah, that's great. That's kind of where I thrive.
Yeah.
Here you go, Kat. Take some. I just got my nails done. Really good. I think that concludes the bit.
Yeah.
That was great.
Dude, I'm so ready for fantasy football. I'm gonna shit.
Yeah. What is a kazoo supposed to sound like? Like, what is that? That's nothing.
Look at this one.
Yeah, but is it supposed to sound like cool or like good or? I'm not. The fuck, dude? Bro.
The title of this is playing the kazoo for 10 hours. Alright, I'm done.
Yeah. It was a very eventful plane ride. Also, during first drink service, they approached the exit row, and she's like, "Oh, what would you like?" And there's this Asian lady, and she's just staring at her. Careful. And she was like, "You speak English?" And she's like, "Yes." She's like, "But you don't understand what I'm asking right now?" And she just starts going in. She's like, I asked you if you spoke English and you had the capability of the exit row. The exit row is a responsibility. She goes, "I've been on 2 emergency landings this week. So when this thing goes down and everybody's screaming trying to escape and you can't open the door, it was fucking crazy."
Whose side are you on that?
At first, I was like, "Jesus, lady, chill out." But the lady did lie to her, and then like she came in, we were a couple seats back, and I was like, "We're ready to take over the exit seat, whatever." And then we had a nice chat. She was just a very serious, passionate. It wasn't like bitchy. It was like motherly disappointed. Like this is not a joke.
Yeah, like you got a responsibility.
Yeah.
And
So
you didn't take it serious.
So I
get out there and you find that fucking dog.
Exactly.
And if she's been in that situation, emergency landings twice in that week, it's like
I thought that was a crazy thing to fucking say pretty loudly on the plane.
This is the worst podcast.
Fucking plane sucks. We need you to fucking be ready.
Also, maybe she's the problem. If she's been on 2,
yeah,
like,
bad luck.
you shouldn't be flying.
I don't know if I caught any of it. She goes,
5 seconds can save 5 lives.
She had like settled down at that point, but it was stern and uncomfortable. It was not.
69 seconds, stay 69 lives. Go all.
So that was fun.
Because I got my big beer.
Is this it? Is this video that you were just playing?
Yep. I didn't know I sent that to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We don't need to watch.
No, I didn't realize I sent it to you. Also, shout out to me, Benoit Saint Denis.
Yeah.
Woo! Put a fuck ton of money at UFC.
Did you really?
And NFL, yeah. $1,500 on UFC, $1,000 on football.
Let's go.
It is awesome. Last night, bet Vikings. They went down. Live bet them again at plus 200. They went down again. I think Caleb Williams sucks. Bet again at plus 600.
You think he sucks?
I went, Caleb Williams, absolutely. If he runs all the time, he can be good. But like in the second half, I just expect a mistake. Both those teams
he looked like frantic the whole time. Like, granted, the pocket collapses on him, and then he has to. But his whole thing last year, which the announcers were saying, was like he holds onto the ball too long.
Yeah.
And I watched Peyton and Eli on Monday Night Football, and I was so happy last night. Peyton and Eli, I love them.
They're the best. Who doesn't like them?
They were just Tom doesn't. My buddy Tom who streams.
Tom doesn't.
He
And
refuses.
also Brady.
If you have a vendetta against them in the past because of like your team playing against them, I get it. But like as far as like I'm just a neutral.
Look at this
They're
move.
like great.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
They're hilarious and they're smart.
You can kind of argue that, like, all right, we see these guys too much. The media landscape tends to just like submerge, oversaturate us with the same characters.
Yeah.
So I can see that. But what? They're funny.
And they had Randy Moss join for the whole second half. I fucking love Randy Moss. Beat cancer. I just oh no, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
But yeah, the Peyton and Eli were talking about like how frantic his feet is. Like he'll look his reads, but his feet are standing still, and then he has to like wildly move. But you gotta like move your feet with the reads the entire time. You can just tell he has happy feet. In this clip, oh man, he just misses a touchdown.
Oh, the one at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was bad.
He just chucked it out of bounds.
Yeah.
He should throw it right there. Yep.
Shout out to this girl I knew
He just waited.
in college. I forget her. I don't forget. It was like,
on his feet at all. He was throwing off his back.
not
But watch
Lindsay.
again,
Shout out
right
to
when they
Lindsay,
make
but
the receiver makes contact.
Leslie. Shout out to Leslie.
He also wasn't looking at him there.
She's from Texas.
You think you could do better?
She blew me in
Better?
Yeah, probably.
I was quarterback
24 hours
for the
base,
50 football team,
allegedly.
and we went all the way to the what they call it, the Flower Bowl. or some bullshit.
Wow, that sounds really masculine.
No, the Erickson Bowl. We played the Flowers. We played the Flowers and they beat us.
Got beat by the Flowers.
I remember.
Flower. This guy said Casey looking mint. I like that.
It helps when I look like fucking Wolverine next to you. The hair on my neck was pretty long at that time.
It's a tough two-shot for you.
Look at this move.
This was your call of Benoit Saint-Denis winning or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play it.
All right. I bet him at plus 180. You can still get him at plus 150. It's the most confident I've been in a bet in a while. I sound out care through Mauricio.
Oh, I do like that guy too.
He's like the Brazilian count.
Yeah. That's why he likes him.
But I think Benoit Saint-Denis gets back on track and absolutely cares to win. And he did. Sub round 3.
Ooh.
Sub round 2 ended up being.
That's a bold prediction, man.
It's my fault. He's such a fucking badass. Benoit Saint-Denis.
Good call, man.
If you would have won it on 3, it would have been plus 25.
Whoa. Guess what? You win this big mouth Billy Bass.
No way.
Yeah.
First gift.
Guys, if you're looking for a fun place to play some games and possibly win some money, we got the place for you. It's called Legends. Legends Casino.
Love Legends. They have a high RTP, return to player. You're going to win some money if you play.
They got the highest return to player. That basically just means the best odds. But there's 100 games, hundreds of games, and 100% match on your first purchase up to $100. You play on your phone, desktop. I like to play on my desktop. But they got blackjack, they got baccarat,
Roulette.
Oh,
and Crash. Crash is a good one. I've been playing that a lot.
Pluck it. There's hundreds. That's why it's fun. You find whatever you like the best.
I noticed that they have, like, I know it's like known for their games and stuff, but it's even more exciting that they have sports.
And
I'm definitely going to use it for all the sports.
Yeah, all the sports, even golf, everything.
And the lines on casinos such as this, with Legends specifically, they're good lines. These are beautiful, beautiful lines.
Beautiful lines. They've got beautiful lines. So go to legends.com, sign up, and get started. Have some fun. And it's Legends with a Z at the end, not an S. And legends.com. I played the country clubs Friday, and I played the janky one Sunday with Mark. There could not be more of a just discrepancy in terms of experience than going to a beautiful country club. Get there an hour early, have a cocktail with Ryan at the bar, hit a couple balls at the range. The round, beautiful, just redesigned, brand new course. The round took about 3 hours. Then we had a lovely dinner. There was 9 of us afterwards. Jess came to the motherfucking country club. We all had dinner there. It was beautiful. And then Sunday, get there, I get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes a half hour because the bar is now a Raiders bar, and it's football season.
So country club bars are Raiders bar?
This bar, I'm saying this is Sunday, so this is a juxtaposition I'm demonstrating. You get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes too long because the kitchen's absolutely slammed because it's a Raiders bar. You're on, the first tee, and all you hear is like, touchdown, Chargers. And then, we play. The round takes 5 hours because the hillbillies in front of us. Nice guys, but not wearing shoes, didn't have teeth. And I'm not judging them.
They weren't wearing shoes on the course.
No, it's like you should have fun on the golf course, absolutely. I'm merely stating that as a juxtaposition of my experience and how fun and streamlined and fast golf can be at a 3-hour round versus a 5-hour, jank fest. I think that round Sunday might be the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of me getting country club membership, which I can't afford, and I'm not really there yet financially. But I'm also, dual income, no kids.
He's a dink.
I'm a dink.
We're a bunch of dinks.
Actually, it's a dinkwad. Dual income, no kid with a dog.
Never heard of that part.
So I'm a dinkwad. I could easily. I've ingrained myself into the country club culture because there's 2 reasons I get invited back to the country clubs. Do you want to know them? 1, I'm good, and 2, I'm fun. So when you're like,
That's what you think.
All right, Casey, continue. No, I'm just kidding.
Continue. Go ahead.
I think you're funny.
freaking believable.
Hey,
I'm good and I'm funny. So it's like when you're a country club guy and you want to play with somebody, you really just want to be fast and have fun. You don't want to be, playing with guys shooting 1 or 2 and balls everywhere. And it's like,
Oh, so you don't want to go with me?
no.
I am funny.
That can save it.
No, I don't.
That can save it for you. You have that going for you.
And I'm also willing to just be like, okay, I'm not playing this hole anymore. Let's
Pick
move
it
on.
up. Pick it up. Here's my 2 things.
Yeah, that's a big one.
If you can't get off the tee, I call it a provisional. Typically, in actual professional golf, if you don't know where your ball went and it may have gone out of bounds, you need a provisional, which is another shot. It's a provisional. Just drop the tee. Just your ball's gone. You don't have to hit another. You don't have to get a mulligan.
I like that.
Tee shot. Just drop it in the fairway, hit with me. So I'm having big beers and playing golf, and I got to jump on it.
Question.
Sure.
Have you been researching these country clubs? And also,
Extensively.
if you have a country club membership, do you have to pay every time? Still?
No.
Yeah, you just get to go.
Yeah, you
So
pay
maybe
your-
you say you can't afford it, but maybe you could make that money back. You'd go way more, wouldn't you?
I would go way more, number one, and I'm probably spending kind of close to that
Yeah.
already with how much I'm playing and
That's what I'm
just
saying.
whatever. It's like,
Food and all the
my question about
buckets.
country club is, do you want to play the same course all the time? That's a good question, and that's a fair question. Yes and no. At the right place, that's why they offer come play around. The country clubs are trying to get people to join. They're like, come play around, see if you like the course, etc. I played a course, Satakoy Club. Brother, this place is pure. It's beautiful.
Is that Jurassic Park?
It's pristine. No, that's Braemar.
Oh, yeah.
Braemar's out of my price range.
Yes.
Ryan's grandfather, man, he got it at, when he was younger. It was before everybody in their, mother was playing golf. So he's in there as if he's swimwear.
Yeah.
You get me?
Our
Satakoy Club is beautiful. Look at it. Oh, my God. So here's my thing. My pre-shot routine when I'm in the fairway, I line up my club between my ball and the target, and I pick a point 2 feet in front of the ball. Their fairways are so pure, I couldn't even find any markings to even pick a spot. That's how nice it was. Their tee boxes are like greens. It's so freaking nice. I loved it there.
what does Braemar cost?
Braemar's like $40,000 to get in, and then $1,000 a month.
You can jump in a pool. You can have drinks.
But
next
dude,
to a fire.
Braemar's in Woodland Hills. It's got 18 tennis courts, 10 pickleball courts.
Wow.
It's got 27 holes. It's got a renovated bar. It sounds like I'm doing an ad for Braemar, but it's I don't see any way in my near future where I'll be able to afford that. That's super fancy, super nice. But Satakoy Club, it's 45 minutes northwest, so it's a little bit off the beaten path, but that's enough about it. I've had a huge big year. I apologize.
I have 2 major announcements.
Let's hear the second one.
I am launching an MMA podcast. You guys, a lot of promotion for In the Arena I did maybe 5 months ago with my buddy Magic, pro better in Spain. Schedules, he was out of town. He was in the mountains of Spain, couldn't stream all the time, but we're going to do a picks podcast. He had one with another pro better, Andrew Gombas, for a long time. It was my favorite podcast. They were just on Zoom, no production, but they know what the fuck they're talking about. Andrew is kind of left content. He's a mover and a shaker in the sports betting world, so he doesn't want to give away his tips and shit because it moves lines and it fucks him and his clients and shit. I think Magic did want to start right away on the Picks podcast because he thought him and Andrew, but Andrew's not coming back. So we're starting In the Arena MMA Picks podcast. Probably will be out when this is out. I think we're going to do a live stream on Thursday. If not, it'll be next week. Really, really, really excited for that. We're talking to our great sponsors, Legends, our good sponsors at Legends, to hopefully get a little cash in the pocket for that as well. Nice. Second announcement, huge headway on getting my Twitter back.
Wow.
I am connected on an email with the head of content at Twitter. He said, just let me know what happened.
Head of content.
How'd you get
Twitter.
that?
Jeez Louise.
I can't say.
I can guess.
I
I
won't.
can guess too.
It wasn't Elon through Theo, if that's what everybody's thinking.
Yeah. Gave him a BJ.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
I showed up at Twitter headquarters. I was like, give it back. I'll send everybody dick in this place.
I got suspended. Who do I got to suck off to get unsuspended?
And they presented them. And it was hard work. My jaw hurts, but I get that Twitter back.
Wow, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Really, really, really excited.
What are you gonna do when you get it back?
Yeah, what's your first tweet back gonna be?
Just the Michael Jordan press release. I'm back.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I swear.
Yeah, nice. So really excited about that. And then if I get my back, then I'm gonna try to get Magic's old Twitter back. He lost his maybe about a year and a half ago. He's immediately already got more followers than he had before, but it's like it's your journal.
Yeah.
You got hilarious tweets in there. I want it back.
Yeah. Can you give mine back for me?
At least what they should do is if you're banned, like at least allow you to go back and look at your old tweets and like get them and archive them or whatever the hell.
I don't know how far I can scroll back, but I actually can go on my Twitter and see. I can see it. If you look it up, it says account suspended, but I can see mine. Which actually, I just found this out. I just realized this morning when I was emailing the guy. That made me feel a little bit better. But I'm pretty sure I could only scroll back to like, I don't know, some specific amount of tweets.
How'd you lost yours? My email.
You lost yours.
Right. My email for it was my email from Ball State where I went to school, and it's I can't get that email, and it's private, so I can't see it.
Yeah, what fucked me up, I couldn't even appeal properly when I did lose it because my email associated with it is davis@corolla.com, which I also have no access to.
Damn.
So,
But I actually have two announcements too.
Woo! Do the first one first.
First one first is I have to take a so I'm not going to do that. But the second one is I ordered pizza.
Oh, pizza!
Yeah! For who? For whom? For us.
Everyone.
Woo! Yeah! Is it Prime?
Everyone.
Is it Prime? Yeah, it's Prime.
Well, it's prime time.
It's my second.
You should have said everyone in the studio. Don't say everyone, okay? Because that already hurts as much
You
as
should order
everyone.
pizza and then we can like by association have pizza together.
Actually, Chin, you know what? Check under your chair. There wasn't just a kazoo. We have fried pizza sent from LA. Oh my God!
Chin, you finally found yourself. What? Sorry, go ahead.
I asked you guys a question.
I missed it.
What was the question?
Yeah.
I asked you guys a question. Meatballs or sausage?
Oh,
Pizza.
That's right.
Because I'm going to order pizza from a place called Layla's, which is like the #1 pizza spot I've experienced here in Austin. So I'm going to order it right now.
I don't know
So
if
what-
I had a meatball pizza.
I have.
Meatball on pizza.
It's so Chin, your
It's
question
just like
is
one.
your question is what's better, meatball or sausage on pizza?
Or pepperoni.
Yeah, and I should have. I wanted to wait till we were talking about on this show because there's more to it. So I'm gonna get a margarita pizza and a cheese pizza. Obviously, I'm gonna leave the cheese pizza alone. It is what it is. But for the margarita, I can split it in half. So I can have, obviously the mozzarella, and I can have either pepperoni or sausage or meatballs. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have pepperoni for both sides, and then add sausage to one side and add meatballs to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
That's what I think I'm gonna do.
here's what I think. We were kind of saying it over text, but I think generally, as a general baseboard, I'll pick meatball over sausage.
Yeah.
We're gonna exclude pepperoni in the conversation because that wasn't the original question.
Oh, okay.
Just meatball versus sausage.
Yeah.
I think you said meatball.
I immediately said meatball as I was driving in. I heard all I needed to hear from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a couple of, for me, it depends on the sausage because they can, not all sausages are created equal.
I like the sausage that's kind of like, they don't have a similar shape, all the sausages, like chunks of meat in there. I don't like a sliced circular sausage.
Exactly. See, it's not all created. Neither are meatballs. I'll say that as well. But meatballs are a little bit more like neutral, I would say. But So the sausage pizzas from Pop's Pizza from my hometown and Rosini's across the street, two pizza places across the street, phenomenal. They got a little like fennel in them, you know, that kind of tasting sausage. I don't really like the fennel, like if it's by itself.
I don't really know what fennel is, but I think I had it one time.
Like the fennel seeds, you know, you kind of taste them in there.
Yeah, I've had them in a fennel in some type of salad.
Well, like shaved fennel, like fresh fennel. I don't want a lot of it.
It's all vinegary, isn't it? Am I thinking of something else?
I think you might be. You might be thinking of like a sauerkraut or some shit.
You go. You keep flowing.
But anyway, I think my asterisk.
I knew there was, that was bullshit as soon as you said I had it in a salad.
Oh, you nodded. You nodded. You gave me more confidence.
It was keep going, motherfucker. Yeah, we're all buying that you had a salad. The guy was ready, What's that, Pop's Pizza?
Yeah.
Damn,
this guy knew what it was. These photos aren't looking that great.
No, I'm liking it.
This looks good. This might be sausage.
Yeah, but that does look good.
But still, is this? They put it on there?
I feel like
No, these have to be customers.
Yeah, these customer picks, or
these are customer picks.
Yeah,
These are customer picks.
Because I was like, do better.
I doubt that they curate this page at all. They're very like small mom and pop shop, hence the name Pop's Pizza.
On Yelp, it's all just whoever posts whatever.
Yeah, it's just a small place.
Zoom in on that lady's face.
Not happening.
She's skeptical.
So that's their meatball.
What is that? Truffle?
I don't want to. I'm not going to show all these photos.
You just did.
We don't.
I don't want to bash it. I've never met it. Shout out to Pop's. They are so good. I used to work next door at the auto body shop, and I would walk over for lunch like almost every single day and get like a sausage slice.
Get a slice.
So good.
Didn't somebody work at Pop's?
Not that we know, but I worked at a different pizza place.
I thought Dempsey worked at Pop's.
No. Me, Dempsey, and his brother, and like a few other people that were not in like our close friend group, but like friends with us, worked at Mr. B's.
Mr. B's.
I hope Dempsey does it.
Mr. B's. We were all delivery guys, and it was awesome. It was like my favorite job. I love.
You don't like this job?
Well, Dempsey's gonna be waiting on Saturday morning. He's like, I can't wait to watch my best buds, Mark and Casey, on their podcast, on their progress podcast. And then he's gonna see you say he's not one of their close friends. He's gonna be very hurt.
No, he's saying Mark, Mike, and other people who weren't close friends.
Oh, Dempsey's in.
Obviously, Dempsey.
Yeah, we used to work at Mr. B's. We were delivery drivers. It was awesome. Like, you don't have to make the pizza. You just, you get it. You drive to people. You kind of know every street in the town. It's easy.
Colin used to deliver flowers, and he would fart on the flowers right before he gave them to people. It's the first thing he would get flowers.
What?
I hate that.
That's funny. That's really funny.
He didn't really fart on them.
No,
Wait, did they get customers?
Yeah,
or
he
just
did.
do it for fun?
Covering up for him now. He farted on their flowers.
No, he didn't.
Hey, where does Mr. B's and Pop's rank as far as like Pepe's and the other spot you're talking about?
It's good. I mean, that looks incredible.
Yeah, that looks so good.
They are good.
You're kind of not going to get a bad pizza in Connecticut. Yeah, that's just how it is.
They just can't. They wouldn't laugh.
They just don't know how to take pictures of their pizzas.
Yeah,
I mean, they're focused on making the pizzas.
That
they don't know how to.
Does look great.
Could y'all fuck that whole thing up on your own?
I
can
try.
try.
That's a tummy ache easily. That's a tummy ache. My dad could. My dad slams a large pizza. I'm like, dude.
My dad can eat more pizza than your dad.
Dude, I'm like, what are you doing? Stop eating all this.
I can destroy that.
He's probably
You
listening.
eat that
Sorry,
whole
Dad.
Really?
I do it a lot.
Dude, my dad listens to the pod.
I love that.
No way. That's fire. What's up,
I
Mark?
don't think my dad knows what a podcast is. That's very good.
How you doing, Mr. Golombeski?
Nice.
I'm good, Nick.
Hi, Mr. Mark Golombeski, father.
Anyway, shout out Pop's Pizza, shout out Mr. B's, shout out Rosini's. There's a new place in my hometown that Barstool, what's his name? Dave Fortnite went to.
What'd they get?
I think it was pretty high. Give me a moment, I'll get back to it.
He loves the Connecticut pizza.
He did one in Milford that my friend John Maple owns, and John was on video.
Should we watch it?
I don't care. We have one.
Oh.
No, we have.
Here's the pizza review. It's a little bit long.
I think we did like very early on. Let me watch it again.
Buco's. It's like
in Cheshire?
Yeah, the newer place. Since I moved, it got added. It's right down the street from Pops.
Is it named as Cheshire named after the cat or?
No, it's English.
Cold fire.
I'll trim this.
I used to have a shirt. Hey, dude, relax.
Really?
Bring it in. Dude, the charred crust.
That's brick oven, yeah?
Something.
This is the prettiest looking pie I've seen yet. This is the best looking pie. Let's see what we got. Good on the carriage, coal fired.
Oh, coal fire. You didn't mention the flop. That was more flop than he normally likes.
We might do it on the next slice. We'll see. I've had this pizza. It's really good. It just, all I was saying is it wasn't there when I was growing up. But it's,
I'm a chicken hot too. See, that's the problem. That's why I can't eat. Why, it's not enough? No. I did our stock order from last time with large cheese and a large pepperoni and a side of ranch. I didn't eat that.
Eat more of it. House.
He's enjoying it, so that means it's good.
Problem is he loves it.
Absolutely bypassing the flop.
Yeah. I think he's kind of.
He's in love.
Yeah.
I've been there.
He'll be happy. Look at him. He went back for another bite.
So wait, pause it. What did he say?
85.
I was gonna say pause it. Let's guess this.
Well, I've already
I was going to say 85.
I don't know what I was gonna say.
You're going to say just like you said at 8.5
Yeah.
and 8.5?
Yeah.
Wow.
85.
I can't keep watching him eat that. I'm getting so hungry. Eat your shirt.
You're gonna be like, that shirt's not big enough. I can eat 2 of those shirts.
I would say that.
Have we discussed Apollonia's pizza?
No, but you had it?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to have it.
There's this place, it's like mid-city-ish, only open, the weirdest hours. It's open like 3 days a week, 11 to 3, 5 to 7. You gotta go there, cash only.
There's always a
But
line.
it's my favorite pizza.
Cash only.
Yeah. There's a lot of good cash.
It's right by my place.
I respect it. Don't love it, but I respect it.
You lie on your taxes. It's cool with me.
Yeah.
The cash only place.
I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
All right, Al. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching,
Next
everyone.
week.
Most fun I've ever had.
Shout out to Raul Duke doing it for the algo.
Yeah,
See,
appreciate you.
Oh, yeah.
Raul Duke.
Woo!
Mindy is great. Who else can we shout out?
Everybody.
Shout out to
Anybody
us.
watching. Chen, you're amazing. Real talk.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
It was in his packet. Kazoo.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo.
Hang on, I can barely hear you. This is
Nice.
All right, I'd like one large burger, please.
Nice.
I'm so excited to get home.
Allegedly, she blew me.
We got a big guy next to us. Oh, the captain has something to say.
She's a pretty girl. One of the boys.
Did you guys ever have beef with other skate groups? Not once. Not protein drink. No, we've talked about this. Get your own big beer.
You see Frank?
I've seen drink. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of me to do. Don't.
If you're gonna bring treats, you have to bring them for the class.
You're right. But I only had one. I should have gotten more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way, too. That's the deal. The deal is,
3 of these for $7 at the 7-Eleven.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. That's
fact.
That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7.
Yeah, fact.
Thank you. Welcome to
Welcome to booze and
Welcome. Yeah. I'm having a beer.
Is it starting right now?
Yeah. I'm not. Are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I gotta start rolling. We're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
Good one. I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
one of these days he's gonna be like serious about it.
Well,
are we really actually rolling?
Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough love, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning you were like, tell me when to record. Tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brendan starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
you would think, but in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different, a lot of moving parts. Yeah. So many moving parts.
Yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious right now? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So,
gotcha.
So there's not, especially with you and me, Case, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge. It'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're pissed off. I know you, Case.
Well,
all right, you're right, Jim. We should.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p, 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Right, Kevin?
DC 100s.
Yeah, we can talk about data rate.
Yeah.
We can fix the data
We
rate.
can. We can talk about, look.
You want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? Do you have a minute to talk about our website? Jesus Christ. You got it.
Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about data rate.
Yeah. That's like an insurance salesman going up your door like
Seamless motherfucking transit.
Is it really?
I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a
Terrence from General.
Wow.
To save some money.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General and save some time. Let's listen.
It's so good. Really, it's good.
See how well it matches. I might do some editing to go side by side here.
I can't find they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out, what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 General commercials.
Dude, these people are doing the Lord's work. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right, Lord bless them.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds, tell me that now. It's the freaking thing.
It's the most replayed.
Premier Decade is just not our style.
I got it in 0.1 seconds.
I watched the 12 commercials right before we started.
I got it immediately.
For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General save some time.
You were panicking. I'm just hearing.
I was slow, smooth, fast. I was like, we can start whenever we want. It's chill. Tender Series not till 5. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours.
Yeah.
Vibes are high.
Yeah.
Vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate
But
right
you
now.
were late today.
No, I wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58.
But there's a new, you know. I'm confident today. The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if you couldn't hear though?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
And I'd be in a big panic and meet him. Come on, obviously. You gotta come on. This is how I roll. Come on. Yeah, I was cutting clips this morning. We're gonna cut some clips. Chris DiStefano on they're fun. But yeah, so I was pushing it to the limit. Push it to the limit.
What was this whole thing?
What do you mean?
This general thing. What was it about?
Oh, that I just do a perfect impression of the general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was so confused. Nice. Yeah, we were talking off camera, and he does a good general impression. And we wanted to parlay that into the episode. I was pissing. I missed the off-camera stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Mark Albert.
Yes, Alan Herschel for free. Yes. Yep.
It's good.
Why do you think you're smoother than Marvel? Yes. I gotta do like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's Jim Carrey's like the news anchor guy, or that's Bruce Almighty. Yeah, Bruce Almighty. Yeah. Walter Cronkite. Oh yeah, he does it. He does it with like the comb as a mustache or whatever.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it, but I think I could do Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you.
Oh my goodness.
You aren't.
You aren't. Yeah, I think he says, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the whole reason I thought of the line. Yeah. That I didn't say it within the line.
You also said you're too school for cool.
Yeah. I am too school for school. It's kind of, I love math. It's kind of the Nick way of doing it. Yeah. If I may, you kind of nicked it. Careful. What? I don't know. Chin, what the fuck ass are you doing? I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I won just $2,500 this weekend. Yeah.
Chin's doing a He's Frozen bit, and nobody gets it but me. And nobody knows it but me.
Is he frozen? Is he frozen? He might be frozen.
Oh my God! He was not even breathing.
And now he's muted.
We should just mute him.
Casey knows me very well. Casey knows me so well. Because I was doing it and he copied
I was looking at pixels on this thing, on the screen. I'm like, is he moving? Is he breathing? Did he finally die?
Good job, Case.
Yep. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Niche because my name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they would call me Niche, and Niche is an anagram of chin. Wow!
Oh shit!
So that's
the same.
So that's a fun epiphany I just had.
That is fun.
Wow, the same.
We're anagrams.
Just different.
Yeah,
Anagram's a jumble word. Palindrome. You're thinking palindrome.
That's
same
what I'm thinking. That's
what I'm thinking.
Like
of.
race
I know this shit
exactly.
Here's a long palindrome, and then we can get to the things.
Oh
Yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. That's the same backwards as forwards.
Whoa, wow. How did you remember?
Holy moly. I don't know. Because somebody, here's why. Because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a...
Want restaurant quality meals that actually support your wellness goals? Factor's got you covered.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal, who wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally the last few weeks and months of his life, and the things he
Yo.
was feeling and the pressure he was under.
How you living?
I didn't know Charlie.
What's good, Oligar? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me, friend?
You invited me to your server when you were on a public voice.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. What Discord were we in?
I can't remember. It's one of those not sure. It might have been Social Heaven. It was Social Heaven, Chosen, or Edgy. One of those. I can't recall.
Okay, very cool. Have we spoken before?
We have, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know what I do? I stream my life 24/7, all that stuff.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
Excellent.
And, yeah, you're intent.
How you living, pimp?
Am I a pimp?
I said, how are you living?
No, how are you living, pimp? I thought you just said, are you a pimp? Like, I'm living good.
Excellent.
I'm up early.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, thinking about doing some art stuff. Yeah, I could try it.
Fuck yeah, you can. Let's see it. Are you gonna watch any football today?
No, I'm not really into football too much.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
These bands are just holding it down. It's granite.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of turning into the shape I need it. Hold on, let me get the band off its face so you can see the expression. So it's kind of like making a kissy face, like, you know. But that's how the natural rock was. That's how I found the rock. So
wow.
I kind of kept with the. I saw the lips, and then that's why I decided to make a face. But now I realize it doesn't really have a chin.
You're like
I gotta figure something out.
You're like a modern day Michelangelo.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Excellent. All right. So you are a sculptor?
I am, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, is that a hobby or is that your career?
It's a hobby.
Okay.
Right
How'd you?
I want to sell stuff on the side for like Etsy just to recoup material costs.
Absolutely. How'd you get into being a sculptor?
You know how a lot of people have this is like, well, I'll just say it, I guess. A lot of people go to the hospital for some kind of mental health issue. And then they come out of the hospital like, I'm going to do art. Well, that's kind of the story. It's a common one, strangely enough, for people who have, psychotic experiences. I talked to quite a few people who overnight they start some kind of artistic practice. Pretty weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's just weird. It's no, I guess it is weird or unusual behavior. I didn't really know I could do it. I fell into it right away and quit video games, and then art kind of became my video game.
Very cool. How much time do you spend on that a week?
Gosh, probably at least 10 hours, at least 10 or more hours, maybe 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it would take up a lot of time. Okay, so you're really into art, and that's amazing. Art is amazing. What are your favorite mediums? Like basically granite? Is that your favorite?
No, I think that my favorite medium is probably modeling clay. Like I have more.
Sure. I love it.
Here's some that are near downstairs. I have like them all stored.
Oh, that's beautiful.
One. Yeah, it's fun. It's two-dimensional, like hang on the wall kind of level.
Yeah.
And here is I'm knocked the eye off, so that doesn't look great. And knocked the little thing off. But to me, this looks like alien Jesus.
It definitely looks like an alien.
I mean, I don't know. Or alien Michael Jackson. I don't really know.
Teehee.
Like a horse, a lot of people say.
Okay, I could see that too. So how do you get your inspiration?
I just do it. I don't actually do any source material. I just kind of make it as I go. Like sometimes I'll use a natural object. Like see this right here is a from a fossil, a real fossil. So I took a mold of it.
Okay.
And I took the real fossil and put it on the back of the snail here. This is a blank waiting to be painted, and this is also in progress of being painted. So that's why it has like these natural demon eye. But like the fossil right there, I have it stored. You can kind of see the fossil there. I'm having to like point the camera up to look at the shelf. But anyway, that is the real fossil that I took a mold from. So I'll do stuff like that. Like that might be inspiration sometimes. But I'm moving over to where the sorry, I have like a lot of mess here, but yeah, I could show you the snail.
All right.
There we go. Yeah. So that's how it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
With a little, like that. And actually, it lights up the little stalks here or whatever.
How'd you get it to? How'd you get it to light up?
This is cloth, so I embedded lights into it. Like the Christmas lights that you plug in the USB.
Okay.
String lights. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of embedded. I don't know if you know what fluff doing is, but it's basically like sculpting with fibers.
And that seems to be more advanced, is it?
You just take a needle, you stab at like the equivalent of like couch stuffing, and what it does is that the needle has these little barbs on it, and it keeps tying the fibers into tighter and tighter knots. So eventually, I only have an inappropriate sculpture to show you that's on hand. Do you really care? All it is a doll with a pussy.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Okay, I don't want to be rude. It's just comical.
Let's see it.
So
let's see it.
I didn't expect to show it here.
Okay.
It looks like fucking President Biden's face.
All right.
I didn't intend for it to. But anyway, I say it's supposed to be Biden and Lady Gaga, and that they merged into one being. Anyway, it is a purple pussy. Well, pubic hair. Anyway. But anyway, sorry. So the real reason I'm trying to show you this is because okay, so the cloth, it's cloth. You see how like it's a doll? Basically?
Yeah.
So this is actually couch stuffing, more or less. It's like fiber or whatever. So you just you take this needle and you keep stabbing it, and it actually gets like as solid as, I don't know, it gets actually pretty solid.
Okay, and does that light up?
What were you saying?
Does that light up?
No, but it has a feature I didn't show you. But whatever. All right, I might as well show you the full amount here. Here. Okay, watch. I didn't show you its full capabilities. Are you prepared? Okay, now watch. You didn't think you guys see this today, but watch. It's squirt capable.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's squirt capable, but yeah, I know I'm fucking weird up, but this is just my comedy doll. So look, I didn't expect to bring this on you, but it's the only fluff. Oh, I could have showed you fucking on the snail.
All right.
The snail's eye stalks, but whatever. I showed you Biden Gaga.
There you go.
No.
Hey, we have a new friend here. Just one moment. Oh, okay. G, how you living, pimp? G, can you hear me? G, how's your day going? Well, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away. How'd you find out about me, G? G, how'd you find out about me? G, how'd you find out about me? Gee, can you hear me? All right, there you go. Could you hear him?
I could hear him. And he just kind of like came in. I don't know. My feeling is that maybe he felt like he was on the spot or something. I don't know what he ended up, to be honest with you. But he came in and it was very delayed, and then he only just said that one couple words and left.
All right, well, no big deal. Okay, so you like to sculpt, and you've got some good sculptures. How do you make an Etsy store?
Oh yeah, it's pretty. I need to do that. What I need to do is get all my work and kind of get a digital portfolio together, and then just put out that. Really, what I want to sell is just garden gnomes. I mean, just to start. That's all I really am interested in. But yeah, oh shit, over under here. Yeah, it should be easy enough. Nowadays, people want something unique than the Amazon, normal Amazon stuff. And they also like to personalize everything. You know, I want these colors or whatever. At the same time, wow, consumer. Well, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? I wonder what the demand is for that kind of stuff these days.
Right. All right. Yeah. So you are basically selling. Have you ever sold anything?
Oh yeah. I mean, just like a figure here and there when someone is interested. But yeah, nothing like big scale like on an Etsy platform. Etsy is a kind of like it had legitimacy in the beginning, and now with all the bots and all of that, it's very hard to compete against people who are mass production. But the advantage of being an artist nowadays is maybe that you can do a time lapse, and the time lapse becomes part of the art. So I don't know if that's an angle, but I think people want to see the entire process of whatever it is they bought now, because with AI and everything, I think people are gonna have to start human authenticating their work.
Right. So basically, you have a video of it, and you can cut that up, or at least pictures of it, and then people know that it's legitimately made by a human.
I think that will start to become part of the process, yeah. Because two things. One, why waste the entertainment angle of the time lapse, at least a time lapse? And then two, it's like, well, you know, you're also now you're selling two things that you are producing at the same time. You're producing the work of art, and then also the execution of that. That becomes now part of the value because AI, AI does it so quickly. So now when that becomes the norm, which it will be, just because based on the volume of what AI will produce compared to human, then what I believe will happen is that people's focus will be like, well, how are they doing that now? You know, AI just does it automatically, but now you have the behind the scenes aspect that people will become interested in. So I don't know. Maybe that'll be true. Maybe it won't. But,
No, I think you're.
I'm happy for that.
I think you're right. As things become more mass produced, people will want that human touch, and even people who say like, "Oh yeah, this is custom made," it's just something's changed in a computer. But if you can show them like you're doing it by hand, and then give them a video of it that they can keep, then they can show their friends, "Hey, do you like this? Oh, do you want to see how it was made? Yeah, of course." And then it shows you like etching their name into it and painting it whatever colors they want and all that other stuff. And then somebody's going to say, "Wow, that was really cool. Where did you get it?" And they'll be like, "Oh, I got it on Etsy." And then they'll go to your store and basically order from you. That's the plan, right?
Yeah, well, that, and I also really want to I do have these fantasies of finding. I started with clay and then moved to rock or stone, and really whatever. I also do wood sculpture, so I don't really care what material it's made out of. It's kind of fun to actually mix and match different materials, actually. But what I do fantasize about doing is finding a big rock, the kind that have been left here, like landscaping. I'm not talking about like something natural, but here, people have done that all for the past 100 years. They use these gigantic rocks to like mark the end of a driveway or whatever.
Right.
But what I want to do what I really want to do is just make something out of one of those huge rocks that's like in a public plate. No, I'm not going to ask if I can do it. I'm just going to do it. But along a bike path and along somewhere where it's not like, I'm not going to do it in front of the library. If there's, in other words, if it's something that's been there for a long time as like a town marker, I'm not going to go do it. But if it's on the side of the railroad and no season, I'm just doing the equivalent of graffiti art, but it's stone sculpture. I mean, not in an inappropriateness that graffiti can bring, but just in the spontaneity.
I gotcha. Okay, so let's say just
say that once again?
so I've gotcha. So let's say a railroad corporation has put up rocks. They're just like, they're not even landscape rocks. They're just maybe a boulder that's 4x4, and it's just holding up something, whatever. It's just there. It's not really there for looks. It's just there to hold up something. What would you do with that? Let's say it's a round boulder, 4 feet by 4 feet.
Yeah, what I like to do is that some people have a plan, like I want to do this or that. I'm not sure why, but all of my inspiration a lot of times comes from a shape that you see in the material, and then you kind of, it sounds cheesy and like artist talk, artist I want to get laid talk, but you see a shape out of it and you pull it out of it. So you kind of like you see a shape in the cloud, and that gives you inspiration. But I can, for whatever reason, every time in every texture, I'll see something that looks like a shape, and then that's what gives me the inspiration. So you'll see like, that looks like a lily pad. Okay, all right. Well, I've never seen a lily pad, but in this case, let's say that looks like a frog's eye. I'll say it does. And then you're like, okay, well, just this right half looks like a frog's eye. So you fill in the left, you make it match symmetrically, and so then you just kind of go from there. And then all of a sudden you're making a frog. So that's kind of how it works for me. Luckily, the weird thing is like you go out on a limb sometimes. Like, oh, how am I gonna do this? And then the challenge is to actually make it work. Or you do kind of go out on a limb and then somehow you make it work. Sometimes you don't, and you have to salvage like an idea. But I'm pretty good at I'm surprised at my success rate sometimes.
Excellent. Okay, so I get what you're saying. All right, so
yeah,
you basically will just let the natural art, the natural object dictate what kind of art it will be.
Yeah, kind of. Like, so like there'll be natural markings on the rock, and there'll be a natural like striations or whichever. And sometimes that just will look like something, like a cheekbone or whatever. Just kind of go from there. But round rocks always lend towards a face. So I do a lot of faces. I think I always, if I'm doing a new material, I typically will do a face because it's kind of like You want something consistent that you do over wood, clay, or stone or something. It's kind of like a little. I don't know. You might know 3D printing, and so like when you print, they all do little test prints with the same shape. It's kind of the same idea, I guess. But yeah, it's an interesting hobby, especially to wear your hands out. You don't kind of mind it.
Right. Okay. What's the biggest object you've ever sculpted?
Like a figure up to my. Let's see here. Pretty big, like up to my chest. So like think of like basically a child, like a 10, like a 6 or 7-year-old child, like about that tall. So about that big.
Yeah,
And
that's
of course it's hollow, so it does it. You're not. These were not stone sculptures.
Were you proud of it when you were done?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm proud of. Just about, of course, you're more proud than some, but what like basically when you have a sculpture in its clay, you start to build up all these little storage points. So you actually have to start getting rid of some. The amount that I want to get rid of is very few. I don't know if that's because I'm just sentimental and I want like a portfolio or whatever, but yeah, you just gotta keep them all, I guess.
Right. Are you
Do you do anything yourself, like artistic or anything like that? Producing?
I guess my whole life is artistic because I'm creating content. So I guess like documentarian, I'm a documentarian. But I don't really see myself like that. From an art perspective, I like to draw sometimes, kind of. Um, I've done like little cartoons when I was a kid. Um, I like let's see, what kind of art do I like? I like topiaries, if you want to include that, which I think you should.
Topiaries.
Yeah, so like that's where you like make an animal out of a bush.
Oh yeah.
So
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
um
So it's made out of like a fern or something, and it looks like a lion, for instance.
exactly. And
Okay.
I'm not somebody who's really like done anything like that, but I do like them. I like music. I've made music. I like poetry. I like poetry a lot. I like creative writing. Um, I'm someone who enjoys like carpentry to some extent, but really like metalworking. Um,
Oh, cool.
I like what else do I like? From an art perspective, like the physical art, pottery. I think pottery is beautiful, and um, it's something that I find soothing and fascinating. Um, I like I like a lot of digital art. So that could be anything from like an NFT to um, a video to a music video, anything like that. That stuff's cool to me. Um, from the stuff that you do, I like that a lot. Um, I have never done anything. I mean, like the best I've done is like painted rocks. That's probably the best that I've done, like in comparison to what you do. Um, what else?
That could be pretty fun though.
Yeah, no, definitely. Um, it can be, and I mean, I did that when I was a kid, but it's soothing. I find, I almost like making colors, like when you take like the primary colors and you make a color. Like I love color, so just painting things, but creating the colors on my own. I mean, it's cool if you have the colors yourself, whatever, but it's also really cool to just be able to make whatever colors you have, like like acrylic paints. I like watercolor paints a lot. Um, so I've done some of that. I like calligraphy, lithography, photography. Those are all really fascinating to me. Um, you know, more than I guess, like if I had more time, I would do more art, but I'm limited because I have to be like streaming the whole time. I mean, it's not something that I necessarily can't do simultaneously, but I get like random people who come in here, and so it would mean that I'd have to like generally stop what I'm doing to entertain them, because you never know when somebody could come in and they're like, "Hey, I've got this huge following on social media." Like I had a guy in here not long ago with like 60,000 Twitter followers, and he tweeted out about me. And so you never want to let one of those opportunities go to waste. Um, yeah. So, but I like all art. I mean, really, I think my life is just art. I mean, it literally is. I'm creating content as we speak, and I guess like uh, just like a question that I've been posed in the past by people is, what is art? And I feel like the definition of that is just, art is anything that is considered by someone to be art. So it can really be anything.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think my brain searches for like novelty. When looking for art, you're looking for something you haven't seen before, or a variation on something you have seen before. But that's just where my lens goes. You're right. Anything can still be art. Hello, Zoot.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
Got a new guy here.
Yep.
Hey,
He's an artist.
Oh, you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've come here a few times before, but yeah, I suppose a new guy.
Explain to Zoot what you do.
Oh yeah, I am a sculptor. We were just talking about going types of mediums that I use. Like clay, modeling clay, stone, wood.
You don't have to show him everything. You don't have to show him everything, but you don't have to show him everything, but show him some of your art.
Are you friends with Robert?
No, he doesn't know Riser.
I do not. I don't think I do. Here's Alien Jesus. I don't know, Michael Jackson Jesus.
That's cool.
He looks like a really high guy named Dante or something.
That's really
here, I'll show you the stone one that I'm working on. I had to stop. I need to stop joking and telling people that's been past me. But that's my joke. I don't know why.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to finish the face. It's hard. It's tougher than you think. I have to.
That's Draco.
Draco, you said?
Who's that? What are you building?
Oh, you're talking about Draco?
What are you designing?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's a. Let me take the band off so you can see it, and then maybe you'll see the. There we go. There's the full face. So it's a base. All that's just bricks that so I have a surface to pound on, and it transfers up the force instead of just being a spring. But
is this your job?
No.
Just something you do for fun.
Yeah, I'd like to switch to do something like that, but yeah, it's you can't. It's very hard for you to do something like that nowadays. CNC. You know CNC.
What's your job?
I'd rather not say because I don't want to dox myself.
Okay.
I go to a political server, and I get into heated debates, and I've already been doxxed a number of years ago, and now I have with recent political online enemies doxing attempts. Even though it sounds paranoid, it is actually real. And I know other people who have gotten doxed by the same people. But
do you want to debate right now?
Hell yeah, let's do it on debate.
Can we debate?
Yeah.
You start having a debate for the sake of it?
Absolutely. Debate.
I have to actually care about the cause. So.
All right. All right. I'll moderate.
I'll
moderate. What
would? It's a good intellectual pursuit to take both sides of it.
Absolutely. Okay. So, what do you want to debate, Zoot?
Or to know both sides, I should say. Oh God, I don't know. There's nothing you're too passionate about. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like we could try, but yeah, that's all I'm saying.
All right, let's let Rabbi discuss this a bit, but
are we going to bring up the topic?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Zoot? What do you want to debate? Zoot, did you disconnect? Sometimes Zoot's internet goes out. I think it happens to everyone online.
Okay.
We'll just give him some time. Okay, so you enjoy creating art. Do you like to play any sports?
No, I'm not really not really into team sport kind of stuff. I like to watch UFC.
Oh, dude, totally. Did you watch the Canelo the Canelo did you watch the fight last night?
Oh no, I didn't, but I heard it was a big one last night.
Yeah, it was.
Just an entertaining one.
We watched.
Did I disconnect?
Yeah, you did.
Talking to myself for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
We're gonna have a debate.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we debating?
What are you debating, Zoot?
Modern day psychiatry is just influenced by pharmaceutical companies, and a lot of the diagnoses are being overdiagnosed. Where, for example, depression and anxiety, the criteria have gotten broader, and a lot of people are being medicated for depression and anxiety when under previous standards they wouldn't fit the criteria because they're just trying to benefit pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, 100%.
You meant to debate me on this.
I can't. No, you're right. I can see it.
Yeah, how about you don't debate it and you just discuss it because it seems like you guys have a shared opinion on it.
Yeah, and then we'll find a disagreement. I have strong opinions. We'll find a disagreement soon. No, yeah, I think it's crazy that what I don't like is the new self-professed. I looked up Wikipedia, and now I know. Now I'm a medical doctor. Bullshit. They had this happen with my own mental status, where people make assumptions on what I have to do for my own care, based on the stigma behind it. So it's a weird thing to deal with. Where I guess the thing I'm bringing up is this people who 30-second Google searches and they could read Wikipedia, and all of a sudden they now think they're in med school. That I think is a huge problem, at least for mental health issues in the social setting.
Well, let me say something that I've worked out recently. The diagnosis is a label. Whatever you're diagnosed with is just a label they put on you. no one knows more about your brain than the person who's living inside it.
100%. Yeah, very well put. I think that at least one of the reasons for that in America is because of the way that we finance, and it affects the rest of the world, and it shouldn't. But if you get the label, that's the doorway to money. So you don't get money without the label. So that's kind of what they do. But in America, what's created is people who are label shopping, meaning they love this shit. They want to be like, I got BBD, I got ABBD, I got DDD. Like they throw down their acronyms like they're playing cards, and they like it.
Did I cut out, or did you cut out?
Oh no, did I cut out?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh, okay, so
you were saying like window shopping, and you said
they go
label
acronym
shopping.
They kind of go label shopping where they want to. Maybe it's because let me see if I'm. Okay, good. I am on my internet. They basically like the labels because they like to be able to tell everybody about them. So they go doctor shopping until they find the person who says, yes, you have this laundry list of shit that's wrong with you. We agree with you. And then that person uses this gigantic social crutch of acronyms that aren't really relevant. And then on the other side of things, there's people who want no label, but they have to accept one because of to get the medication that they want or whatever. Like how many people are faking ADHD to get Adderall? A lot.
Well, ADHD is not that hard to fake.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely making shortages of medications for people who really need it. So I don't know. I'll tell you what I can tell you my experience. Me and Rabbi have talked about it in the past. This may spark your memory. But 3 years ago, I went to the psych ward, and for hearing voices. The reason why I went to the psych ward is because you start telling people that you hear voices. What do you think happened when I got into the psych ward? I said, no, I wasn't hearing voices because you locked me up. but modern day psychology tells you to do that. But if someone would have sat there for 30 minutes and just said, well, what are they saying? I probably would have calmed the fuck down. But because they panicked, I panicked. But if you would have just said, what's going on? Yeah, so anyway, the point I'm getting at too is, so when you tell people that, immediately they tell you you need to be on medication. Well, the medication that you go on makes men grow tits. I'm not kidding you. I'm not joking. Makes you grow tits and produce milk, and it blocks out your dopamine. So why the fuck am I doing all of that to block out a voice that just says believe in yourself and wow, you look handsome when you look at when I look in the mirror? Has there been? Well, that's oversimplifying it. Has there been challenges? Yeah, but the challenges of taking antipsychotic drugs, I know all. I go to mental health servers where everybody's on drugs and antipsychotic drugs because of schizophrenia, and they're in no better shape. They're just manageable. So, but these people also have, some people have tried to jump off a bridge. One guy ran his scooter off a fucking bridge. So I understand that these are safety bumps of medication. Call it.
So did you just want the label?
Did I want a label? Fuck no. I wanted the exact opposite of the label because the label for me was very damaging. But for somebody who wants to tell their parents that they did a bad job, they say they have ADHD and whatever. I know I'm making shit up. I don't literally think this. I'm just saying that they want the reasons for why someone wants the label, as opposed to me. I don't want the label because basically my entire reality afterwards, after this label, gets to be called in question. Did you perceive it that right way? Are you hearing shit? Oh, and you also don't fucking account for the fact that shitty people will use that as a way to just dismiss you. So they know you went to a psych ward. And so they'll just say, oh, whatever, he's psycho. And it's like, no, you know I'm not psycho. You know I have a real fucking logical point. But you want to pretend that I'm, this and that because I had 7 days of being in this state, which, by the way, were forced on me. So, yes, I heard voices, but that it didn't give you a right to essentially incarcerate me or whatever. But I also understand that that's the system we live in, and the statistics are that people hear voices and start to feel distress can, be a problem. At the same time, I didn't see any fucking statistics, so I don't know what their justifications were.
Yep.
So anyway, so that label is bad. Shop labels, they're using it as a social they're using it as a social tool sometimes. The people who abuse it. I'm not saying everybody does, but anyway, so that was my experience. If you tell people right now, I'm not on any meds, I still hear voices, what do you think the response is? You should get on the meds. You're going to kill somebody. And it's like, well, who gave you this training that that's the rules? Hollywood movies gave you your fucking medical training and your fears, and now I have to deal with that. 60% of people who hear voices unconnected with schizophrenia. In other words, the filter of who hears voices is the crash. So many people hear voices and they don't tell anybody. Why is that? Because they don't want anyone to think they're crazy. So many people have it happen like 2-3 weeks. Their voices go away in their head, and it never happens again. And then there's other people who have it like occur throughout their life back and forth, or some just have it turned on. Mine was just turned on. I can have a conversation like we're talking to you, like I'm talking to you right now. If I tab over, so to speak, in my brain. But so anyway, I've dumped all that out. We're supposed to have a discussion, and we've got a me monologue. But
you're aware that voices are just made up in your head, not real.
See, and here you go. You just did it. Why? How do you know? You just told me at the beginning, nobody knows what's inside anybody else's head. But you already have this preformed idea that it's made up. And I get why that is. Because you're like, well, the brain hasn't been proven that wrong. The way that I would put it, or the way that it feels, the way that it happens upon your senses in your brain is that it's as if another mental process is running off of your CPU, and it's separate from your mental partition, let's call it. And that's just the best word. That's the word that I can do. But do I realize that it's just inside of my head and that it's a whatever kind of process? Yeah, when they get that, it's inside of my head. But I can't know what it is. Science doesn't know what it is. And then there is the things that are weird are what I call novelty or like anomaly behavior. Of course, that's my mental terminology. But what I mean by that is I have a list of words that I keep that I had to look up, meaning it's not in my vocabulary. Now I understand that how you're an intelligent person. You probably start to begin to investigate. Well, like, okay, my subconscious must have known the word, and now it's regurgitating it up at a later date. Your brain can figure things out through contextual meaning over time. You hear a word, just the audio of it, and then over time you figure out the context. That's possible. But what happened was it would do one word a week. Then it would be like, oh, you're not impressed with that? 5 in one day. 5 words that I have to look up. Okay, now some of the words, like there's a word despot. That was the very first word that I didn't recognize. The word despot is like means warlord, if you don't know, or more or less. And that word, I was like, I don't know that word. What the fuck is a despot? And then they rewound my memory to when I first heard the word. And they said, well, for this word, you did know it, and we regurgitated it to you. The word experientialist, which I thought was a made-up word, so I looked into Webster's dictionary instead of dictionary.com, because the dictionary.com doesn't have experientialist, but the fucking English one does. And so their experientialist was a word, and they kept using my first name and saying, hey, you, are you an experientialist? Are you experientialist? Experientialist. And they just kept saying it and saying it and saying it. And I understood the reason why. It was so I would look the word up. And so I was like, I don't even know what fucking word you're like. I know the word you're trying to get me to look up. I'm misspelling it. And then finally, when I looked it up in the other dictionary, auto-corrected, and it was like, okay, that's the word. And then they stopped using it. And then and so then that became the game, which is keep repeating a word over and over until I look it up if I don't know it. And so like I can look on my phone right now, but every single word I ever had to look up, it's at least at 50 now. And so this is like a running list of since 3 years ago. But so sorry, I'm getting to my point. I realize I'm rambling. I apologize. So the mental trick is how the fuck can you get these words and they get regurgitated back to you from a voice in your head? To me, that's an interesting trick. I don't care how if it's made up or where it comes from. To me, that's weird and strange behavior. And that's probably not the only thing I've recorded. You know, I've kind of journaled some of this, but that's the most quantifiable or something that is relatable to another person is words like that. But the other thing is like, well, before I experienced this stuff, I had a pretty good visual memory. After my photographic memory went off the charts, they would start to show me old classmates in my head, one by one. Went through every classmate I had in first grade or second grade, and they were just going face by face. And then they would stop at a certain face, and I could think something like, who the fuck's that? And sometimes they would tell me whose name it is, and sometimes not. But there was a time that they did, and they're like, oh, that's Allison. And I'm like, holy fuck, that is Allison. And I have, of course, my old class photos or whatever, and, you know, you can verify, like, yeah, that was Allison, you know, before and after. So I had these moments to hold on to in my head. But anyway, having that all said, I'm not sure how it's capable of these weird little tricks, as well as like they can copy your voice if you really wanted to. Your voice print can be captured like after 2 or 3 sentences, and I know AI can do that, but your brain can do it too. So anyway, I'll stop rambling.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's going on, Pim?
I had to like take a break from Instagram because my fucking feed is just full of ADHD and autism right now. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, dog. Zoo, why don't you say I'm not interested in this stuff so you get like new shit?
I should start doing that.
Word, dog.
I don't think the people that are like making the content are aware of what they're promoting.
Oh, I'm sure they are. They're creating easily digestible, short form content that people with those types of issues are watching, and That's not good. I mean, I can tell you, it's not like with that stuff, but I'll get shit all the time in my like Reddit or whatever feed I'm in, and I just say I'm not interested in this, and then it doesn't show me. Then it doesn't show me that stuff anymore. You have to be the boss of your own social media. You can't just devour things that you're fed. You have to control your likes and
I
dislikes.
feel like it's like you're creating so much awareness, and someone comes across this video and it's like, oh, my child might be like this, or I might be like this, and then you got to go, oh shit, I need to go see a psychiatrist and get the label.
I mean, yeah, there's that. I mean, you have to see who's pushing a lot of advertising on these sites, and at least in the nightly news in the United States, 80% of it is pharmaceutical companies, and I can tell you a lot of it is similar on your digital formats of advertising, particularly social media advertising.
So we put labels on these people, call it this thing, and everyone has different symptoms. That kind of makes no sense.
I mean, it's whatever. I think people who have these issues end up in many times, their own mental padded rooms when they just need outlets and they will get their mind off those things. I think it's really great that we have Oligar who likes to do art. That probably stops him from thinking the shit that is happening to him is happening to him, and normalizes his life. And I'm sure, other people have their own modes.
Oh, let me ask you a question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do you like your brain?
I do. But everybody's brain takes some transition. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you move, start a new school, a degree, new job, there's always some transition period to something new. So if you're asking, like, do I like my new brain? I do like it now, but there was definitely some getting used to new circumstances.
I mean, your brain has never changed.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe the way that you're using it changed.
It's developed and grown over time, but it's all in the process of more new information, but it's still the same brain.
Yeah. I'm curious as to, I just have some theories about what people's brains are capable of. And I have some insight to what happens when you begin to have a reference point inside your own brain that is similar to, okay, so when you have just your own voice in your head, I would liken it to maybe something like having one of them. You don't have depth perception. When you do have another voice in your head, it is kind of like having a reference point. I mean, it's like depth perception. And what I mean by that is that it's hard to view your own internal thoughts, but when you have an observer pointing them out, it's way more like you have a spotter or an outside observer. They can tell you if your landing gear is up or down, but when you're flying the plane, you can't tell if it's up or down. I don't know. It's a good analogy, but that's the best I can do. So like my brain, yeah, I like it, but it's definitely more complicated. I would say it already was complicated. More
Do you feel
in depth.
Do you feel like there are people out there that so schizophrenic, even with a diagnosis, they can't comprehend that they're schizophrenic.
Yeah, I can relate to that because there's two piles of energy that your brain draws from. One of them is the hallucination, meaning all of your senses that are now being tricked or simulated, whatever you want to call it. And then there's the delusion pile of energy, and these are noun terms, of course, but it should be easy to follow. Basically, delusion is, your math. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But if you're delusional, you could believe 2 plus 2 is 4.5. Like your value of your brain doesn't match up. So what you believe, like your paranoia, could be something you really think is real. So that's the best way to relate to a delusion. Everybody's been paranoid a little bit. You've seen lights when you pass the cop, and you're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get. Yeah. But it's how far do you get? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think I've told Rabbi this. I might have said this before, but there was a time where I was on SSRIs for 7 years, venlafaxine, and I would have constantly, like probably 2-3 years into it, from the time I was for a couple years, I was having sleep paralysis, like constantly.
Oh, damn.
And sleep paralysis, and then I was having lucid dreams, and I was astral projecting, and it was fucking. I felt my soul coming outside my body.
Right. And this happened right as you went to sleep, or was waking up. I bet you.
No, sleep paralysis is when you're sleeping, but it feels like you're waking up.
I've had it happen only a handful of times, but
when I had it, it felt like I was just waking. So it feels like you're just waking up, but you're still hallucinating, right? So you visualize everything. You can visualize, like you can see everything. Like my bedroom was like, I could see everything in my room, but I wasn't awake. I was just imagining. I was still sleeping. I was still in a REM sleep.
I've had those experiences, and they've always been with sleep deprivation or near that.
I think it's a part of the REM sleep cycle that happens. It happens that everyone. It's just that people can't remember it. And when I was on venlafaxine, it causes your brain to remember it.
Yeah. I'm also curious, do you know hypnogot? Okay, there's something
So what happens, right, is when your body goes to sleep, right, it stays still so you don't hurt yourself. Right? So when you go into sleep paralysis, that's your brain telling your body to stay still so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah. But and you're also dreaming, so you don't want to think it's real. It's
so your body, yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, your heart rate, if you think you're getting murdered in a dream, your heart rate still goes up. It's kind of interesting.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's up, pimp?
I've never, when I've been in a dream, I've never had Tourette's.
Well,
like the person I am in the dream has never ticked and had Tourette's in the dream.
There you go, big dog.
It's interesting. Do you know what the word hypnagogic means? It's either HYPA or HYPNA, hypnagogic or hypnopompic. Anyway, it's like Latin to mean as you fall asleep or as you wake. They're two different words, but hypnagogic could bring it up because some people use them interchangeably. But anyway, it's a very strong hallucination as you wake up or just go to sleep. And for me, when I have those experiences, I will feel like what you're talking about. Like you can imagine your room, and it's like you even can wave your hands in front of your face, and you're like, "What the fuck?" Anyway, that of course, you dream it all, but
I've never had sleep. I don't want to have sleep paralysis again.
You want to have it again?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any in those states? Do you have very vivid dreams? And what do you do in those dreams? If I can ask you?
In those dreams?
Yeah.
Like it feels like a rock's being pressed against your head, but you can get out of it. If you go into sleep paralysis, you can get out of it, and then you can go into an astral projection state, and that can take you to other dimensions.
I've done things like where you close your eyes and it feels like you're opening them in another world. But I only get to see that for 5 or 6 seconds, and then that's it. And I've also, I mean, that takes sense of it.
So when I didn't actually astral project, right? I would have astral traveled, but from astral travel you can go to astral projection where you can go into different dimensions. If you astral travel, you can go into dimensions and you can go explore the world and see like things. And there's people like accounting, like say like there'll be people that have said they astral travel, and the same people on the other side of the world ate something, and then they would be told them that they saw that person eat something, like things like that, and they would be eating that specific thing. Yeah.
So, no, I was saying that can be a very just wild. I'm not sure. I just think that people's brains are so much. How do I put it? The remote that you have access to has more buttons on it. It's just they're not labeled, but you could press them. This is a weird analogy, I know, but the thing that you're talking about, like astral projection, sleep paralysis, like you want to go back to it. The reason is because my theory, me judging you, would be that you find something interesting about that brain state. Like we inherently know, like, oh fuck, we're in the settings. I don't know. I know that's a weird way to put it, but I don't know if you feel the same. But explain to me why you want to go back to it.
Why I want to because I want to know like what, like you can go like to like what was the Rabbi?
What's up, big dog?
What are the like books that I don't know if you're familiar with this being but there is a like I think it's a biblical Christian book that was no longer canon. It's called like the Book of something.
Enoch?
Oh, yeah, the Book of Enoch. Yeah. I was like, So the Book of Enoch describes like 8 different dimensions that are kind of what people who have astral projected experience, where there's like floors that you go up, and there's 8 different dimensions you can access. I'm not too I don't know much about the Book of Enoch, but it was like, yeah.
Well, my question,
that one's not canon.
After having my experiences, I want to know how much people are just making stuff up. And the reason I say that is because the nature of having, well, I don't know, it's not astral projection. So I'll just say the nature of schizophrenia is that it tries to convince you of different realities. So it'll just make stuff up. Like, I can tell you some of the stuff that it made up for me, and it makes up in real time. No delay. You don't have to sit there and think in your own brain. Like, that's the other thing that feels very novel to behavior. A normal human being has to come up with the creativity in their brain. They type, if you're sitting at your computer screen typing away, you have to use your brain for mental effort for you to create works of fiction. How the fuck is it able to do it in real time, no delay? I'm talking not even 0.5 seconds. Of course, these are my perceptions, so let's pretend they're being hacked, right? And so I'm off all the time. Well, I mean, I think some of the stories they've told there are just like fantastic. I've seen hour-long. Well, anyway, I'm kind of rambling. I'm sure what I'm saying is these people who have books of Enoch and all that. I'm curious how many are experiencing a very, very vivid hallucination, and even if they are, does that take away the meaning from what they're saying?
Well, the Book of Enoch isn't considered canon. Rabbi,
what's up, pimp?
Why isn't Enoch considered canon?
It was rejected when the Hebrew Bible was being organized, generally because it's so much different than the traditional story. It's been a while since I've read it, but basically it's like you have watchers. They're like angels who come to earth. They marry human women and father the Nephilim, which are giants. And basically they like teach forbidden topics to people, and then they go into like a movement of heavenly bodies and dreams and such. And basically this didn't fit in the chronology of Jewish teachings at the time. And so when the Bible, Hebrew Bible, was being organized, essentially, it was just seen as a text, but it was not included. And generally, it's for chronological reasons.
So here's the thing, like, when I was experiencing all this dream stuff and like astral projection stuff, the things that I was experiencing, I didn't even know about the Book of Enoch's existence till like 3-4 years later. And when I found out, I was just like, holy shit, that's what it's like. Oh, that was what I was experiencing.
Have you? But can I ask you a question? Have you heard of a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule?
I know what DMT.
Well, the book is very interesting, and you can find it on PDF. And if you don't want to read the whole thing, you can skim to people's experiences. You also could go to a place like, what forum was it? This is like 10 years ago. or more that I remember. I think it was like called DMT Nexus, something like that. Anyway, it would talk about people's experiences. Just like
Dude, he's talking. Dude, hold on a second. Dude, he's talking. You need to listen to him.
Sorry. Well, that's okay. No, I understand. He also said he had ADHD, so I'm assuming, and I'm not sure if I'm mistaken on that. But yeah, I wonder if you relate to those experiences, if it sounds like similar to what you experienced during the time you're talking about sleep paralysis.
Well, sleep paralysis is not a fun experience, but I think it happens to everyone. I just think people don't. I feel like it's because I was on an SSRIs, my brain it remembers trauma, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, remember that reflex?
I feel everyone has, when everyone is REM sleeping, like in the REM sleep cycle, they experience sleep paralysis to some extent, but most people won't remember it because their brain doesn't process trauma.
Can I ask you, of any of the experiences that you had during these times that you said that you astral projected, were there any themes that you could remember? Like what were the things that you talked about? Did you see any imagery?
No. It only happened to me twice, and what happens is your brain starts vibrating, but it's intense vibration, and then it feels like when you get past the vibration, like I've had it happen twice, then a third time where I got to the vibrations and I was too scared to break free from the vibrations. And if you get past the vibrations, it feels like you're having it feels like your brain is having an orgasm once you get, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel. That's the only way I can describe it. It's like you're having 1,000 orgasms, going on your brain at once, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel.
That's interesting that you describe it as that. The book that I was talking about before, the DMT, the Spirit Molecule. That's the name of the book. I think it's Dr. Straussman or something like that is the person who wrote it. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing that up is that 500 people, all who had never met each other, were given DMT, and then they recorded their responses. One of the things that they actually describe is what you're saying, a loud noise that got higher and higher, impossibly loud, like beyond what human hearing can comprehend. And they were not connected. But the weird thing about the human body is that your pineal gland actually has DMT in it. And you already know that probably. So I heard so you understand it.
Yeah. So when you astral project and you get past it, like most people are bullshitting when they say it, they astral project. When you actually astral project, your brain releases DMT, and it might be different for everyone, but for me, it wasn't bad noises. It was just an intense vibration in the brain, like you're on like I can't explain it. It's like it feel weird, but like it did feel like I was going onto the other side,
I felt what you have felt. I also have gotten afraid. I go kind of like I don't know. It's a feeling of stop. Like I don't want to do that. I don't want to go down this weird brain tunnel.
But I did. I got through it once, and then like that. The other times I've been too scared to go through it. Like I was I was halfway through it.
I wonder if my brain does do. I mean, I bet you that I am doing that when I go to sleep.
What? I mean, we know very little about the human brain. Like, we might know more about outer space than the human brain. We probably know more. Yeah, we probably know even less about the human brain when we're sleeping than we are awake.
That's why I'm excited for things like Neuralink and things like that. I have this fantasy that I'm going to hook up Neuralink to my brain at some point in my life, and they're just going to be able to hear exactly what I hear inside my head. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because you want your family to be able to relate to what you're experiencing, maybe. But I also am kind of fascinated too. So. Like, I would love for them to be able to somehow take data from your brain, as you said that you're having the experiences about astral projection. Like, what is the brain doing? That is kind of fascinating to me. I'm also
the brain is just the brain probably is. Well, it's an SSRI, which is increasing serotonin, right? So that's what.
I don't know if it. So there's some drugs that increase the serotonin, and then the way I heard it described from someone in the medical world is that there's other drugs that clog the drain. So in other words, the serotonin that you produce is held longer because the medication, in a sense, clogs the drain. So it's like an uptake. It clogs the uptake of your natural serotonin, so it stays in your system longer.
So what the serotonin? So most people who are taking what I take, they do the opposite, where they stay up. My brain, the way my brain works, it puts me to sleep, right? So I was sleeping really long periods of time. And what happened when I was sleeping really long periods of time? I saw things, felt things that most people would never experience. Right? The serotonin levels that I was experiencing from SSRIs were probably, it was probably my brain's way of going, well, you're depressed, I want you to feel less afraid of death. Which is dangerous.
It is. Turning off emotions is not good. One of my after effects is that it. How do I say it? It changed my emotional response. So, in public settings, my what would maybe the anxiety or have fear, like, hey, oh shit, I'm in danger, kind of shit, switch to no, all anger and tons of fear. So in other words, someone's fucking tailgating you in the car, and previously you would think, okay, let's be reasonable about this. But when you're in no fear mode, you're like, fuck it, I'll brake check you and go ahead and hit my car. I don't care. Like, I'm invincible. And then as soon as you're out of that mood, you're like, oh, what the fuck did I just do? But I never was like that before. I always, rationality would speak very loudly in my head. Well, shit. I mean that symbolically for that one. May I ask? See, I don't like any of those depression drugs or anything like that. They tried to put me on antipsychotics. It immediately made me feel drugged, which is what 5% of people sometimes feel. Like they put you on an antipsychotic and you feel as if you've taken like an edible, a marijuana edible or something. It's the only thing I can compare it to. It's not really, but anyhow.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. See you. It was nice meeting you and nice talking to you.
Yeah, it's safe. Yeah, the antipsychotics are bad.
Oh, what about antipsychotics?
I feel like therapy is the best. Like, just talking to people is the best treatment than any drug you can take.
Yeah, definitely. I think that
Yeah, I feel like antipsychotic, like schizophrenia, like if people just talk to someone and be like, "Oh, these things you're feeling, they're not happening," instead of getting people on drugs, it'd be a way better treatment. But the issue is that you don't get enough time to spend with someone. Like, you can't sit there and supervise someone all the time and tell them that that's not happening. So when they do have the mental breakdowns, they can't be like
it actually is better to just let the person talk, and if they have a fucked up reality, to not correct them, to let them talk it out, and then at the end of them venting, and of course don't reinforce any delusion. But I think that sometimes it's like counterintuitive. Like if you just go and say, "No, you're wrong. You're not experiencing that," then it causes you to go, "Oh, you're one of them. You're with them," kind of attitude. But sorry to interject there.
Yep.
Coffee is gonna make me wear a hole in my carpet. I've had 2 cups of coffee and I'm just like doing laps. I get 10,000 paces in before 10 o'clock in the morning. Or 10,000, yeah. So, oh yeah, good. It's like I'm talking over you. I'm sorry.
So you just let someone talk them out their reality.
Oh, I think that it's tricky. Some people probably do need that.
I mean, imagine me on a bar, you take LSD or mushrooms. The worst thing you can do to someone that's having hallucinations is make them leave them alone. They're having a bad trip. So it's the same thing for a schizophrenic.
I don't think there's any hard fast rules, to be honest with you. I think that it's calmness and reminding of support is probably the best. You know, if you see them drowning, get them out of the water. But if you see them floating in the water, then just let them float. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I've seen people who, like, they could be experiencing something in their head that they're being told not to talk to you. So, I mean, I directly know people who are like, you could go ahead and go up to them and say, "Hey, you're experiencing delusion," and then right away, that person's mental programmer will go, "Oh, they're with the reptilians. I have to shut up now."
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Anyway, anyway, have a good one.
it's like J. Allen Hynek and the American Philosophical Society is like Project Blue Book 150 years before they came about. Exactly. Well said. And okay, remember Colorado? Yeah, it says that there's been a search made where the craft or the object fell, and that a considerable portion of the earth was found broken up. There was basically a scorching, a burning, if you will, of the area, and it says, I have not yet received an answer to a number of queries I have sent on, which may perhaps bring to light more particulars. Again, we have a follow-up on this, but we don't. Was Jefferson, in any of his writings with the American Philosophical Society, was he, I don't know, hinting at possible threats to national sovereignty as a result of these incursions by possible extraterrestrials? If he did, then I would not be surprised. It was not public information. We have this letter because it was retained in catalog by the American Philosophical Society. It's classic. And so now we're talking about two very important historical UAP topical letters, information that were both preserved by this very important society. Benjamin Franklin, tell me about his correspondence with someone named Ezra Stiles. Who was Ezra Stiles? Yeah, Benjamin Franklin, he had some things to say as well. I'll read you a quote here. I thought it was quite interesting. The fact that he also speculated. Now, before I delve into this, let's just say this: that a lot of the founders, Thomas Paine, he wrote Age of Reason, some things that are interesting as well. That essentially say that there are aliens out there associated with evil minds. Right? Thomas Paine wrote that. Thomas Paine wrote that. Yeah, Age of Reason, 1793. He said, "Those is not a direct article of the Christian system in this world, and when it happens, is the whole of the habitable creation in these cells worked up therewith to what is called the Mosaic account of creation, the story of Eve and the animal, and the counterpart of that story, and the death of the Son of God, that to believe otherwise, that is, to believe that God created a plurality of forms at least, and of course, as well as stars, renders the Christian system of faith at once little and ignorance, scatters into the mind like poisons in the air. These two beliefs cannot come together in the same mind. These are the things that believe both has all the little. Now, that's not the speculation. You have no problem with creed, creation life. You don't have a problem. The Bible doesn't not say that. You don't have a problem with God.
I never met him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody
Says
liked
Leonardo
him.
concept. Chaira, the one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them. He did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Su'uda of a Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Ziva Shechina. A person that says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Bishalom with the base, but rather Leif Lishalom. When it's for the dead, he departs from the dead, he says to the dead person Leif Bishalom, rather Lishalom. As David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leif Bishalom, and Avshalom ended up dying, and Yisrael said to Moshe Rabbeinu, Leich Lishaloi, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest levels. A person who goes out of a shul into the base measures to learn Torah will be zoicha to receive the Shechina. It says in the pasuk Yechum that Chayil, El Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara knows that Talmid Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come because he's constantly climbing madrigas that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different Masechtas, and the simon is Banayev, Brachos, Nazir, Yevamas, and Krisos. Omer Blazar Chanina, Talmidei Chacham Marvim Shalom Ba'olam. Chachamim increase peace in this world. Shenema B'Cholonayich L'Mudi Hashem, Rashal Banayev Atikot Banayev Elo, Banayev the builders, and Hashem was down with Hashem words in the Shalayim. And with that, we finish Perek Haraya and we finish the Masechtas Brachos. Mazel Tov.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Masechtas Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechtas Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's usher to do Malach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 Malachos, Avos, primary Yisur. So that we have subcategories of secondary Yisur. When the Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 Malachos, the last final Malacha is the Malacha that our Mishnah, which Masechtas Shabbos begins with, the Malacha of Eitzah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is a public domain, a street that is 16 amos wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is also. In order to be over that Isser, you have to accomplish 2 things. You have to do an Akira and the Hanacha. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Eitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. But when we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitzia. Mishnah starts off saying Yitzias HaShabbos Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes ani, not necessarily poor. It's just a character to describe him, so we don't confuse it with the person standing inside called the Balabas. The person outside, the ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus HaRabim, he places it into Rishus HaYachid. The Hanacha over there is chayv d'oraisa. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rishus HaRabim is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabim. He did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both in the corresponding cases, which he's only chayv d'oraisa, not d'oraisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. And that is when a ani does hachnasa. When the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, and he extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, but rather than doing hanacha in Rishus HaYachid, he lets the Balabais do hanacha. Now it's 2 people that did one malacha, they didn't form the rise of the Rabbaner, the Rabbaner. The 8 cases where the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabim, but rather than transferring it into Rishus HaYachid, the Balabais sticks his hand out into Rishus HaYachid, and he does the transferring and the hanacha in Rishus HaYachid. The next 2 cases in the ration, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rishus HaYachid. We call him the Balabais. He does Eitzah, lifting up an object from Rishus HaYachid and placing it in Rishus HaRabim. That's it. Also in that Torah because he did Akira and Hanacha. Case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into the rabbi, grabs an object, and brings it into Shayachet, puts the right side, the Bakira Anafa, and that's called Hachnas. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the Balabayas lifts up an object in Shayachet, and the Ani extends his arm into Shayachet, and the Balabais places the object into the Ani's arm, not doing Anacha because the Anacha didn't take place in the Rabbi. All the Balabais did was Akira. The Ani finishes it off doing Anacha. It's 2 people did Olafa, Shnaim Shal Asua. Turim. They're both both with the Raisa, Chayiv, the Rabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case. The Balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the Ani to extend his hand into the Rishus. He extends his hand into the Rishus and places it into the Ani's hand, rather the Ani takes it out of his hand and does the Hanafa Rishus. So here again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 malachas, Akira and Hanafa, and they are Padr the Raisa, Chayav, Bid the Rabbanan. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Masechet Shavuos that's very similar, that says 2 which are 4, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. We add the rices as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the Pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is Tameh and walks into the Beis Hamikdash, knowing it's the Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's Tameh, has to bring a carbon out of the word. Or he forgot that he's Tameh and he eats kachim. The other 2 cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating kachim. The Gaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es, not a heres. The one looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more derises. One looks like lime, the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rav Papa attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about the Masechet Shabbos, and therefore it talks about things that are also potter, not just us. Whereas in Masechet Shavuos talks about only Yisrael. We have to realize, like we explained at the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachet, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitzia. Because you see, that our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachet. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last Lamadas Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus. It doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rishus Hayachet to Rishus Harabim, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachet, which is Hachnasa. It calls them both a Yitzia, Yitzah. Finally, Rava says, so when our Mishnah talks about Shtaim Shem Arba, Shtaim is referring to the domains. There are 2 domains in the Reis, Yachid and Shuzarab, Shehem Arba, which can cause 4 Isurim of Yitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Yitzahs, which are only Asur, Rabbana. Have a wonderful day.
Serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison movement during their 20s. For the last 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanu, Neil Cave, and Harry Cupcake Cole.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the scene that we had. Shushan Purim, Beis Hashem, by tomorrow we'll be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has an action to it, he's potter, and he's potter aval asur. But the Rabbanan, it is asur. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabbanan, and that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayiv with the rights. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely potter because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In a case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely putter and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the 3rd case is if a person removes pus from within a zip, he's completely putter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain into his hand, it's Potter and Mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's cases is because he didn't take any action. He's passive. He's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv mid'oraisa on the Isra Veitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and a hanaf. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did a hanaf. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact, we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely putter and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa? That the 4 cases are 2 individuals. One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a second halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to Issa Deraisa that you have to bring a card. The only person that can get to that case of Issa Deraisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he can also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to Issa Deraisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to be chayav deraisa. Even though 2 people did 1 malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a karban because the pasuk says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a karban. 2 people that do a malacha are. Rab asked Rabbi, what's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking? Says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anywhere. Now says Reb Chia, who is Rab's uncle, he tells Rab, didn't I tell you many times, don't ask your Rebbe questions in another Masechta where he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? And he might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rebbe is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said exactly like it says in the Brisa. It says about it. You see from the fact that if an ani, a person standing in Rosh Hashanah, and extends his hand into Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah. Although the person's body is in Rosh Hashanah, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if somebody standing in Rosh Hashanah extends his hand to Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removes an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah, even though his hand is an extension of his body. Asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right. The hand is not the Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as the Rabbanan Parallels. In other words, it should be a penalty here. For somebody that extends his hand out into another domain, he should not allow to be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from 2 brises and makes 6 shakos. How we could explain the contradiction? One brisa says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other brisa says that if you take your hand from Rosh Hashanah and put it into Rosh Hashanah, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara number 1, maybe the brises argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like Abayi's question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, but you're not allowed to bring one domain into another domain. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a makom tur. So one brayz is talking about that he extended his hand over the tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in because it's not going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So under 10 tefachim, you're not allowed to bring your hand back in. Another shot is no. Everybody's talking about, both brayz are talking about below 10 tefachim. And the question is, one brayz is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. Says the Gemara, well, you can say a reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over Issa D'Oraisa. Even if he put his the object that he's holding his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, it would be obvious the Raisa. Why? Because he started that Kira on Friday. In order to be obvious the Raisa, you have to do a Kira and enough on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hands on Shabbos and he put the object down after he got tired, let's say, in Rosh Hashanah, then he'd be obvious the Raisa. Maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say he's allowed to bring his hand back in. Says, well, if that's the case, if you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake, and he realizes that they're going to stone him if the bread bakes. Is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos, Rizdiya, is the Issur D'Rabbanan. We allow him to do Issur D'Rabbanan to save his life. What is the way you just told me? You're allowed to. Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this Rabbanan. So the Gemara goes into that. Do we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction of the Bryces is one Bryce that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, Shayi. But the Bryce that says that you can't bring your hand back out, he's talking about that he did it amazing. Another shot is both of them are talking that he did it Shayi. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a Shayi? Because he might lie in a case that he did mazid. Anytime somebody does mazid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shayid. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody's shayid after mazid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, that's when it's also. So if the person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mother because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mother. Have a wonderful day.
I want to get into Benjamin Franklin. He wrote to Ezra Stiles, who was an American academic and a theologian as well. What did Franklin convey to Ezra Stiles about his concerns or thoughts on
Shabbos Dabdali. Rabbi Barabaya has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today lafas. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will be chayav and the rights of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over Issur rights? But by removing the dough, he's over the Issur Rabbanan called Ridiyah. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav, korban chatos, can we allow him to be over Issur Rabbanan? Now, a korban chatos comes only for a shaygig, and a shaygig is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an Issur and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from chatos. But that's also very problematic because in Oymrim la'adam chatei k'dei shiskeh chavercha, we don't tell a friend you perform a minor avera in order so that your friend is not over a major avera of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an Issur mazid. They did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Barabaya, in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which means shayir. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant mazid. In fact, there's a brayso that says mefurish, so that a person is allowed to be over the Issur of Ridiyah of removing the dough from the oven, which is Issur Rabbanan, in order not to be over the Issur D'Oraisa of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in the Rishus Harabit and he extends his hand, he takes an object, does an akira Rishus Harabit, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayabit. Hanacha in Rishus Hayabit. He's chayiv D'Oraisa Oitza. He's the akira and hanacha. The question that Gemara addresses right now is why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayabit enough for the ani to be chayiv? A hand is not 4 tefachim, and in order for a person to be chayav hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last pshat, the 7th pshat is, and that's what we go with. This Rabbi explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's chashuv like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a reshus hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. Says Rabbi Akiva is chayav for a yitzah. It says it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over. The answer is because he holds of a concept called huda k'mishun chodam. We consider it as if it landed in the reshus harabim in slow motion as it's passing over reshus harabim. It landed for a millisecond in reshus harabim, and then it continued traveling to reshus hayachid. And therefore, he's chayav. Gemara pushes that logic off. It says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds kudik mishum chodamia when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you'd be chayiv for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say, you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off in Rosh Hashanah and landing in Rosh Hashanah. And then again, it must take off from Rosh Hashanah in order to continue to Rosh Hashanah and be chayiv again. You see, Rabbi Akiva holds that for landing, you don't need 4 tefachim. But for taking off, you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi, who in the beginning had a suffix, what the machlekes was. And at the end it says this svara. But just to point out that Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the midbar, the Levine would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagons were larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rosh Hashanah. In between them was a Rosh Hashanah. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah if you're going above Rosh Hashanah. And the question is, we learn throwing from passing. And Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided, the Rabbi Akiva holds, below 10 tefachim, he said, Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that when placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rebbe. Rebbe holds that if you throw an object in Rosh Hashanah and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayav. Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim. So perhaps there's another Rebbe. Rebbe says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, like you see in the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rebbe holds of the concept as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain, halachically. But he adds another. He says, are in fact chayav twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah, it passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halachic, as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a hoyitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayav twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case does Rebbe say you're chayav, because in the Rosh Hashanah, we're talking about a Rosh Hashanah that has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore, it landed somewhere, and where it landed, that's not the land.
Basically hijacked.
You can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah does not have a ceiling.
Republican or conservative youth movement in history, TPUSA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them, and in exchange he'd be built up as like
the biggest conservative youth leader. Following him for 10 years, I have no reason to say anything. Obviously, I was horrified by his killing. And I think it's a terrible omen for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete conjuring for the Israel lobby. And they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. Well, he started to move away, and I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this kind of this article came into being. I was hearing about this before he was killed, that something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk, and honestly, even though I'm more from the left, people from the Trump administration and around the Trump administration talk more to us than the Biden administration. They talk more to alternative media. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me, and so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and ask what was, for more details.
Well, even as somebody who you were a political opponent of his, I do, it's obvious, seeing a lot of people gleefully celebrating his vicious murder, obviously, you don't have to. I've been surprised, friends of mine, people that I know, and their reactions to this have actually shocked me and shaken me a little bit. I want to get back to this term that he makes. Do you have a timestamp on when he started to question really Israeli influence in American domestic politics? Because I'm reading your article, and you talk about, your source is talking about Charlie kind of starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has in U.S., not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well. Do you put this right around the time that we attack Iran? Is this before that? Is this after that? What do you know about his progression?
Let me just close.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
One of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics could be the theme of a film or a documentary or a book. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say, I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was called the Groyper Wars. And Charlie Kirk would do these TPUSA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would you get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Groypers, which sort of follows Nick Fuentes. They're anti-Israel. They're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel. They believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel, and so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications, and they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross, and Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation because he knew that if he would get an inch to them, it would threaten the relationship with his donors, and TPUSA would collapse. And after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservative movement, everyone under 35, started to question the U.S.-Israel relationship because they wanted to be America first, and they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump. And it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July Youth Summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida, in Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment. But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from kind of the libertarian world, so he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer. Debate, no, that's not something you want, especially at this point, if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out, says you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right? Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. It was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on the TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, what Jai learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined, which meant Zionist Israeli takeover, complete recapture of TPUSA, an organization they basically helped create, and Charlie Kirk turned him down. After Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about him, interrupting his seven-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar.
Can you remember any time that the history of a political assassination that the leader of a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it?
I've never seen anything like that.
Right.
And the person walks through it was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview on Newsmax with Fred Van Susteren. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu, basically shining his shoes in public. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is like to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk, rather than all of this. is like a medieval blood libel at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder if there was something to those blood libels. I mean, when someone that sneezy and that blood-soaked links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing relating to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could, but it blew back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up, he said 9/11 was good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He thought he could. He actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible, and he thought he could blame the left and the Palestine Solidarity Movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so, in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu, many of whom had funded his organization.
So let me ask you a question. What would it be afraid of? I mean, obviously, you have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something for their money, right? They're not giving it for free. Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life?
Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who is a personality at InfoWars, pro-Trump outlet, has said, based on the source he spoke to. I don't know him, I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So I didn't say that. I don't have. I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed, but there's this fear when you go against the Israel lobby and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I've been told that by
my next question.
Trump insiders.
My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes. Yes. I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen?
This is our allies.
If he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassines, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers, would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned from this source, who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his rhetoric, Israeli agents placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles
public domain.
The Secret Service found them and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. Some people watching this might be dismissing me as crazy right now, and I wasn't able to confirm this. I can't just call up the Secret Service and have them tell me that. But in 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and at sensitive locations across Washington targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls and communications, and they were planted by Israel. That's just go look that up while I'm speaking right now. Boris Johnson, former Israeli prime minister, wrote in his memoirs that Benjamin Netanyahu asked to use his bathroom, his personal toilet, and that British security found a listening device planted in his personal toilet immediately after Netanyahu left. So Netanyahu himself dropped a listening device in the British prime minister's toilet. Like, never let Netanyahu take a dump at your house.
Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel more, or the UK and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, everybody spies on everybody, but when you are putting a listening device in the prime minister's bathroom, or you're putting, putting tracking devices on Secret Service response vehicles. Where is the fallout from that? Is there any?
So we're saying that a big diplomatic fallout from that tells us.
Exactly, yeah. I mean,
because considering
think of all the fun things Israel does. Israel just
and the other times
is seeking to drag the U.S. into an all-out war with Iran. Where's the fallout from that? The fallout is among the people.
And in the winter,
it's among the young people who watch your show, follow social media. But in the summer, don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Like, they're paying attention, and they have almost no power in this country on this issue because of Israel's ethno-supremacist bribery network known as AIPAC, which controls Congress with a hammer. Look at, like, 2 of the few voices in Congress who spoke out about these issues. Marjorie Bush,
So in this case,
and Jamal Bowman kicked out, but AIPAC spent almost $20 million, and they were like backbenchers. Like, their own campaigns, they probably spent like $100,000, and they spent $20 million in Super Bowl style ads against them, and none of the ads even mention Israel once. And they come up with these fake stealth packs like Americans for Democracy in their district, so you don't even know it's an AIPAC ad. Now they're going after Thomas Massey.
But
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor is safer in her district, but who's paying for the campaign
that's enclosed
Thomas Massey?
And that creates
Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer. Paul Singer is another ultra-Zionist billionaire who's basically like Marco Rubio's kid. He owns Marco Rubio. He's a vulture capitalist who runs Elliott Capital Management. And he's very involved in Venezuela as well. So these guys are running the show.
So let me ask you questions.
What is this extra word Carlos coming to tell us? Special
Trump is elected in 2024.
Our houses.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely. How'd you sleep?
Is the understanding,
you ready to take on the day?
You're going to let us do anything we want.
All right, go hit it hard, girl. I'll see you tonight, God willing. Take care.
Hangs in the air around Epstein in your estimation.
The benches that are in front
Epstein files
they are
and the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein potentially and Israeli intelligence. What exactly, how does that factor into what we're seeing now with shaping a narrative? It seems like that lobby is losing control of the narrative quickly, certainly with younger people, but with a lot of
silly
people.
putty, whatever it is.
Rising
And he throws
independent
it
media, the sheer audacity with which that AIPAC and people like that are behaving.
If it lands on top of the wall, on top of the smoking room, you have like a stone in the road. How do we view
uncovering the truth about Epstein plays in
if the stone?
The fear in the White House? Are they afraid to release this stuff? Are they implicated in this stuff? Is it both? And was this something where it was understood that they were there to extend the cover-up? What do you think this is?
Well, Trump has personally said that he's concerned about all of the files and names of clients being released, or not necessarily clients, but associates, because it will smear some very good people. He said that on the record. And he thinks he's one of them. He was very closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And this is the first time I've ever seen this Teflon gun get his
and therefore, he
says
anything that's
actually broken. It was all over Jeffrey Epstein, but it's not just about Jeffrey Epstein or one man. I think it's dangerous to go too far down the rabbit hole of Jeffrey Epstein, but we do need to acknowledge that there was a strong Israeli connection there. Jeffrey Epstein was working with Ehud Barak, the former Israeli Prime Minister, Defense Minister, most decorated soldier in Israeli history, on spinning out a series of security companies that were going to compete with the big time, the big leaguers like Palantir. Barak was at his townhouse over 50 times. He met with Shimon Peres, the Israeli Prime Minister. He had met with Ehud Olmert, former Prime Minister. He had set up meetings between J.P. Morgan and Benjamin Netanyahu. And he was a pro-Israel guy who was close to Alan Dershowitz, who was considered sort of Israel's propaganda lawyer. So Jeffrey Epstein sort of a stand-in for everything that frustrates people, especially younger people in this country, about this two-tiered legal and political system where there is a kind of a class of 0.1%ers who exist completely above the law, who are like molesting people and carrying out all sorts of sordid financial crimes and bribery and manipulating institutions, buying CBS News and propagandizing the public in support of the genocide. It's sort of like Jeffrey Epstein perfectly embodies the most disgusting specter or figure of this entire network that we have been sort of forbidden from talking about for so many years. And now, I mean, it's like, as long as there is an apartheid Israel, we're going to be waking up every day on social media and seeing images of shredded children, and our legislatures are going to be filled with bills that will prevent us from doing anything about it. So the frustration only continues to build as Donald Trump seems to block the release of the Epstein files. Did you notice? This is so crazy. On the day Charlie Kirk was shot, I mean, take this out if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No, I think you're right. I think I know what you're about to say. They voted, right?
The Senate voted to not release the Epstein files. It's like a straight party line vote.
Yeah, this is not good for Americans. This is not good for American Jews. A lot of my Jewish friends are not, they want Netanyahu out. They think that they've made a wrong turn, obviously, in the years after October 7th. What do you think the temperature is like right now between the Trump administration and Israel? Is this an unbreakable bond that is being enforced by
Mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4 by 4,
mutual destruction. How would you? What is the likelihood of us going into Iran again? What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now, or will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors? Going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase of what happens there?
quarantine or something
Well,
post-quarantine.
with Gaza,
I want to be
it's not a construction project. It's a destruction project.
Well, right, and it will be eventually. I mean, they're trying to move them out to do something.
In retrospect,
Right.
let's
They're trying to move out
why is this
them out to
happening? What can we do?
in what they call in Israel Judaize the place.
If you are in
especially the
quarantine,
north
you're
of
looking for
Gaza,
a sheer,
and
we are
religious
still live
nationalists
streaming
movement in Israel, the settlers,
7:15
they want
p.m.
that land.
from Israel.
They fought hard for it in this
YouTube, WhatsApp,
war, in this
all
genocide.
that. For
They
any
have
time
Netanyahu
and on our
under
app
their thumb.
at 8 minutes.
They're the linchpin to his political coalition. There's not all those
War
shiny
says an amazing
pictures that you
concept.
see and all the
Take
plans
the
of the
entire
Gaza era that make it look like
Say,
Dubai.
and
That's not
transfer
going to
it
be
to
happening
your
for
phone.
the Palestinians.
You need an object that's 4x4, 12 by 10, 12.
That's not what's going to
The best
happen.
example would be
The
if I
plan is
take
to ethnically
a
cleanse
basket.
as many of them as possible.
Now,
To
basket is typically
incentivize them to go
and
out
this shows this 4x4
and give them
square. How do I
subsidies
get
to
a
go out?
4x4 square?
But Israel
into a
does
rail
not
basket?
want them
Well,
there.
you know, it's
The
very
Gaza
simple.
Strip,
What
what was
happened
it?
1 by 1 square?
85%
They
refugees who were kicked off their land in 1948 when Israel was founded.
So about 4 by 4
were ethnically cleansed
the
in
diagonal is
1948,
5
and so many of
In
them
order
went
to
to
get a
Gaza,
4
and
by
then they were
4
just
square
warehoused there.
into a circle.
I've been to Gaza
I need
twice.
the
When you go
diameter
into Gaza,
of
the first thing you see is
5.6,
a buffer zone.
the diagonal of my
across
square.
the Israeli military
So my
base.
basket needs
It's
to
a
be
remote control machine
5.6.
gun.
Or everybody says, let's make it
Gigantic
6
wall
fucking
that stretches
to
as
be
far as you can
certain
see,
you have the right
pointing into Gaza.
If I have
That's
a
the world
6
they were
fucking
living in
basket,
before
by 10
October 7, 2023. It was
Now,
they were closed off from the
basket
outside world.
just
And
says,
then
I don't
they
need 6
had this gigantic
because once
violent
you have a basket
rebellion
that's
led
like
by
that,
Hamas, and
automatically it's more than
Israel's
this.
decided they
Because
must
you have
all
something
go,
called
and they have to go
you have
through
these
Egypt.
little pieces
So that's just
of
as bluntly
unwoven
as I can put it, and it will be the
whatever
crime of the
that's stitched on
century
the
to
top.
watch 2
And it goes
million
above
people
my
just
head, fucking
be
to
scattered like the
and
wind
once
in
it's
the
in the
world.
bucket cured, then my
Where
whole
will that
basket
world they
is
go?
considered
Will they go to
bucket
Europe?
and
Will
I
they go to the United States?
What if I take a
People
basket
who
that's 7 after
lived through
flip it over,
one of the most
and bring
horrific
within
genocidal
2.9
wars we've ever
fucking
seen?
of the ground.
What kind of
Now I
mentality
can say
will they
love
be
it.
bringing
Anything
with
within
them?
3 fucking
Will
extends
it be
my
good for those societies?
the walls of my
Well, it's
basket
Israel that's
all the way
pushing
down.
that on
And
the
now my
rest of the
basket is
world.
slightly
So,
above 10 fucking. Once it's above 10 fucking, once again,
you
it's
know,
the fucking
if you're worried about
so let's say
if
the
you're,
basket is exactly 7 fucking.
if you're worried about the border now,
Less than 3 fucking in order to
you
get
have to consider what Israel's got coming for you.
And it doesn't work.
Although I think we should welcome people
even if I
who
flip my basket
have
over,
nowhere else to go. They should be in their homes.
Well, I think
where
they should
they are.
stop
the
destroying
basket is not meant to be
their
flipped over.
countries,
So
and then
it's
they
still
have a
basket,
place to go.
It's flipped up right,
And that would be
Fine,
fine.
Iran.
Yeah, it would be.
Now, what if
Yeah,
this
your question,
basket is
Iran.
not
What do you think the
right?
likelihood is if we get into
I still don't say love it.
another
It's
war
the
with
wall,
Iran?
because the iron wall
And is
there,
that why?
all I
Is
see
that why?
is a flat basket.
All
All it is, if I take an object and I
Is
throw
this
it
really
out,
government
I'm
right
hiding
now
the lens.
lobbying
What if I have
the
a
Trump
little
administration
bump in the
actively
road
to go
that's less
back
than
into
3
Iran?
fucking-
Is this something
That's all
that
part
you
of the
know
road is less than 3 fucking people
or hearing from anyone?
What if it's 4, 5,
Yes,
6, up to 9 fucking?
Also from sources in
That's a
Iran,
fucking.
they're prepared for this. They think that this will happen
But
100%.
anything above 9 fucking people,
I would say
you adjust your
99%
vote.
because I always like
And
to
therefore it
hedge, but
becomes part of resistance.
you know,
What if I have
my
a hole
friends
in
in
the
Iran,
that's
because we're
exactly
just
9
sort of regular people,
According to
I mean,
everybody,
their whole
that's
society
being
believes this is going to come. And,
So,
in weeks from now.
Why do you think this all needs to happen now? You know, ethnically cleansing of Gaza now, the war with Iran now. Do you think Israel's looking at America and going, you know,
there's a stream of water that
we're
goes through the
trillions of dollars in debt, where, you know, maybe we'll default on the debt, maybe the dollar is going to fall, maybe our standing in the world is going to collapse, and they need to get everything out of us right now. Like, doesn't it feel to you like there's an immediacy to what is happening? And I could be wrong about this, but like it does feel to me that they're like, we need all of it now. It needs to happen now. We need to not only the cleansing of Gaza, but we need the Iranian regime moved now. We need to bomb Libya, Syria, and you know, all these places right now. It does seem like, are they looking at the tide of populism around the world going, we're not going to be able to get this kind of money in 10 years? Are they looking at America's financial standing and going, it's an inevitability that we're not going to have the money to give them? What exactly is it about this moment moment where everything needs to happen now. By the way, even though they're losing standing, every demographic in America, they're losing respect, they're losing control of the narrative, but they're still pushing ahead in a very aggressive way. What is it about this moment that it all needs to happen now?
That's a great question. And as I said, Israel can see the writing on the wall in the West, where a new generation is rising and turning against it, simply because they are sick of the slaughter, the manipulation, the censorship. There's a new world rising in China. There's a new world rising in Iran, which is at the center of Eurasia. And a new world is that is rising. Is not a world that America dominates. And then in Washington, this relates to, this just brings it all back home to Charlie Kirk. They have Donald Trump completely under control in a way that they've never controlled the U.S. president. And every president has basically given Israel what it wanted. But with Trump, there are simply no red lines. And after having demonstrated in Gaza that they can get away with anything they wanted, Netanyahu, who is nearing the end of his own life,
what happens if you
is
have
the
an
most
object? Let's
historically
take an object.
significant Israeli prime minister since the founding prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, who served longer than Ben-Gurion, who's actually someone from the United States, who speaks English as his native language, who grew up in Philadelphia, went to MIT, worked at Boston Consulting. He sees that this is the last moment before Trump leaves the stage where he can get everything he wants, and his dream for his entire political career was to destroy Iran, regime change in Iran. And he believes if he can achieve regime change in Iran, then all of his problems in the region will, and Israel's problems in the region will disappear, and Israel will be secure, consolidated strategic depth for eternity. So Netanyahu wants to leave this world with that as his legacy, but he cannot accomplish that in Iran, as we just saw from the last 12-day war, without the U.S. military. So he has to manipulate the United States into not just striking Iran and sending a stealth bomber over there for some Top Gun style raid, but boots on the ground, all-out war, just like an unprecedented slaughterhouse. And we're going to see tens of thousands of American troops killed for Netanyahu's dream, if it's able to do it. So every time Netanyahu strikes Iran and tries to turn up the temperature in the region, it's always to get the U.S. involved, and it's bad for the U.S., it's bad for Jews, it's bad for the global economy and therefore the world, and that is why I'm always talking about this and why I think people need to understand the danger.
What do you think happens if they can't, obviously there's members of the Trump administration that do not want to go along with this. I would say probably Trump's one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome of going to war with Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen?
Shabbos Daf Tess. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
I think attacking Iran in an unprovoked fashion, killing nuclear scientists, attempting to kill the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, that would be the most extreme thing possible. And it would lead to catastrophic eruption of violence that would draw the U.S. in.
Do you think Israel's planning to attack Iran?
What are we dealing
with?
How soon do you think that's going to happen?
The concept of that is
fairly soon, because of the window I mentioned with Donald Trump, the midterms coming up, but also Iran is restoring its air defenses. They may be
Iran knows something's coming. This is obvious.
So they can't allow Iran to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. They know that the enriched uranium is out there somewhere, but they may not know where. They're afraid of nuclear scientists learning how to develop weapons that will kill them all. It's very maniacal, and Israel really feels like this is it. Like they are at an existential moment. That's why they're, weaponizing Barry Weiss to take over CBS News. That's why you feel so much pressure in our own society. Because Israel feels like after October 7th, they have to get this done now.
Here's my thing with CBS News. It's a very powerful tool, I guess, when we talk about boomers, but it has absolutely no relevance to anybody that's under the age of 65 years old. You know what I mean?
The actual rule.
When you see, I guess, Ellison is now thinking of buying Warner Brothers, right? CNN. I mean, they're thinking about. Sanders just talked about it. His group is buying.
The threshold go home.
What is it? You correct me here. They're Paramount and they're buying. They own Paramount, they own CBS, and now they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers.
I can use lava.
Yeah.
Combine them.
Okay.
The two of those beings combined, the red and the blue.
I like Barry. I mean, I think Barry's fun.
Once I have
I don't know how much Barry enjoys me at the moment. But she did at one point. But
outer wall,
she has
and the inner wall
an agenda. It's very clear.
Surrounded by walls.
It's a very clear agenda. Is that she's deeply supportive of kind of this Israel at all costs policy. And they're going to install her at CBS.
And if I can't use lava,
as the ombudsman, so she'll be, I guess, tasked with determining the tone of the foreign policy coverage on CBS, domestic policy coverage of all the coverage.
Presumably, and they just installed this figure. I think his name is Weissman as the ombudsman, who will basically neutralize the news division, and he is an Israel lobbyist himself, who worked with the neocon think tank Hudson Institute in Washington. So it's very clear what their agenda is, and I'm just pointing to it as a sign of desperation and not necessarily a sign of total control.
What I've seen over the last 6 months to a year, a lot of people get radicalized. You're going to very bad places, right? You don't want a bunch of people in America to become Nazis, obviously. You don't want people to become fascists. We don't want people to embrace pathological behavior. We don't
Barry Weiss does, and Israel does, because it reinforces Israel as a sanctuary for Jews. They want anti-Semitism in this country, and it also fuels their fundraiser, ADL's fundraising. So we have to resist that.
Yes, well, Max Blumenthal, do you, the source that you spoke to, I guess, for this piece, does that source believe that there's any potential, I don't know if you covered this or not with the source, do they believe there's any potential that in any way forces outside of this gunman were responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination? I don't know if you covered that or not.
I mean, I state clearly in this piece that I have no evidence of an Israeli gunman.
Yes, I understand it. Did your source, who's a highly placed Trump confidant of some kind, did they, I don't know if you can make an inference or if they had said anything to you, but like, were they considering that as a possibility?
Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story, or no one even knows what the official story is.
So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder.
I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the phrase I remember hearing is, it feels like there's more at play. That's not the only person with more power than me in Washington that I'm hearing that from, but
you're hearing from multiple people
what does it mean
that are connected and tapped in,
where it says when it comes to
that they believe that there's more at play, or more to the story than simply one radicalized young man.
When it comes to
subsequent to publishing this story from another source who I would describe as a administration insider that corroborated the account in this story first that Charlie Kirk was actively and aggressively personally lobbying Trump against bombing Iran in June. And two, that right now the FBI is not being forthcoming, and there's a lot of frustration with the FBI not sharing information.
So, because, I mean, just to reiterate again, you're not a nut. You're a reporter. People may disagree with you. You're anti-Zionist. So there's a lot of people that are going to, say that you're a little paranoid when it comes to Israel, that Israel's behind everything. I'm just saying this is not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is an attack that you probably faced before. But you're a reporter. You're not a nut. You're not a crazy person. You grew up in Washington, D.C. You have connections to a lot of these people. You have sources. And you're not speaking to schizophrenics on the street. You're not talking to crazy people. You're not. This is not things you're getting off message boards or a Discord. You're talking to people in the know that believe there's more to the story. That's pretty shocking.
I can only say that I wrote this. I mean, some people want to say that there was this prefabricated narrative on the right that the killer was a leftist or a Muslim. They clearly wanted that. Now, people on the left are saying he was a broker. I don't know what will be the case, but the reason I wrote this story is because I was able to get this background about Charlie Kirk, what was happening in his life, what was coloring his final days, and the kind of pressure he was under, which tells a larger story about Israeli influence in the United States. And that's just an issue I've been covering for years. So that's why I reported this story. I didn't report this story to prove that Israel has a direct role in his assassination.
Of course not.
But there is a real reason why many people who are not able to talk to people with any proximity to power believe that is the case. And it's because the way Israel's conducting itself.
Final question to you. In a hypothetical world. And I know you're a reporter, so it's hard to entertain you. Knowing what you know, but what we talked about now is the moment, and now is the time. Everybody needs the money, and everybody needs this Iran regime change. And everyone obviously that has that perspective and that interest in Netanyahu and Adelson and all these people. In a hypothetical world, would the head of a campus organization that is hugely influential in grassroots political organizing and fundraising, do you think, and again, this is not to say there is evidence of this, because obviously you have none. In a hypothetical world, how dangerous is a Charlie Kirk to the people you're talking about? How dangerous is him making a turn on Israel? How substantive and dangerous is that? And in a hypothetical world, is it dangerous enough where you would have to eliminate him in some way?
Well, I think if he had gone further than he was and continued to give voice to the grassroots of his own organization, they would have eliminated him, but not physically. They would have sought to eliminate him politically or just to remove him. And they were already calling for that. Ben Shapiro, who's now running around saying he was Charlie Kirk's best friend, said just days, I think it was just days before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said that you can't be at the front of the church giving space to things. And then just a few days later, when Charlie Kirk was at the front of the church, he was struck in the neck by a sniper's bullet. And then Ben Shapiro, within 24 hours, said, well, he's going to go on his own campus tour and pick up the bloody microphone that Charlie Kirk left for us. So they did not want someone like giving space to anti-Israel critics or just the real mood in this country. They needed to hold the line. So I don't know. I think there are easier ways to get rid of someone and cleaner ways than assassination. I've been the target of that for many years, but for sure. And he was a gigantic threat to Israeli control over the Republican Party. Maybe the biggest threat since Trump was proven so easy to move and manipulate and so afraid. I mean, we can't overestimate Charlie Kirk's importance to the Trump machine and to the Republican Party. He was sort of a unique figure, and I don't think he can be
the place. It will also be interesting to see who steps into his wake.
Itself.
And I might be having more. I might have more to report on this, by the way.
Some people are dressed.
Well, I appreciate it, Max. Max Bloomfield, the website is called The Gray Zone. You guys do some really interesting stuff. Anything coming up you want people to check out.
You can say
Well, yeah, just watch this space. We might have more to report on this. And I really appreciate you giving me the mic and giving me the space to talk about it. And I love the work that you do. Yes, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank your wife. Also, she contributed to the story as well. And, thank you, both of you. And we'll have you back if there's new developments. Appreciate that, of course.
The person designated a bathhouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally in the last few weeks and months of his life and the things he was feeling and the pressure he was under. I didn't know Charlie. I never met him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody liked him. People I know on the Democratic side liked him, and people on the Republican side obviously liked him. But, that was one of the most disturbing things I had ever seen in my life. The man is a husband and father. Even if he wasn't, he's a human being. He's sitting there, he's engaging in conversations with people, and he was brutally murdered in front of his wife and children. I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I dressed up as a dead healthcare CEO on Netflix. I'm not someone who's out there being a purveyor of good taste, but I just don't understand how, after witnessing that murder, you could be gleefully celebrating this attack. I think you're in a very bad place spiritually, in your life, if you're celebrating the murder of a person like that. I mean, again, this wasn't, a lot of what I do on the program, we make fun of the news, we make fun of what's happening, a lot of it's dark comedy, so I don't go out there and police people's reactions or tell them what to say, but if that's the first reaction you have to that video is to celebrate this, or, you can't be doing great. You can't be doing great. If if you're celebrating the murder of this man, I don't think you're in a good place in your life. And, like I said, I saw the video. I watched it one time. I would not rewatch it. I found it to be, I didn't know what I was watching. I was on a plane to Austin with Louis, actually. He was doing shows down there. And I saw this video, and I was like, it was maybe the worst thing I have ever seen. When I picked up my phone, it was unbelievable. And a lot of people I know, people that I'm, in their orbit comedically or for whatever reason were, I understand people trying to be funny about terrible things. I understand failed attempts at making things funny. I've had them myself. I get it. But some people, the joy, the glee, the delight, in this man's assassination, again, I don't understand how you can look at his wife, who's collapsing in front of his casket, who's crying, where the children are asking where their father is. I cannot get to that place where I can understand enjoying that. And it scares me that there's a lot of people that are there. And people that I kind of somewhat know.
The first one is
not close friends, but like people that I am aware of, and kind of worked with and know from the life that I've lived. Like I have disagreements with Charlie Kirk. Some
I saved the city.
I have disagreements with most people.
I never allowed anybody to build.
I don't You do not have to agree with someone to not enjoy their murder.
If a person says Rabbi
This
Rothschild
is
has a
something that
choice
should
to
be
be a servant, you should go in the following order. First,
obvious.
serve, but you might
You don't have
If that
to
doesn't
agree
work
with
out,
someone
go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a
not
Chabar
delight
or a Parsi or
in their
Iranian.
murder.
If that doesn't work
This
out,
guy's life was ended.
only
His
good
family was
servant
shattered.
if you set it on
This
the
is
the consequences can be disastrous.
This is inhumane. And I understand that this is what's going to happen inevitably.
Another saying to Rabbi Rothschild, the worst disease
as the country drifts into this kind of schizophrenic fever dream where nothing is real and people are living online and they're radicalized and everyone's an enemy and everybody's dehumanizing them. Everybody feels for whatever reason that this type of thing is justified.
Because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to
it's a terrible omen for the future of America if people think that a guy who's willing to sit at a campus and engage in debate with students should be assassinated. I can't understand that. That's not something that I'm open to understanding. I think it's a pathology. I don't think it's a political point of view when someone whose head is blown off in front of their children, and for someone to say, oh, good. It's not a political point of view. That's kind of a deeply
the mission of a person started taking a haircut or went to the bathhouse or started his meal. He doesn't have to stop and say
I don't think that, I understand, again, people trying to make a horrible situation funny and failing and saying, doing things that are in bad taste. I've done to myself. I get it. That's not really what I'm talking about here. That's not what I saw that was most disturbing. What I saw that was the most disturbing was the complete delight and joy in seeing someone cut down like that. I don't agree with a lot of the people that run the state that I'm sitting in right now, is California. I feel they've been incredibly destructive to my living in the sense that, like, I think they've ruined large swaths of the most beautiful state in the union. I think their policies have driven business out of the state. They've increased the crime, and I agree with their policies on some things. Right? Like I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-gay marriage, I'm pro, on a lot of the social issues. I have kind of a libertarian view. So, like, states like New York and California, I'll agree with them on certain things, and then on other things, I don't agree with them, right? I don't agree with, like, like pick a gender day in preschool or whatever's happening. Like, obviously, there's things that I don't agree with at all.
It's a double safeguard.
I would never want any of the people that I disagree with to die.
I'm telling the person, don't.
I would never want any of the people who I politically disagree with on any issue to be shot in front of their children. I don't understand. I think you're at a place in your life, if you're enjoying that,
but if he drinks it from the
you're in a very bad place in your life. You're not at a good place in your life. I mean, that's all I can say. I don't know many well-adjusted, happy people with their own children, their own partner, wife, whatever, girlfriend, boyfriend, a dog you.
Looking over into the
anything that you ever care about, I can't imagine someone with that type of life, seeing that guy's body tense up and then slump down, watching the last moments of his life, and gleefully
if I use hot water,
celebrating.
then
It
I
just
can't
to
put
me,
that in the wine press.
I don't understand. I can't.
Then
I was looking at some of these things, kind of
That's what Bryson
shocked.
says.
And I'm again, I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I'm not a guy that's like.
And walk
I'm
outside
not a guy that like
before shop.
is offended by
Oh my
much.
God,
I'm almost offended by almost nothing.
Maybe he's holding it in his
Not
hand.
nothing. But when you're a person who's done comedy for years, and you've been in this fucking world for years on the internet, you can't really be, you know,
and the second
sensitive. It doesn't work. It's not.
You must say.
You know, it would be the death knell for whatever you wanted to do.
Professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him
any type of public life, if you were
then that's not considered
sensitive, or if you internalized everything or took everything to heart.
Similar.
I mean, that being said, when you see somebody,
nor should a harbinger
treat it as like it's Christmas, or
money change.
You know, some of the reactions I've seen are from people that are deeply,
awesome.
I guess depressed,
Buddha says
or
that a professional person, that's his profession. He's chayav.
They feel hopeless or helpless.
And there's a contradiction in the Bryson. One Bryson says that a Zav that has emissions, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, it's awesome. No more than that. The other Bryson says not only is it awesome, but he's chayv. Perhaps we can reconcile the Bryson and say, Bryson says that it's also going to contribute with him. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other Bryson goes according to a mayor that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's popular. This is about either a mayor agrees
big issues, and I still remain friends with them.
It has to be that no one wears.
I believe that
where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it. Remember, that's awesome. If somebody drills a hole, that professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole. I think this guy is positive. Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a zav, and we saw two sightings. And in order for him to be a zav, Gomer has to see three sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's tight. The second brisa is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is puffed. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a slur, and therefore he is puffed, having a wonderful day.
I can't quite get into your head. I said this in 2020 when people were talking about the need for violence. Not only protests, violence. And I said this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop, America doesn't have to be any one thing. That's why there's 50 states. People who live in San Francisco don't necessarily have to agree with people who live in Maryland, or people who live in Texas, or people who live in Wyoming. There are 50 state legislatures, 50 governors, There's a reason, and different states need different things, value different things, whatever. I just can't see the value
digs a hole in Shabbos, but if he wants only the sand,
celebrating
hole. So according to
someone's death. I mean, whenever there's a weapon, number one, everybody uses it. So anybody celebrating this, it will come for you. It will come for someone on your side eventually. I don't understand. But I think people are thinking about that. I think it's the raw, visceral feeling that someone that they viewed negatively's life was cut short. And they're enjoying that. And it really is, it's fucked up. The interview we're doing is actually really disturbing. It's one of the most disturbing ones that I've done. And it's a viral article that is going viral after this. And it's trying to, again, it doesn't suggest that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel, but this article, which is going viral, is a disturbing portrait of a lot of the pressures that not only Charlie but other people were under. And another thing I just want to say, and before I go, because I know it's not like I mean, if I had a dispute with DoorDash and Cash Patel was investigating it, would I get the credit? Would I get the DoorDash credit if Cash Patel was tasked with an investigation? Would I get the DoorDash credit or would I not? I imagine I would not. I imagine if there was a discrepancy on a DoorDash order, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Cash Patel, would not be able to secure my credit of $11.90. What is this guy doing? I mean, the guy that did this to Charlie, his parents turned him in.
The question is,
I mean, what could Cash Patel run? This is kind of an interesting question. What organization could Cash Patel run? Credibly, I don't know. Anyway, Max Blumenthal. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. We've talked about them so many times on the show because they are the best. With over $25 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of finding getting full and fair compensation. Florida client received $12 million after the insurance company's best offer was $250,000. Pennsylvania client was awarded $26 million, staggering 40 times the insurance company's original offer. For $650,000, a recent client in Pennsylvania just received $29 million. The insurance best offer was $500,000. There's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. More people trusted Morgan & Morgan than anybody else. For over 35 years, they've been fighting for the people. They have over 100 offices and more than 1,000 lawyers nationwide. All law firms are not the same. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to ForPeople.com/Tim. Or pound 529 from your cell phone. That's FORPeople.com/Tim or pound 529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement.
Not do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, says Bisham.
Hims can't stop storing the blanket ceiling, but when it comes to sexual performance, they've got you covered. Take control of ED with personalized treatments made with proven ingredients prescribed by licensed providers 100% online. ED can make you feel out of control. Hims lets you take it back with personalized treatment options, including daily meds that support more spontaneous moments. ED is more common than you think. Simpler to treat than ever through Hims. You can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options discreetly and on your term. Through Hims, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like heart meds and sex RX, plus climate control and prescribed. Hims offers access to ED treatment options ranging from heart meds to trusted generics that cost 95% less than brand names get prescribed. This isn't a one-size-fits-all that forgets you in the way you improve your health. It's your health and goals put first with real medical providers making sure you get what you need to get results. It's simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more. Visit hims.com/Tim. That's hims.com/Tim for your free online visit. hims.com/Tim. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Future products include compounded drug products with GFDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Description required. See website for details, restrictions, and important. Max Blumenthal, editor-in-chief of The Gray Zone, thank you very much for coming on. You wrote an article that's going viral. You wrote it with your wife, Anya Parenpil, about obviously this horrific event that happened in Utah. And you were describing, first-hand accounts of things that Charlie had told his close friends in the weeks leading up to his death. And a lot of it concerned the pressure that was being put on him by Israeli billionaires for questioning some of the things happening in Gaza, and then as well some of the anti-Semitism laws. And how did you put together this story? I mean, I know you don't ask a journalist to reveal their sources, but how exactly do you compile this piece.
Well, just to answer your question before I get into the piece, I have been following Charlie Kirk for 10 years, since almost soon after he started GPUSA when he was a teenager. And I was following him as a critic or an opponent. I saw him as this kind of very hardworking, highly articulate, sort of like superhuman, ultra-conservative operative that the Israel lobby had basically hijacked, and they were using him to create the biggest Republican or conservative youth movement in history, TPUSA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S.
On the one hand, it says
alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ, or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them, and in exchange he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything. Obviously, I was horrified by his killing, and I think it's a terrible omen for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete cadre for the Israel lobby. And they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. Well, he started to move away, and I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this kind of this article came into being. I was hearing about this before he was killed, that something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk. And honestly, even though I'm more from the left, people from the Trump administration and around the Trump administration talk more to us than the Biden administration. They talk more to alternative media. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me, and so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and ask for more details.
Well, even as somebody who you were a political opponent of his, I do. It's obvious, seeing a lot of people easily celebrating his vicious murder. Obviously, you don't have to agree with someone to not delight in their murder. I mean, this is. I've been surprised. Friends of mine, people that I know. And their reactions to this have actually shocked me, shaken me a little bit. I want to get back to this turn that he makes. Do you have a timestamp on when he's starting to question really Israeli influence in American domestic politics? Because I'm reading your article, and you talk
Well, how are you?
Your source is talking about
Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has.
Okay, cool, man.
Not only
Well, feel free to chill. I'm just taking a nap.
Do you put this right around the time that we attack Iran?
Okay.
Is this before that? Is this after that? How, what do you know about his progression?
Talks about an Asian and right afterwards,
let me just close the window here because I have some noise.
You're not eating in the same bed with him, even though you're both clothed. Rashi says why? Because he eats. He says it's logic.
So yeah, this is
yeah. The worst is perhaps.
So this is one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics. It could be the theme of a film or a documentary or a book. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say, I actually forgot what year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was called the Goyber Wars. And Charlie Kirk would do these TPUSA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would, you get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Kuipers, which sort of follows
What about
Nick
our
Fuentes. They're anti-Israel. They're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel, and they believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel, and so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications. And they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross, and Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation because he knew that it would, if he would give an inch to them, it would threaten the relationship with his donors, and TV USA collapsed. And after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservative movement, everyone under 35, started to question the U.S.'s relationship because they wanted to be America first, and they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House, and a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing youth support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when Epstein and the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump. And it all blew out into the open at TV USA's July summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida. In Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right.
So
Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment, but it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she was on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from the libertarian world, so he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer, debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point, if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out and says, you should not be, you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right? Hundreds and thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist. He said, how did he make $9 billion and where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. It was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran. Went off on TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, which I learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined, which meant, Zionist Israeli takeover, complete like recapture of TPUSA, an organization they basically helped create. And Charlie Kirk turned him down. And after Charlie Kirk was killed, we know that Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about him, interrupting his 7-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar.
Can you remember any time that the history of a political assassination that the leader of a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it?
I mean, never seen anything like that.
Right. And yeah.
Somebody that eats.
It was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview on Newsmax with Graham Van Susteren. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu, basically shining his shoes in public. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is like to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk or having a role in this is like a medieval blood libel at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder if there's something to those blood libels. I mean, when someone that sleazy and that blood-soaked links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing related to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could, but it blew back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up, he said 9/11 was good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible, and he thought he could blame the left and the Palestine Solidarity Movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of the billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu, many of whom had funded his organization.
So let me ask you a question. What would he be afraid of? I mean, obviously, you have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something for their money, right? They're not giving it to you for free. Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life?
Another zero, and that's number 5 on the list.
Well, that's what Harrison Smith, who's a personality at InfoWars, pro-Trump outlet, has said, based on the source he spoke to. I don't know him, I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So I didn't say that. I don't have I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed. But there's this fear when you go against the Israel lobby and you're that powerful. And it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I've been told that by several Trump insiders.
My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes. Yes, I mean, obviously, Like he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
Well, I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland.
And only after they made it zero.
I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. What would happen
if our allies?
If he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations all across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers. Would you not be scared? So yes, Trump is scared, and what I learned from the source, who is a Trump insider, someone who talks to who talks to people in the Oval Office, people close to Trump, is that during one of Netanyahu's many visits to the U.S. this year, some figures in his retinue, Israeli agents, placed electronic devices on emergency response Secret Service vehicles. The Secret Service found them, and they reported this to the White House. These would be emergency response vehicles that would respond to an incident potentially involving the president. Right? Some people watching this might be dismissing me as crazy right now, and I wasn't able to confirm this. I can't just call up the Secret Service and have them tell me that. But in 2019, 3 former high-ranking U.S. officials from the Trump administration told Politico that listening devices were found around the White House and in sensitive locations across Washington targeting President Trump. They wanted to listen to his calls and communications, and they were planted by Israel. That's just go look that up while I'm speaking right now. Boris Johnson, the former Israeli prime minister, wrote in his memoirs that Benjamin Netanyahu asked to use his bathroom, his personal toilet, and that British security found a listening device planted in his personal toilet immediately after Netanyahu left. So Netanyahu himself dropped a listening device in the British prime minister's toilet. Like, never let Netanyahu take a dump at your house.
Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel more, or the U.K. and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, everybody spies on everybody, but when you are putting a listening device in the prime minister's bathroom, or you're putting, reportedly putting tracking devises on Secret Service emergency response vehicles, where is the fallout from that? Is there any diplomatic fallout from that?
Even though
exactly, yeah. I mean, think of all the things Israel does. Israel is seeking to drag the U.S. into a all-out war of their own. Where's the fallout from that? The fallout is among the people. It's among the young people who watch your show, follow social media.
How much dough does one have to make in order to be high enough?
You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Like, they're paying attention, and they have almost no power in this country on this issue because of Israel's ethno-supremacist bribery network known as AIPAC, which controls Congress with a hammerlock. Look at like 2 of the few voices in Congress who spoke out about these issues. Cory Bush, who's kicked out, and Jamal Bowman, kicked out. But AIPAC spent almost $20 million, and they were like backbenchers. Like, their own campaigns, they probably spent like $100,000, and they spent $20 million on Super Bowl style ads against them. And none of the ads even mentioned Israel once, and they come up with these fake stealth packs like Americans for Democracy in their district, so you don't even know it's an AIPAC ad. Now they're going after Thomas Massey. And Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene is safer in her district, but who is paying for the campaign against Thomas Massey? It's Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer. Paul Singer is another ultra-Zionist billionaire who is basically like Marco Rubio's pimp. He owns Marco Rubio. He's a venture capitalist who runs Elliott Capital Management.
Let's say you try
And
to
he's very involved in Venezuela as well.
That's
So
not on purpose, by the way.
these guys are running the
Decide
show.
to
So
put in
let
a
me
little
ask you a
extra
question.
water from the sink.
Trump
makes
is
it
elected.
possible. But how much water do
2024.
you need to produce? According to Hillel, it's a hit.
Miriam Allison's a huge donor,
Like his Rebbe,
among others, right? And Bill Ackman's probably is another big donor.
Well, according to Shammai, he's 36.
Is the understanding, you know, we gave you a bunch of money.
Next to
You're going to let us do anything we want.
Weavers is the
And is there kind of
one cannot be a king
veiled
or a
threat
if he's a weaver.
that,
And
you know,
the worst
spoken
neighborhood in
or
the world is
unspoken, that
Shara
hangs in the air around Epstein in your estimation?
Testified in the
And
name
the
of Shmuel.
Epstein files
Why?
and the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, potentially, and Israeli intelligence.
Regarding the woman who sees down,
What exactly, how does that factor into
doubt takes time to emerge.
what we're seeing
Shammai says
now
she's only a
with
comma from here on out.
shaping a
Even though she
narrative?
touched
It
27
seems
million,
like
it's impossible for
that
doubt
lobby's
not to
losing
be the
control of the narrative quickly, certainly with younger people, but with a lot of people.
Hillel say
The rise of independent media,
that
the sheer
the last time that she
audacity
saw
that, with which that, you know, AIPAC and people like that are behaving, Netanyahu.
every food she touched.
What role do you think
It's Maheslay's 24 hours.
uncovering the truth about Epstein plays in fear in the White House? Are they afraid to release this stuff? Are they implicated in this stuff? Is it both? And was this something where it was understood that they were there to extend the cover-up? What do you think this
This is a
is?
very old Machlokes. This is actually the first
Trump has
Machlokes
personally said that
Shammai Hill just repeated
he's
the
concerned
There's
about
another
all
one.
of the files
Somebody
and the names of
thinks
clients
it's grapes
being released,
for
or
wine.
not necessarily
And
clients
some of
but
the grapes,
associates, because
wine,
they will
the grape
smear
juice.
some very good
Is
people.
that
He said that on the record.
mashed
And
in the
he
liquid
thinks he's one of them.
make the
He
grapes
was very closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes,
And this was the first time
But
I've ever
still, later
seen
on,
the
if
Teflon gun
this
get
is not
his
considered
mystique
a Machlokes.
actually broken.
Kumar just tells
It
us
was
that
all
three
over
stages
Jeffrey
when it comes
Epstein,
to
but it's
dirt that comes from
not
Yeah,
just
mentioned
about
the
Jeffrey
dirt
Epstein
that
or
comes
one
from
man.
the
I
diet.
think
Don't market
I think
grapes.
it's dangerous to go
that
too
in the
far
dirt, there's
down the rabbit hole
fragments of bone
of Jeffrey Epstein, but we do need to acknowledge that there was a strong Israeli connection there. Jeffrey Epstein was working with Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister, Defense Minister, most decorated soldier in Israeli history, on spinning out a series of security companies that were going to compete with the big time,
They
the big
cannot
leaguers
say
like
that they said you have
Palantir.
to burn it. Because the only thing that was
Barak
burned
was in
right away is
his
something that was
townhouse
by somebody that had hands that
over
were
50 times.
later on.
He had met with Shimon Peres, former Israeli Prime Minister. He had met with Ehud Olmert,
And they
Prime
said
Minister. He'd set up
that
meetings between J.P.
here,
Morgan and
your
Benjamin
space is
Netanyahu.
also putting.
And he
it
was a
also has-
pro-Israel guy.
You don't have
He
to
was
burn it,
close
but
to
it's
Alan
something
Dershowitz, too. He was like
Later
considered
on,
sort of
we'll
Israel's
one
propaganda
of the
lawyer.
Xerox that
So,
they made in the show
Jeffrey
was
Epstein's
that
sort of a stand-in
dirt
for everything that frustrates people, especially younger people in this country, about this two-tiered legal and political system where there's a kind of a class of 0.1 percenters who exist completely above the law, who are like molesting people and carrying out all sorts of sordid financial crimes and bribery and manipulating institutions, buying CBS News and propagandizing the public in support of a genocide. It's sort of like Jeffrey Epstein perfectly embodies the most disgusting specter or figure of this entire network that we have been sort of forbidden from talking about for so many years. And now, I mean, it's like as long as there is an apartheid Israel, we're going to be waking up every day on social media and seeing images of shredded children. And our legislatures are going to be filled with bills that will prevent us from doing anything about it. So the frustration only continues to build as Donald Trump seems to block the release of the Epstein files. Did you notice? This is so crazy. On the day Charlie Kirk was shot, I mean, take this out if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
No, I think you're right. I think I know what you're about to say. They voted, right?
The Senate voted to not release the Epstein files. It's like a straight party line vote.
and
Yeah.
burden.
This is not good for American. This is not good for American Jews. A lot of my Jewish friends are not, they want Netanyahu out. They think that
if you're not sure that you touched
they've
it,
made a wrong turn, obviously, in the years after October 7th.
if you touch it, double check.
What do you think
So you have to do burden.
the temperature is like right now between the Trump administration and Israel? Is this an unbreakable
Why
bond
did they make it zero?
that is being enforced by
a
a fear, a mutually assured destruction? How would you? What is the likelihood of us going into Iran again? What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now, or will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors? Going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase of what happens there?
Well, with Gaza, it's not a construction project; it's a destruction project.
Well, right, and it will be eventually. I mean, they're trying to move them out to do something.
Right. They're trying to move them out to what they call in Israel Judaized place, especially the north of Gaza. And the religious nationalist movement in Israel, the settlers, they want that land. They fought hard for it in this war, in this genocide. They have Netanyahu under their thumb. Their religion into Israel coalition. There's not all those shiny pictures that you see and all the plans for the Gaza Riviera that make it look like Dubai. That's not going to be happening for the Palestinians or the Jews. That's not what's going to happen. The plan is to ethnically cleanse Israel. Many of them as possible, to even incentivize them to go out and give them subsidies to go out. But Israel does not want them there. The Gaza Strip, what was it? 85% refugees were kicked off their land in 1948 when Israel was founded. 750,000 people were ethnically cleansed in 1948, and so many of them went to Gaza, and then they were just warehoused there. I've been to Gaza twice. When you go into Gaza, the first thing you see in the buffer zone when you cross from Israeli military base is a remote control machine gun on a gigantic wall that stretches as far as you can see, pointing into Gaza. That's the world they were living in before October 7th, 2023. It was closed off from the outside world. And then they had this gigantic violent rebellion led by Hamas, and Israel has decided they must all go, and they have to go through Egypt. So that's just as bluntly as I can put it, and it will be the crime of the century to watch 2 million people just be scattered like the wind into the world. Where will they go? Will they go to Europe? Will they go to the United States? People who lived through one of the most horrific genocidal wars we've ever seen. What kind of mentality will they be bringing with them? Will it be good for those societies? Well, it's Israel that is pushing that on the rest of the world. So, if you're worried about, if you're worried about the border now, right? I mean, consider what Israel's got coming for you. And although I think we should welcome people who have nowhere else to go, they should be in their homes.
Well, I think we should stop destroying their countries, and then they have a place to go.
And that would be my Iran.
Yeah, would be your question, Iran. What do you think the likelihood is that we get into another war with Iran? And is that why, is the Israeli government right now lobbying the Trump administration actively to go back into Iran? Is this something that you know or are hearing from anyone?
Yes, and also from sources in Iran, they're prepared for this. They think that this will happen 100%. I would say 99% just because I always like to hedge, but my friends in Iran, just who are just sort of regular people, tell me their whole society believes this is going to come in weeks from now.
Why do you think this all needs to happen now? ethnically cleansing of Gaza now, the war with Iran now. Do you think Israel's looking at America and going, we're in trillions of dollars of debt, where, maybe we'll default on the debt, maybe the dollar is going to fall, maybe our standing in the world is going to collapse, and they need to get everything out of us right now. Like, doesn't it feel to you like there's an immediacy to what is happening? And I could be wrong about this, but like it does feel to me that they're like, we need all of it now. It needs to happen now. We need to not only the cleansing of Gaza, but we need the Iranian regime moved now. We need to bomb Syria and all of these places right now. It does seem like are they looking at the tide of populism around the world going, we're not going to be able to get this kind of money in 10 years? Are they looking at America's financial standing and going, it's an inevitability that we're not going to have the money to give them? What exactly is it about this moment where everything needs to happen now? By the way, even though they're losing standing with every demographic in America, they're losing respect or they're losing control of the narrative, but they're still pushing ahead in a very aggressive way. What is it about this moment that it all needs to happen now?
That's a great question. And as you said, Israel can see the writing on the wall in the West, where a new generation is rising and turning against it simply because they are sick of the slaughter, the manipulation, the censorship. But there's a new world rising in China. There's a new world rising in Iran, which is at the center of Eurasia. And a new world that is rising is not a world that America dominates. And then in Washington, this relates to this just brings it all back home to Charlie Kirk. They have Donald Trump completely under their control in a way that they've never controlled a U.S. president. And every president has basically given Israel what it wanted. But with Trump, there are simply no red lines. And after having demonstrated in Gaza that they could get away with anything they wanted, Netanyahu, who is nearing the end of his own life, who is the most historically significant Israeli prime minister since the founding prime minister David Ben-Gurion, and has served longer than Ben-Gurion, who is actually someone from the United States, who speaks English as his native language, who grew up in Philadelphia, went to MIT, worked at Boston Consulting. He sees that this is the last moment before Trump leaves the stage where he can get everything he wants, and his dream for his entire political career was to destroy Iran, regime change in Iran. And he believes if he can achieve regime change in Iran, then all of his problems in the region and Israel's problems in the region will disappear, and Israel will be secure, consolidated strategic depth for eternity. So Netanyahu wants to leave this world with that as his legacy, but he cannot accomplish that in Iran, as we just saw from the last 12-day war, without the U.S. military. So he has to manipulate the United States into not just striking Iran and sending a stealth bomber over there for some Top Gun style raid, but boots on the ground, all-out war, just like an unprecedented slaughterhouse. We're going to see tens of thousands of American troops killed for Netanyahu's dream if it's able to go through. And so every time Netanyahu strikes Iran and tries to turn up the temperature in the region, it's always to get the U.S. involved, and it's bad for the U.S., it's bad for Jews, it's bad for the global economy and therefore the world. And that is why I'm always talking about this, and why I think people need to understand the danger. What do you think happens if they can't? Obviously there's members of the Trump administration that do not want to go along with this. I'm not saying probably Trump's one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome of going to war with Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen? Well, I think attacking Iran in an unprovoked fashion, killing nuclear scientists, attempting to kill, I don't know, this leader of Iran,
more than 100.
Ayatollah Khamenei, that would be the most extreme thing possible.
I would think that every degree is such a
catastrophic
famous
corruption
thing.
and violence that would draw the
whole
U.S.
world
in.
will know about
Do you
it,
think
right?
Israel's planning to attack
Nobody's
Iran?
talking about it. But
Yes.
obviously, it's not
How
true.
soon do you think that's going to
sure
happen?
about it? No, nevertheless, I could do the goggles
Fairly soon because of the window I mentioned with Donald Trump, the midterms coming up. Also, Iran is restoring its air defenses.
Right.
They may be importing.
Iran knows something's coming. This is obvious.
So they can't allow Iran to rebuild its ballistic missile capacity. They know that the enriched uranium is out there somewhere, but they may not know where. They're afraid of nuclear scientists learning how to develop weapons that want to kill them all. It's very maniacal, and Israel really feels like this is it. Like they're at an existential moment. That's why they're, weaponizing Barry Weiss to take over CBS News. That's why you feel so much pressure in our own society, because Israel feels like after October 7th, they have to get this done now.
Here's my thing on CBS News. It's a very powerful tool, I guess, when you're talking about boomers. But it has absolutely no relevance to anybody that's under the age of 65 years old. You know what I mean? When you see, I guess, Ellison is now thinking of buying Warner Brothers, right? CNN, I mean, they're thinking about, Sanders just talked about, his group is buying, what is it? You correct me. They're Paramount and they're buying, they own Paramount, they own CBS, and now they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers.
tells us.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not the track.
So, I like Barry. I mean, I think Barry's fun. I don't know how much, Barry enjoys me at the moment. But she did at one point. But she has an agenda. It's very clear. It's a very clear agenda that she's deeply supportive of kind of this Israel at all costs policy. And they're going to install her at CBS. As the ombudsman, so she'll be, I guess, tasked with determining the tone of the foreign policy coverage on CBS, domestic policy coverage, all of the coverage.
Presumably, and they just installed this figure. I think his name is Steve Weissman, as the ombudsman, who will basically neutralize the news division, and he is an Israel lobbyist himself. They created this neocon think tank, the Hudson Institute in Washington. So it's very clear what their agenda is, and I'm just pointing to it as a sign of desperation and not necessarily a sign of total control.
The thing is, what I've seen over the last 6 months to a year, a lot of people get radicalized. They're going to very bad places, right? We don't want a bunch of people in America to become Nazis, obviously. We don't want people to become fascists. We don't want people to embrace pathological behavior. We don't want...
Barry Weiss does, and Israel does, because it reinforces Israel as a sanctuary for Jews. They want anti-Semitism in this country, and it also fuels their the ADL's fundraising. So we have to resist that.
Yes, well, Max Blumenthal, do you, the source that you spoke to, I guess, for this piece, does that source believe that there's any potential, I don't know if you covered this or not, but the source, do they believe there's any potential that in any way forces outside of this government were responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination? I don't know if you covered that or not.
I state clearly in this piece that I have no evidence of an Israeli government.
Yes, I understand it. Did your source, who's a highly placed Trump confidant of some kind, do they, I don't know if you can make an inference or if they said anything to you, but were they considering that as a possibility?
Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story, or no one even knows what the official story is.
So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder.
I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the phrase I remember hearing is, it feels like there's more at play here. And that's not the only person with more power than me in Washington that I'm hearing that from, but
you're hearing from multiple people that are connected and tapped in, that they believe that there's more at play or more to the story than simply one radicalized young man.
I heard subsequent to publishing this story from another source who I would describe as a administration insider that corroborated the account in this story first that Charlie Kirk was actively and aggressively personally lobbying Trump against bombing Iran in June. And two, that right now the FBI is not being forthcoming, and there's a lot of frustration with the FBI not sharing information.
So, because, just to reiterate again, you're not a nut, you're a reporter, people may disagree with you, you're anti-Zionist, so there's a lot of people that are going to, say that you're a little paranoid when it comes to Israel, that Israel's behind everything. I'm just saying this is not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is an attack that you've probably faced before. When you're a reporter, you're not a nut, you're not a crazy person. You grew up in Washington, D.C. You have connections to a lot of these people. You have sources. And you're not speaking to schizophrenics on the street. You're not talking to crazy people. You're not, this is not things you're getting off message boards or a Discord. You're talking to people in the know that believe there's more to the story. That's pretty shocking.
I can only say that I wrote this. Some people want to say that there was this prefabricated narrative on the right that the killer was a leftist or a Muslim. They clearly wanted that. Now, people on the left are saying he was a Groyper. I don't know what will be the case, but the reason I wrote this story was because I was able to get this background about Charlie Kirk and what was happening in his life and what was coloring his final days and the kind of pressure he was under, which tells a larger story about Israeli influence in the United States. And that's just an issue I've been covering for years. So that's why I reported this story. I didn't report this story to prove that Israel has a direct role in his assassination, but there is a real reason why many people are not able to talk to people with any proximity to power. Believe that is the case. It is because the way Israel is conducting itself.
Final question to you: in a hypothetical world, and I know you're a reporter, so it's hard to entertain this.
Someone else.
Knowing what you know about what we talked about now is the moment, and now is the time, and everybody needs the money, and everybody needs this Iran regime change. And, everyone obviously that has that perspective, that interest, and Netanyahu and Adelson, all these people. In a hypothetical world, would the head of a campus organization that is hugely influential in grassroots political organizing and fundraising, do you think, and again, this is not to say there is evidence of this, because obviously you have no, in a hypothetical world, how dangerous is a Charlie Kirk to the people you're talking about? How dangerous is him making a turn on Israel? How substantive and dangerous is that? And in a hypothetical world, is it dangerous enough where you would have to eliminate him in some way?
Well, I think if he had gone further than he was going, and continued to give voice to the grassroots of his own organization, they would have
eliminated him, but not physically. I mean, they would have sought to have eliminated him politically or just to remove him. And they were already calling for that. Ben Shapiro, who's now running around saying he was Charlie Kirk's best friend, said just days, I think it was just days before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said that you can't be at the front of the church giving space to kooks. And then just a few days later, when Charlie Kirk was at the front of the church, he was struck in the neck by a sniper's bullet. And then Ben Shapiro, within 24 hours, said, well, he's going to go on his own campus tour and pick up the bloody microphone that Charlie Kirk left for us. So they did not want someone like giving space to anti-Israel critics or just the real mood in this country. They needed to hold the line. So I don't know. I think there are easier ways to get rid of someone and cleaner ways than assassination. I've been the target of that for many years, but for sure. And he was a gigantic threat to Israeli control over the Republican Party. Maybe the biggest threat, since Trump has proven so easy to move and manipulate and so afraid. I mean, we can't overestimate Charlie Kirk's importance to the Trump machine and to the Republican Party. He was sort of a unique figure, and I don't think he can be replaced. It will also be interesting to see who steps into his wake. And I might have more to report on this, by the way. So.
Well, I appreciate it, Max. Maximum with all the website is called The Gray Zone. You guys do some really interesting stuff. Anything coming up you want people to check out?
Well, yeah, just watch this space. We might have more to report on this, and I really appreciate you giving me the mic and giving me the space to talk about it. And I love the work that you do.
Yes, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank your wife. Also, she contributed to the story as well. And thank you both of you. And we'll have you back if there's new developments.
Appreciate that.
Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal, who wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally in the last few weeks and months of his life and the things he was feeling and the pressure he was under. I didn't know Charlie. I never met him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody liked him. Both people I know on the Democratic side liked him, and people on the Republican side obviously liked him. But, that was one of the most disturbing things I had ever seen in my life. The man is a husband, a father. Even if he wasn't, he's a human being. He's sitting there, he's engaging in conversations with people, and he was brutally murdered in front of his wife and children. I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I dressed up as a dead healthcare CEO on Netflix. I'm not someone who is out there being a purveyor of good taste, but I just don't understand how, after witnessing that murder, you could be gleefully celebrating this attack. I think you're in a very bad place spiritually, in your life, if you're celebrating the murder of a person like that. I mean, again, this wasn't. A lot of what I do on the program, we make fun of the news, we make fun of what's happening. A lot of it's dark comedy, so I don't go out there and police people's reactions or tell them what to say. But if that's the first reaction you have to that video is to celebrate this, or you can't be doing great. You can't be doing great if if you're celebrating the murder of this man. I don't think you're in a good place in your life. And, like I said, I saw the video, I watched it one time, I would not rewatch it. I found it to be, I didn't know what I was watching. I was on a plane to Austin with Louis, actually. He was doing shows down there, and I saw this video, and I was like, it was maybe the worst thing I have ever seen. You know, when I picked up my phone, it was unbelievable. And a lot of people I know, you know, people that I'm, you know, in their orbit comedically or for whatever reason were, you know, I understand people trying to be funny about terrible things. I understand failed attempts at making things funny. I've had them myself. I get it. But some people, the joy, the glee, the delight in this man's assassination. Again, I don't understand how you can look at his wife who's collapsing in front of his casket, who's crying, where the children are asking where their father is. I cannot get to that place where I can understand enjoying that. And it scares me that there's a lot of people that are there. And people that I kind of, you know, kind of somewhat know, not close friends, but like people that I am aware of and, you know, kind of, you know, worked with and know from the life that I've lived. Like, I have disagreements with Charlie Kirk, some substantive ones. I have disagreements with most people. You do not have to agree with someone to not enjoy their murder. This is something that should be obvious. You don't have to agree with someone to not delight in their murder. This guy's life was ended. His family was shattered. It's inhumane. And I understand that this is what's going to happen inevitably to people as the country drifts into this kind of schizophrenic fever dream where nothing is real and people are, you know, living online and they're radicalized and everyone's an enemy and everybody's dehumanizing them. You know, and everybody feels, for whatever reason, that this type of thing is justified. And it's a terrible omen for the future of America if people think that a guy who's willing to sit at a campus and engage in debate with students should be assassinated. I can't understand that. That's not something that I'm open to understanding. I think it's a pathology. I don't think it's a political point of view when someone's head is blown off in front of their children, and for someone to say, "Oh, good." It's not a political point of view. That's kind of a deeply destructive pathology. And I don't think that, you know, I understand, again, people trying to make a horrible situation funny and failing and saying, doing things that are in bad taste. I've done them myself. I get it. That's not really what I'm talking about here. That's not what I saw that was the most disturbing. What I saw that was the most disturbing was the complete delight and joy in seeing someone cut down like that. I don't agree with a lot of the people that run the state that I'm sitting in right now. It's California. I feel they've been incredibly destructive to my living in the sense that, like, I think they've ruined large swaths of the most beautiful state in the union. I think their policies have driven business out of the state. They've increased crime, and I agree with their policies on some things. Right, like I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-gay marriage, I'm pro. You know, on a lot of the social issues, I have kind of a libertarian view. So, like, states like New York and California, I'll agree with them on certain things, and then on other things, you know, I don't agree with them, right? I don't agree with, like, like pick a gender day in preschool or whatever's happening. Like, obviously, there's things that I don't agree with at all. And I would never want any of the people that I disagree with to die. I would never want any of the people who I politically disagree with on any issue to be shot in front of their children. I don't understand. I think you're at a place in your life. If you're enjoying that, you're at a very bad place in your life. You're not at a good place in your life. I mean, that's all I can say. I don't know many well-adjusted, happy people with their own children, their own partner, wife, whatever, girlfriend, boyfriend, a dog you like. I mean, anything. Anything that you love or care about, I can't imagine someone with that type of life seeing that guy's body tense up and then slump down, watching the last moments of his life, and gleefully celebrating. It just, to me, is I don't understand. I can't. I was looking at some of these things kind of shocked. And I'm not a sanctimonious guy. I'm not a guy that, I'm not a guy that, is offended by much. I'm almost offended by almost nothing. Not nothing, but when you're a person who's done comedy for years, and you've been in this fucking world for years on the internet, you can't really be, sensitive. It doesn't work. It's not, it would be the death knell for whatever you wanted to do in any type of public life if you were sensitive or if you internalized everything or took everything to heart. I mean, that being said, when you see somebody, treating this like it's Christmas or, some of the reactions I've seen are from people that are deeply, I guess, depressed, or they feel hopeless or helpless, and they're reacting in a kind of in a state of rage, and they're not, and in that they're denying their humanity. They're not thinking about things like a human being. I understand not liking someone. I understand thinking their policies make your life harder. I understand having fundamental disagreements with people. Fundamental disagreements, by the way, not like little things. I understand that there's people in my life I have fundamental disagreements with on major issues, big issues, and I still remain friends with them because I believe that humanity is incredibly important. And that people respect the fact that people are human beings that come from different places, have different belief systems, have different faiths, have different ways of doing things. And, when Charlie Kirk was not a crazy extremist, he made inflammatory statements. A lot of people make inflammatory statements, but if you listen to the context of a lot of what he said, guy was not like a psychopath. He had a definite belief system that, he sat down and talked to people about. If you're for the assassination of that person, I can't quite get into your head. I said this in 2020 when people were talking about the need for violence, not only protests, violence. And I said, this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop, America doesn't have to be any one thing. That's why there's 50 states, and people who live in San Francisco don't necessarily have to agree with people who live in Maryland, or people who live in Texas, or people who live in Wyoming. There are 50 state legislatures, 50 governors, there's a reason, and different states need different things, value different things, whatever. You know, I just can't see the value in celebrating someone's death. I mean, whenever there's a weapon, number one, everybody uses it. So anybody celebrating this, it will come for you. It will come for someone on your side eventually. I don't understand, but I don't think people are thinking about that. I think it's the raw, visceral feeling that someone that they viewed negatively's life was cut short. And they're enjoying it. And it really is, it's fucked up. The interview we're doing is actually really disturbing. It's one of the more disturbing ones that I've done. And it's a viral article that is going viral after this. And it's trying to, again, it doesn't suggest that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel, but this article, which is going viral, is a disturbing portrait of a lot of the pressures that not only Charlie but other people were under. And another thing I just want to say, and before I go, because I know it's not like I mean, if I had a dispute with DoorDash and Cash Patel was investigating it, would I get the credit? Would I get the DoorDash credit if Cash Patel was tasked with an investigation? Would I get the DoorDash credit or would I not? I imagine I would not. I imagine if there was a discrepancy on a DoorDash order, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Cash Patel, would not be able to secure my credit of $11.90. What is this guy doing? I mean, the guy that did this to Charlie, his parents turned him in. I mean, what could Cash Patel run? This is kind of an interesting question. What organization could Cash Patel run credibly? I don't know. Anyway, Max Bloomer. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. We've talked about them so many times on the show because they are the best. With over $25 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. In Florida, client received $12 million after the insurance company's best offer was $250,000. In Pennsylvania, client was awarded $26 million, a staggering 40 times the insurance company's original offer was $650,000. Recent client in Pennsylvania just received $29 million. The insurance best offer was $500,000. There's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. More people are trusting Morgan & Morgan than anybody else. For over 35 years, they've been fighting for the people. They have over 100 offices, more than 1,000 lawyers nationwide. All law firms are not the same. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Tim or dial #529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/Tim or #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertising.
Younger person who's a father understand that. 40.
Tim's can't stop storing their blankets, but when it comes to sexual performance, they've got you covered. Take control of ED with personalized treatments made with proven ingredients prescribed by licensed providers 100% online. ED can make you feel out of control. Hims lets you take it back with personalized treatment options, including daily meds that support more spontaneous moments. ED is more common than you think and simpler to treat than ever. Through Hims, you can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options discreetly and on your terms. Through Hims, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like hard meds and SexRx, plus climate control if prescribed. Hims offers access to ED treatment options ranging from hard meds to trusted generics that cost 95% less than brand names get prescribed. This isn't a one-size-fits-all that forgets you in the waiting room. It's your health and goals put first with real medical providers making sure you every need and get results. Get simple online access to personalized affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more. Visit Hims.com/Tim. That's Hims.com/Tim for your free online visit. Hims.com/Tim. Actual price will depend on product and subscription. Full plan Future products include compounded drug products with GMP approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, quality. Description required. See website for details. Max Blumenthal, editor-in-chief of the Gray Zone, thank you very much for coming on. You wrote an article that's going viral. You wrote with your wife, Anya Parenpil, about, obviously this horrific event that happened in Utah. And you were describing, firsthand accounts of things that Charlie had told his close friends in the weeks leading up to his death. And a lot of it concerned the pressure that was being put on him by Israeli billionaires for questioning some of the things happening in Gaza, and then as well some of the new anti-Semitism laws. And how did you put together this story? I mean, I know you don't ask a journalist to reveal their sources, but how exactly do you compile this piece?
Well, just to answer your question before I get into the piece, I have been following Charlie Kirk for 10 years, since almost soon after he started GPUSA when he was a teenager. And I was following him as a critic or an opponent. I saw him as this kind of very hardworking, highly articulate, sort of like superhuman, ultra-conservative operative that the Israel lobby had basically hijacked, and they were using him to create the biggest Republican or conservative youth movement in history, TPUSA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the U.S. alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stay completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, well, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily. And they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ, or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them, and in exchange he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything. Obviously I was horrified by his killing, and I think it's a terrible omen for this country, but I have no reason to say anything positive about him or to think that he was anything less than a complete contradict for the Israel lobby. And they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. And he started to move away. And I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this kind of, this article came into being, I was hearing about this before he was killed, that something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk. And honestly, even though I work from the left, people from the Trump administration and around the Trump administration talk more to us than the Biden administration did. They talk more to alternative media. So I was hearing about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was under in the months before he was killed. This was not unfamiliar to me, and so I decided to go back to some sources that we had and asked what was, for more details.
Well, even as somebody who you were a political opponent of his, it's obvious, seeing a lot of people gleefully celebrating his vicious murder, obviously you don't have to agree with someone to not delight in their murder. I mean, I've been surprised, friends of mine, people that I know, and their reactions to this have actually shocked me and shaken me a little bit. I want to get back to this turn that he makes. Do you have a timestamp on when he's starting to question really Israeli influence in American domestic politics? Because I'm reading your article, and you talk about your source is was talking about Charlie kind of starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has in U.S., not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well. Do you put this right around the time that we attack Iran? Is this before that? Is this after that? How, what do you know about his progression?
Let me just close a window here because I have some noise coming in.
So, too, person's on an animal. It goes by the animal. The animal standing, the person standing.
So yeah, this is so this is one of the most fascinating stories I've witnessed in American politics. It could be the theme of a film or a documentary or a book. Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was called the Groyper Wars. And Charlie Kirk would do these TPUSA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would, you get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Groypers, which sort of follows Nick Fuentes. They're anti-Israel. They're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel, and they believe they're the true voice of America first because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel. And so they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, the USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications. And they killed scores of sailors. And they would confront Charlie Kirk with the difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross. And Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation because he knew that if he would give an inch to them, it would threaten the relationship with his donors, and TPUSA would collapse. Now, after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole grassroots of the conservative movement, everyone under 35, started to question the U.S.-Israel relationship because they wanted to be America first, and they saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adelson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. So the bottom dropped out of right-wing youth support for Israel to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer to his own grassroots base. And you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump. And it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July Youth Summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida. Yeah. In Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment. But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist, but he more comes from kind of a libertarian world. So he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer. Debate, no, that's not something you want, especially at this point, if you are like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out, says, you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. All right? Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of American Jewish youth go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel lobby, but like the whole concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S.,
who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman. He calls him a scam artist and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. But it was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, which I learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined, which meant, Zionist Israeli takeover, complete recapture of TPUSA, an organization they basically helped create. And Charlie Kirk turned him down. And after Charlie Kirk was killed, we know Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about him. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about him, interrupting his 7-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally in Qatar.
Can you remember any time that in the history of a political assassination that the leader of a foreign government has come out to deny that they were behind it? I mean,
I've never seen anything like that.
Right. I mean, yeah.
It was so Netanyahu has to ultimately deny that Israel was involved in an interview on Newsmax with Greta Van Susteren. Newsmax is another institution that Israel controls. Its CEO, Chris Ruddy, was just in Israel with Netanyahu. He's shining his shoes in public. So Netanyahu goes there and says, this is like, to accuse us of killing Charlie Kirk or having a role in this is like a medieval blood libel at the Holocaust. And when Netanyahu says that, it probably leads some Gentiles to wonder if there was something to those blood libels. I mean, when someone that sleazy and that blood-soaked links innocent Jews to the murderous campaign that Israel's carrying out, it's bad. It's actually bad for the Jews when he says that. But I've never seen anything like this, and I've never seen anything like what Netanyahu was doing relating to a tragedy or a crime in the United States since 9/11. Netanyahu blamed Muslims for Charlie Kirk's killing explicitly on Fox News. He was trying to milk it as much as he could, but it blew back on him because he's become a prime suspect. But after 9/11, Netanyahu said in comments widely reported in Israeli media, you can look this up, he said 9/11 was good for Israel. And it's the same way that he saw Charlie Kirk's killing as being good for Israel. He thought he actually probably thought a Muslim was responsible. And he thought he could blame the left and the Palestine Solidarity Movement and get them shut down by the FBI. And so in a way, he was kind of thrilled by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu, and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu, many of whom had funded his organization.
So let me ask you a question. What would he be afraid of? I mean, obviously, you have an organization that's well funded by people that expect something for their money, right? They're not giving it to you for free. Did you get the feeling that he was only afraid of reputational damage or, you know, losing money, or did his fears extend to his life? That's what Harrison Smith, who's a personality at InfoWars, pro-Trump outlet, has said, based on a source he spoke to. I don't know him, I don't know what source he spoke to, but he said this on August 13th, so almost a month before Charlie Kirk was killed. He said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So that I didn't say that. I don't have I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed, but there's this fear when you go against the Israel lobby and you're that powerful, and it's a fear that I've been told Donald Trump shares. I was told that by several Trump insiders. My next question is, does the President of the United States fear for his life?
Yes, I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that.
I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of violence.
There's no salsa band, there's no Beatles, they've been walking around.
You want to hear about white people?
So these motherfuckers, I mean, the most interesting thing in the world was I looked at my wife and I go, what the fuck is this? I almost have a nervous breakdown. Like, what the fuck is this? This is like Puerto Rican shit. But I go, this is what? This is what we have now. The parents are scared of kids. And you know what? Let's get together. Let's put them all together. When I was a kid, you know, one parent would have hands and you fucking knocked on doors and you yelled. You know, Saturday night, I didn't see people till 8 o'clock at night. How much pot do I smoke on my balcony at night, people? A lot. I standing out there and I was scared to smoke. My kids are going to walk up on me. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids and a parent. But the 80, 90 kids, I used to run with 80 fucking kids on things. Yeah. You were at 80 people. Any bungering and money. Yeah. I didn't see that. And it's just what I know. And they found needles to fuck every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate full of shit.
Man, that's like, I tell my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need a bite out of all this shit.
That's a positive. Friday night, so I got so high after trunk or treat. I went home, she came home with a bag of candy. I can sit there, I started talking to me like, okay, and you have one racist, then you fuck racist,
If you start with the little ones, the bullshit ones, they're getting cups out everywhere.
That's the sweetest fish. That's my world. That's my world. Since I came from Cuba, this is the Swedish fish.
The red ones are the multicolored.
The rest ones, they only have a one color Swedish fish. That's it. The ones that sell out of the bag, that's the only one I eat. All those imitation skinny worms and shit, shove those up your mother's ass. I don't eat none of that shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish fan. Since day one, when I was a kid, I'd buy them by the box. So I'd get a brown bag and I'd stick my hand and put them in my pocket. That's how there was when I was in your pocket, in a bag, in a brown bag.
You get, there's a tray of them.
I bought the box from a wholesaler.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
That's great. I used to know when to buy the box. There was a fucking wholesaler for candy when I was a kid. I was going on there. I would tell nobody. I would tell nobody. I go in and I get a box of Swedish fish. I get a box of what they call devil gum. What's that? Devil gum. Way before fucking these other gum thieves thought about Big Red.
They're not loyal.
See, Big Red was makes Big Red. Wrigley's big bump devil gum. When I was a kid, devil gum was cinnamon, but it was hot. Like you ate 3 slices. Yeah, so it wasn't be on fire, though. That's what Mexicans give their kids when they're in daycare.
We had atomic fireballs. That's how we had.
No, atomic fireball. For you also swallow gums, Joey. You don't supposed to swallow gums. That's why your asshole's on fire. My asshole's not on fire because of that. I'm telling you. I've been swallowing gums since day one, so my body knows how to process it. So you start swallowing gum when you ate, then you fucked up. I've been swallowing gums since day one. If the doctor please email Joey Davis, and what? What's he gonna say? I'm not going to learn how to. Listen, I have pulled the gum out of my ass, so I have one little piece of gum. I don't get processed out of the head. Or sometimes you're going to pull the shit out of your head. You can hear the gum
Let me tell you what. Have Joey, when he gets one of them good ass zits above his asshole, to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright? He drank all fucking thing orange juice in 10 minutes.
And then proceeded to pop his asshole?
Yes, no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in his go one knuckle deep. I know all the stories. I was there.
I used to travel by bus to a lot of games. Greyhound was my sponsor for a long time.
The Joey Express.
Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso.
I'd drop you off and pick you up.
The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. I'm going to go all the way to Kennedy and drop 200. When I get up here right here, and I can pay the express for $48.
I looked at just to see, just to get to Boston. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So I would never. Yeah, but I'm saying if I had to. Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never set up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime, and we do this church at other parts of the country. Yeah.
Where's the bus now?
The bus will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee, and then we're here. We're going to be driving. They're going to be driving around Wednesday or Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it has to be. I don't look at my calendar.
Travel, no fucking. You guys would kill each other.
Before you got to the first rest stop. You're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just look, bro. Shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we laughed our asses off. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit, we put on Joy Medina. 5 minutes sleeping time. Wake up, throw hits for Jesus. Making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and
John Wesley
on the floor.
Jody Ferding on the bed.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand. Kill ourselves, we're brothers. Are you kidding me?
Well, not literally. I'm just saying, like, you put something on the TV that he doesn't want, or he'll start.
I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. Pick what channel you want. I got it. I've got a king size bedroom that pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it, so if we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer, and everybody, all these dirty white people out there when it's 120 degrees, it's dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest smelling motherfucker out there. People were like, they thought I was Pharrell or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's boo-hooing. It's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus, take a shower, smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that band. It was awesome. It was so great. But that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright? Your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. Monster. I can't go for that door.
Expired by him. What do you think will happen?
You get stuck in that gun. Yeah, right.
What fucking happened?
What happened?
A couple weeks ago, I went swimming in Toledo, and I got the fucking plane. The next day, I got an ear infection, right?
Why?
And I was sitting there, and I'll tell you,
That only applies once you have your yeshiva. 14 years in a
you know, when you work out, you're heavy, you have to take a leave sometimes or the other.
Yeah.
There's all that works for this boy for big guys.
Dude, I'm past that.
Yeah, you get slammed on your back. You go home and eat your lunch. First thing you do is take an Advil, especially if the train's next day. Yeah, you gotta do all that shit because it lowers the inflammation. You gotta eat fucking, like smoking weed, eat weed. Actually, takes away the inflammatory from the fucking thing. You see it Google today? You see the front page of Yahoo today? What did it say? More people turn to medical marijuana prescriptions in there. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are going down, man.
Yeah, the opiates are going down. Yeah, the benzos are going down.
Listen, I'm telling you as your brother. You fucking go. And you work out with any little savages down there on that night, and you won't walk, you can't move. I'll do an experiment with the motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you an elite one night, then a week later we'll do it again, and I'll give you a chunk of real hash. And you eat that hash, and you call me tomorrow when you tell me which day makes you feel like that's what Bruce Lee was doing this. Nobody knew why he was eating marijuana 40 years ago. Danny DeSanto said that he hit this. That's why he was eating marijuana, because he knew that a leaf will kill you.
Yeah.
A leaf and Advil will eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. If you take a leaf, you gotta drink fucking water, bro. That's why I don't take them at night. I take them when I get home. Jiu-jitsu bands, I'm not, or kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later. Whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get sore from flying.
Dude, I can wipe the fuck out.
Shit, man.
First of all,
6-hour flight, leave you fucking sore.
Alright, yeah, okay, you fly in your connection, Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B-32, and yours is, next flight is at H-17, you got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, the fucking terminals are so close together that there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if
you're hungry, you're fucking hungry, you gotta rock.
There's no
But sometimes I take out the one night with my ear infection. I go, you know what? Somebody gave me these 2 nights.
How's everybody doing? Welcome,
That's how I don't give a fuck. Give me 2 because I know I'll need them one night. So like I eat that night with the ear infection. I popped that Viking, and I gotta tell you something. I got fucked up on that couch, dog. I like fucking smoked the head. I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new. The next day my ear hurt a little bit because it hurt as much as it hurt. He gave me 2. I said the other one fell out of the bag. That was it right there.
Oh my god,
that was the one I just found. I thought it fell out of the fucking bag.
I think I like those pills too much. I don't know. I don't fuck with none of them no more.
I like
them too much.
I like the feeling of when I'm on the road.
Yeah.
That's where I like something to sleep. I think they'll prescribe to me.
Me too, because I can't sleep. You can sleep with weed? Yeah.
I can fall asleep right now.
You're not us.
When I get up at 5 on the
You're
road,
a titty baby.
when I get up at Thursday morning, I gotta go to the radio, right? And I get up at 6. Right, like they're picking me up at 7:30. So I want to just get up at 7 and all in a rush. I want to get up. I want to relax. I want to read the paper. I want to eat a good breakfast. I want to write a little bit. I want to slow down.
Stretch a little.
I'll get up, take a shit, do all that shit. We go.
But getting up, time management, yeah, with having weed.
Like you don't even think with those fuckers.
Yeah, you fly the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even call ahead and be considerate of what kind of coffee do you need? Kind of bring you some breakfast.
I do all that. I do all that on my own.
All of them.
I do it all on my own. So 7:30 when they get there, I'm prepared. When I get back to that hotel room and I get high, I'll sleep like a baby.
Right.
But after 2 shows, the weight
There's too much energy.
There's too much energy.
After the show.
So I know for a fact that I'm not going to sleep. So I know for a fact, even this week I'm in Portland. My flight, I got to be at the airport at 5:30. I get back to Burbank at 8 a.m. By the time I'm out. So 5:30, if I got to be at the airport at 5:30, that means I'm working at 4:30 in the morning. So I am prepared for that 3 hours sleep after the coffee club. So what I do is Saturday mornings, I get up, eat breakfast, I walk around, I get high, do whatever the fuck I do. I get back home about 10 o'clock, Jack. And Ralphie does the same. Because Ralphie will call me on Saturdays for the road. I go, what time is it? That break time, the little time, that's it. And once I take that nap after that, it's over. Because I'm sleeping straight till 3.
Yeah, because we're at
We're
work.
after, and I don't sleep
Fucking
late.
work.
You know me, I don't sleep late.
Ever.
But Saturdays, I don't do lunches, I don't sleep because I know I'm going to be working all night. I know that I have a chance to fall asleep for 3 hours. I'm probably not I'm used to it now. Bro, they got a flight. I'm taking that ball to Jersey. And I'm still flying to Kennedy, Jack. I'm going to New Brunswick because there's no everything is connected to Jersey now. There's only one direct, and that's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in at 8. Virgin will get me in Thursday at 2:30. Sunday, I ain't waiting till 1 to fly back down. It gets me back here at 3:30. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Hey, man,
So Virgin
look at Southwest. They've got one of those 2 chairs.
It's too connected. Listen, Southwest is good for 2 hours.
Yeah,
2 hours.
your back starts to hurt.
There's no entertainment. There's nothing. There's no.
Is that what gives you free TV?
They give me free TV on the wife. They gotta bring their own TV. And I go, oh, that shit. What the fuck? I sit next to a communist.
Oh my God.
American Airlines, I got 200,000 miles on that.
Yeah, right.
Virgin, Platinum.
Right.
There's no Southwest. It's from California.
When it comes to
Nevada,
California, LA to Austin,
yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 2:10, 2:15. Anything after 2.5 hours of Southwest, you're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pimple in the ass because of the bus. If you want a pimple in the ass, that's that bad. Fly fucking Southwest. So what happened was, I come back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways. I was about 370 at the time. And the crease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole headed like north from my asshole is right here. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing, like it started with an inch. How did he find it? How I found it? I couldn't sit. Every time I went to sit, I was like, wow, something hurts.
And then he pulled the hair out.
So I took the fucking mirror. And I said, this is the days when I was doing something.
In my apartment.
And I looked at my ass and guys, it was a white head on my ass.
Oh, my
God. It was throbbing. It hurt so much. And I couldn't take it when I'm sitting there talking around me. And I remember that he was telling me a story about something. And I'm sitting there finally opening up my pants in the front. I have no underwear on.
No, you didn't take your pants off.
I didn't take my pants off.
So that's when you had the ball pants.
Stuck my hand through
A whole
in a fucking yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position lead. And I had to squeeze the pin. But I had to turn the skin down. So it would go pop.
That's also
You could hear it go pop. And it was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in. And I had to put my fingernails and I took the fucking hair and I took a piece of skin out. You take them out of them?
That's also
Yeah. They grow hair from twisted on your ass. If you sit down all day, you have pimples on your ass dramatically. All those fat people that walk around and work their offices. Look at their ass from time to time.
Oh my God, it's a big town.
It's like strippers. Somebody's just stripping them always now. White hair. If you look at a stripper's ass, when she stands close, look up close, you always see a little white hair on her cheek. It's just a joke. Lee's
Lee's going in. It's like, really? That's what the experience. I just get to pull stuff out. Well, when it's an ingrown hair like that, yeah.
On your ass.
Yeah. And it was a long hair, too. I saw it. Made me look vomit a little bit in my mouth. Totally gross.
Terrible.
I know.
People think that comedy will sell those buses forever. And now, I feel it's just, you fly so much over here.
That's why we have to go more.
Southwest, I love them. I'm not saying that they're a bad airline. Not at all. Southwest is big, fast, perfect. I think Southwest, whatever that is, the level that I love Southwest.
I used to hate the way they board, but they board much quicker. Dude, so much quicker.
So much better.
It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30. You get to see how you sit there, you give people dirty looks as they walk by. I had to do the math because I forgot to check in one time and I was like B30 or something, B20, but I did it at like 96 aisle window seats. So as long as it's like that 6
I did the math.
I got nervous, dude.
Man, you are such as the Jewish thing you've ever said to me, and you're still.
I'm a chubby guy. I haven't had a million years.
You've got the flag of Israel right there. That is the Jewish thing you've ever said, that you've counted all the fucking windows on the house. Really? Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, so I fly, when I live in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston. 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago. 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is within 2-hour flight. So I go over there Southwest. That's how good they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off, and they go, Ralphie, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And they rushed. This was before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just pat him down, get him on the plane. And they wheeled me from on one of them go-karts. Because this is how much Southwest loves. They got me to that plane. As soon as I stepped on, hey, the problem's solved. Yeah, everybody clapped. I had my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a doctor. And those guys love me. They come out. They're the best. Burbank are cool. Real nice. Oh, yeah.
That's my sometimes I get there, whatever. If I know she's there, you got clapped.
Yeah.
One time she took me to the Southwest and I was eating food, sandwiches in the fucking lunchroom. I had a party up in the party. She took the lady. She might as well come with me. I went to the man. They have little sandwiches cut up with potato chips. People from Southwest were back there eating. She put me right there. She goes, I'll get you. They're really nice. I didn't say they were bad. I know, but it's not that comfortable. It's not that comfortable, it's not that comfortable. If the plane is packed, because we're a fat fucker, right? Okay, my shoulder goes or something.
Me too.
Oh my God, I get shoulder pain on Southwest. I made a mistake. And I did one time to save $300 on two papers. Because you always look at the same, right? And flying is something that if you're looking to save, you're going to have an uncomfortable journey. Prepare for it. Go on their website. Fulfill Workshops. United has a thing where they give you a minute seat and they give you security clearance. Yeah, $75. It's worth every dime. Yeah. Because that means I'm walking the first class flight.
Right. That's worth $75. And then there's economy.
United offers that. You have to scroll all the way down. It's $75 each way. It's worth it.
So fucking worth it.
Worth it.
You just buy it.
Today's economy is worth it.
Goddamn
A
worth it.
couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't almost make the flight because of the security line.
Yeah.
This is what's going on out there, people. So if you're flying over the holidays, I'm telling you right now,
It's brutal. Get early. Or
get it.
if you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes, okay, which utterly scared the living shit out of me. That I show up with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucking 30 sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I hate Russians, I'm bona fide, Jack. Fuck that. They go, have a nice day, Mr. May. I raised my hand, signed a piece of paper. Boom. I had it then. And all you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking belt. Yeah.
They emailed me and I showed my wife.
Actually, you ever give them like access to your social media, or is that bullshit? No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? I hear stuff. I don't know. That's bullshit. But you know what? You know what though? It would be smart, and let me tell you, every business I'm doing it, I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get on in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. All right, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. All right, and that's how I do it. I provide. It costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange, and they get free internet. You know what I mean? Right? It's really cool, and that's what you got to do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them your email. And if you got like an iPad or something, you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like what is it, Boing or something like that. That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, and it's shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like a Muslim.
Southwest gives you free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But it's when you want, I don't get it.
So you just have to, but they don't want to pay for screens. So you can bring out your tablet and log in. Just log in, just sit and accept, and then they have like a whole bunch of TV stations.
Yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, and everything. Especially if you're A-list, you get everything. You get all of it for free. I do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest. And, they've got 3 directs. I took American here, first class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday, on Halloween. That was the first one in there, on there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man.
They add one during the winter.
Yeah.
There's a problem. Like in the winter, you have to look. They add an extra one on the way back. Because usually you have to leave early. They have one at night.
Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add an extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub that you can get all to the south and right there from there. Like that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas has an ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so like to Miami so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, They do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do.
A lot of people don't fly. They get
I'm
gonna tell you what the best flight. I'm gonna tell you what the best ticket is in the business. What's that? Virgin main cabin select.
Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude.
I'm talking about the main cabin select.
Oh yeah.
One behind.
It's fantastic.
First class.
Oh my god, it's first class.
It's first class.
It's first class. Like it's first class for half the price. It's first class, half the price.
Best seat in the business.
Without a doubt, you've got more leg space actually than you are having first class.
I've been more comfortable in main cabin select than I am in first class. You know why? Because they have the desk. I can put a notebook down. I can actually fucking type something. I can gorilla hands.
Bro, you can stretch the book out. It's got more space than first class does.
You have to hit a button. They bring you free food, free booze. Everything's on the house. So it's still first class, only not in first class. And you still stay on the first class line.
That fucking Brit.
And if you want to fly first class, you call 12 hours before the flight.
Yeah, if it ain't full up.
49.
Yeah.
Boom, they bump you.
That's to go across the country. That's going across the
country. The only problem is they like, all right, I want to go to fucking Austin from LAX.
Right. No.
You gotta go to San Francisco first.
Yeah.
That's the problem. See, Chicago. I'd love to take Bert to Chicago, but you know what? I want to get to LAX at 9.
Yeah, that's hard.
Exit 9 is rough. That's a rough flight. You know what? American don't get me anywhere at 5 a.m. if I walk past. That's one thing about American Airlines. That's
they have flights.
That is why I fucking fly American.
They are 24 hours.
They got a vampire flight.
They are 24 hours.
They got 5 a.m. to Chicago. That means you have to be at LAX at 4 a.m. What type of human being are you? You're working at 4 a.m. without drugs.
Yeah. It would be more effective. Like if they ran, like Southwest is almost a 24-hour-a-day airline, and especially with all its international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, America is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates of what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. And they lower the rates in that so they have more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then main consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate good flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
But it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like, especially,
well, there's no fucking reason why all right, if you are the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, that guy was a dick, and they watch your next plane. You can, it's free. It's awesome. If you're an asshole, go work at that.
About a year ago, I made a really bad mistake. And this is the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation, I know it's a company, and I know they never happened to know. I was having a chat today with somebody about agents, and I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents, but the agents are killing.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just because he's, I was looking at it, here's the funniest thing about IMDb. They've got a rating for agencies and management and all that shit. CA is obviously number 1, William Morris number 2, Innovative is like 8, and then the agent top was like 200, it's like 300. It's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at, and here's what's fucked up. You look at Jeff Susser's management, they're 4,300. A regular person would look at that and go, I wouldn't even talk to that management company.
what do you mean 4,000? That's what they cost.
That's how, that's the rating.
That was the rating that was as far down the list.
But they've got 3 clients.
They've got 3 clients. They're millions.
So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
You understand me? So it's all bullshit.
What are the rankings based on?
The client's earnings. The client's earnings. And so, I'm with William Morris, and I think worldwide they're number 1, but here in America, CAA is, especially in LA. All right, but William Morris is badass. Who gives a fat baby stick? If they're at that level, unless they're worthless or fucking strung out on something. There's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're snorting and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, that you only have one client and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off, just to relax and build up a new act? That's when your rating drops to 5,000 like assessments. But how much TV does Stephen, Joe, and Kevin do anymore? No more. Is Joe doing? He's still throwing people around at UFCs, right? Right. But that's
theatrical. Some guy called me and they said,
he would be such a fucking amazing action hero.
I understand.
Oh my God, he would be fucking amazing. Okay, with Joe Rogan, with a fucking skull and tats and crazy shit, driving a hot rod through the fucking desert for high bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass Corvette of his fucked up. Oh, God damn it, run to it. He could throw it. He could change a light bulb for the kid.
If you put a show on TV, wouldn't you want to be a singer producer? He probably would do it if I asked him. But it's the last thing on his mind. It's the last. And if you understood his life, he does the easiest path of resistance. We were talking about work ethic a couple of weeks ago. He got that job at the UFC as a volunteer. He called the guy and said, I'll fly myself out. I just want to do something with my time. You guys have an idea what the UFC pays him? What he's become a nut champ. He's like the voice of that shit.
Yeah.
This didn't come to him because he trained. He went to the IDT Institute of fucking balls. He stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's stepping up.
Balls.
So if you have this job, right, guys, This is how he looks at it. And I look at it the same way. Right? You got this job that flies you into Vegas or whatever every once a month to call a fight. They pay you a shitload of money. He gets residuals from 2 shows, guys.
Yeah.
Remember, he was on 2 syndicated shows. Hits. Why would you want to drive Warner Brothers and put up with that?
Yeah.
Why? You know how hard it is to be The Rock?
It's fucking.
You know how hard it is to be The Rock? See, people in Kansas, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood? How many needles can I stick in my neck before my kidney blows up? Because that's how the public needs to see you all the time. He went on some show a month ago and said he eats 20 pounds of fish a day. That's all great and dandy. Okay, but you gotta stick needles in your body and be that fucking big.
Hey, me and you going to some sushi spots. We got him on that one.
Yeah, we got him on that. So, you know how hard it is? You have to train. Right now, Joe Rogan has a family.
He's
doesn't want to come down there. Why would you want to listen, guys? I was telling somebody that day, what do I want? What do I want? Do I want the Joey Diaz show? Not 20 million years, I'm 52. I did blow for 30 fucking years. I'm surprised I didn't foam them out. So much bad pussy I ate. Like the Kardashian black guy.
Oh, yeah. Lamar Odom. Let me tell you.
I would foam at the mouth.
Those bitches are the fucking kids at death,
dude. For 20 years, I'm overweight. You gotta look at your fucking weight. You gotta look at your life and go, how long am I gonna fucking last? So do I really want to drive to Paris every day and put up with this faux pas producer and director on their creative thoughts for a show for 5 more fucking years and my glory to stick away from my kids? The kids are fucking. He's fine. The UFC pays him great money. He goes on the road
when he wants to
with the UFC, so it's all in house. So people make me laugh when I go to these clubs. They're like, so what's it gonna take for Joe Rogan to come to my club? I want to say, listen,
act of God.
He comes in for one fucking night. He was at 11 midnight. He ain't been at the Laugh Factory. I tell the story constantly. Whether people like him or dislike him, or he's not really funny. He cooked one night, walked on the Laugh Factory, 99. And he came over, said hello to me. And I was like, how was the last time last week? He goes, it's a fucking great club, man.
Yeah, that was
nice. No,
I mean, 2000, 2001.
He goes, 2000 only problem is, it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
Wednesday through Sunday. And I looked it up. And I didn't think about what he was saying, but I got it.
Dude, and that guy had a ton of money, and we had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. But no, he goes, I just want to go to bigger places.
That's it. Just one show. That's it, one show. He put that out there. He put a plan together.
He changed comedy with that move.
And I saw it happening. I remember saying it started.
Dane is the one who started it. Everybody before. From Mitch Hedberg, everybody, Wednesday through Sunday, maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body, everybody, Dougie Stanhope, everybody did it. Fucking Dane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now the dumb fucks, they got greedy like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio, and that's it. That's it. And I'm back at home in LA early Sunday. Put it together.
That's something that you can go back and like, what could happen? You never know anything. You don't know that's why. Because of the idea, they can't make that Wesley off. What power are you giving Wesley? Wesley has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yeah. If they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin take the lender's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake, they shtus, which is a sixth. The prophet himself says that sale is off. But this said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because he made a mistake. And his son didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect rejection. Just one of his son didn't like it. That's it. Rava says, I don't think you remember that.
What do you think you're dealing with, Lisa?
The sale or the vision is good. It's kind of even if they made a mistake, you know where they're still.
And you can see why the only reason I went to church was the end that was. Because it was the 36th
the brothers
anniversary of the night.
They have a halacha like a purchaser.
That morning was the
But if somebody purchases
that morning
for more
was the
than a
36th
sixth of
anniversary
the market
of the day I
value,
got home.
the halacha is
Steve McMillan was
it's a
all the
purchase,
shelves. Steve
but the
McMillan
seller has to give back that sixth.
that he had a party one
And
night.
if it wasn't a sixth, it's a purchase.
He had a party
So when it
in
comes to
August
brothers,
that
it's
year,
exactly
and they put
besides,
he had
one
all
of
the
the brothers
brothers
sent
and
an
Steve
agent.
McMillan. You never met him.
Sent an
Ralph,
agent.
great
Then
kid.
you can say, no, you
Couple
less than
baseball
close.
past
I don't want
masters.
because I sent the agent.
He
You
had
should
shit.
let people live out. So I said,
We were growing up.
good for me and not
His brothers were part of this crew.
another very
Fucking
interesting thing.
had parties,
Anytime
not big truck
you
parties.
divide
They
up
weren't
the
truck
property
parties. They were about
with a
music.
measuring device,
And
a
they
measuring
did
stick,
crazy things.
you
Like they
divide
would
anything up
eat glass.
with weight or
Fucking
even
eat a mouse his head off. So one day, this is way before I was.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday night, I went over there one day for a party, and the only young kids that were invited to the party were me, a Philip, and this kid Gandhi. And at this party, they took a garbage can, and they filled it up with everything they had. They put Hawaiian punch in it, and they took bees. But they called and tell the servant that the brothers took bees. Trying to think about eating the bees. Put them in the fucking thing. So, and with ice, and this stuff had like 151 rum.
Oh my God.
It tasted terrible. They were fucking, they just scoop it out here and do it. It was like a garbage can, and it had chunks of fruit in it. And I'm back there smoking pot. The next thing you know, I'm getting walking up. And it's Zulo's front yard. Anthony Zulo's. He's in Dallas, Texas. And I'm getting woken up by Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a cop in the neighborhood that would come down and play basketball with me on Sundays. But he always wore colored socks that drove me crazy. At the end of the basketball game, that was the argument. Ray, you gotta go home with your colored socks. I'm gonna put you in my fucking you, Ray. You're gonna punch me in the mouth. You're fucking 40. You're fucking 10. But go fuck yourself, Ray. But Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray picked me up. What happened? I don't know. I blacked out. I got fucked up. Come on, I'll drive you home. And he knocked on the door. My mom answered. And she's like, what's going on? I go, Mom, I got fucked up. I fell asleep. She's gonna fucking sleep it off, you idiot. She yelled at me. She was like, yeah, dog.
See, that's when parents were fucking parents and police were goddamn police. And we didn't have to be fucking parents too, man. Right.
I'll never forget that I was fucking hungover. This is the first time I remember that I was hungover. So I got in like at 5:30. It was starting to, the light was starting to come on. 5:30, a sophomore, and I want to be a sophomore. This is like 2 weeks before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs though, guys. I didn't do drugs. I was smoking pot and I was high. I wasn't a big drinker, but I drank a little or much.
And he goes out and he checks the animal, he sells the animal. He's trying to verify that animal,
It was a Sunday morning, so I got home like at 5. I passed out. About 10 o'clock in the morning.
Send some
I can hear like ice cubes.
with the cell
That's when I
phone.
woke up to.
He's
I hear Cuban
not
music.
the shaykhah or the
I
seller,
hear her come
and that's the
upstairs.
second
She goes,
puzzle.
oh
They
yeah,
will
well,
love
I
it.
need to wake up.
Always had
I made
a wonderful day,
breakfast and lunch.
very beautifully and pipper.
And she had to went to class. In those days, towards the end, she used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Shit, right? What the fuck makes a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it?
Walking around your house?
And she was such a spink. Like, she was such a spink. She didn't even cut the celery. She'd just fucking break it, put it in a drink, and eat it while she was talking to me. You know, but you have to appreciate this. You can't write this. You can't write this. Are you supposed to cut the lettuce off the celery?
Yeah.
She was such a spink. She just ate it, right?
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
She would dip it. She loved tomatoes. She was that V8.
Oh, fuck yeah. I still love that, dude. I drink that like twice a week.
She would put Tabasco on her Bloody Mary. She's putting Frank's red sauce.
Oh, not me.
So anyway, she looks at me, I'm fucking got a headache that's pounding. And she goes, oh, yeah, they go see the egg white cook for you. And she goes, and she goes, now you know what I feel like in the morning. She fucking walked out the door. And that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like, I never thought about it again. Okay, so it's August the fucking... August the fucking whatever. But she said it very patois. Now you know what I feel like in the morning, okay? This is how you want to live your life. Just walk out of the room. Okay. So, this is the end of August. It's September, October, November. I love you, man. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. What do you think of making JT? 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulls me aside. It's beautiful. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? She goes, she wants to get together with you. You want to know? I go, sure, but she had just broken up with a kid. And in 1979, I went up to the kid like a man. The kid was a dumb kid. And I went up to him and I said, can I talk to you? I said, hey, you're right. I go, I know you're not with her anymore. Do you mind? And he goes, you know what? I like you. Boy, I don't mind. I'm still in love with her. Just give it to me. Okay, fuck you. I just, that's how deep I was at 79, guys. At 15, I already knew there's boundaries. You gotta be a man. You gotta be respectful. And then Halloween night, we all dressed up like ghosts. And we took a hit of acid. We went to the Gammio's garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. At 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her. And some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And then the way we walked, in fact, Jimmy Holloway is her cousin. He's listening to this podcast. Robin Thompson. It was me and Robin Thompson started walking. And her boyfriend, Glenn Zemnick, was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. Her boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch didn't even think high school kids. He got out of the car and thought we were leaving together. Started yelling at her, but I stuck up for her. You know, he was like, I'll deal with you some other time. And he... it was very nice to me that night. All that shit went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. There was no rule in the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was, in those days, that year, if you look at 1979 map, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the other boys would trick or treat on Halloween. Was like on Wednesday. So, but the party was Saturday. Yeah. So it really, it was like maybe, Halloween was like Monday. And this party was on a Saturday. So it was like October 28th.
You like trick or treat like 3 times.
So what happened was I stayed there. And all of a sudden I realized it's 3 in the morning. And I call home. And my mom answers. She goes, what the fuck? I go, listen, I'm up here, but there's no buses. It was a one, but that, but what was the date on the fucking Saturday night? No, the Saturday before that, the 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died Wednesday after that, not after the Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on a Sunday night, and she died November 8th. So look at it. You follow me? She helped with the cop. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are you going to do? And I go, I don't know. She goes, we'll take a taxi home. I go, I'm not taking a taxi home. I got other buddies with me. We're all going to walk home together. And I'd done the acid stuff. And the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jingles and shit. So something happened. So I took a ride downtown. But by this time, we were talking. It's 5 a.m. I'm not going to call her back. She was already sleeping. Now, I'll never forget that I fucking my friends dropped me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs. And as I was putting the fucking key in the door, she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, and just smacked me across the face. She hadn't smacked me in 4 years, 5 years before that. I was a big boy, you know, and that just wasn't her MO, you know, to hit me. She would say, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 2 years before that, she did like me on fire. Bounty rolls, so, but she was best. She was best. She slammed the door. She goes, she goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. You're gonna have a fucking wife. And you better fucking call every hour on the hour. That's the deal in this house. You can stay out all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what you do. Drinking with your stupid buddy. She went off. But she goes, All I wanted, I'm standing there going, you just smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face, like it was still stinging. And she's like, you know, you fucking idiot. You know, what the fuck is wrong with you staying out till 7 o'clock and get upstairs to your room? I don't even want to look at you. I was pissed. I'm like, I might even move out. Like, that's it. I'm going to get the fuck out of this bitch. Fuck this place. Fuck you. No wonder your husband left you the other one time. Fuck you. Talking about,
holy shit, that was fucking real as it gets.
It's real. My father died at 37, and then one who was a killer left her because he hit him in the head with a fucking Santa. A fucking Catholic Santa.
Which one?
No, Santa Barbara, the man with the sword. He flicked the cigarette, she fucking waved him to fall asleep. She broke it over his head. Nobody could deal with him. He didn't even know what to do. He was lost. He was the greatest thing. So that night I went to bed thinking,
What was the after she got home from closing the bar?
yeah, they came all together and they were talking. And he was sitting like this, he was sitting on a chair, and something happened when she wanted a cigarette. And he took it and started handing it to her. Old school, you know, was great. You don't throw nothing in that house.
No, that's rude. That's fucking rude. I don't give a fuck. What? If somebody flicked a cigarette, if I can't have a cigarette, like I said, if I'm thirsty, can I have a sip of your water? And you fucking threw it at me, it's the same fucking thing. It's rude.
It wasn't even
It's
like
fucking rude.
my mom's demented drunk again. It was a disrespect thing, so she waited for him to go to bed. She hit him in the head. They fucking left the next day. But so I'm walking up the stairs thinking,
That's just.
I'm walking up the stairs. Oh yeah. I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating that shit no more. You know, I'm 15 and a half. I got a job. I never get the Balzanos. That was my plan. I don't need this shit. People hitting
I
me
met one of the Balzanos when I was working at Hasbrook Heights one time.
Political Pete. So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, "Yeah, I cooked something." She goes, "But let me tell you something." She goes, "Get up." And she got up. I was like, "Oh fuck." And she goes, "First off, I'm sorry for putting my hand on you. You're too old for me to be hitting you. But number two," she goes, "I just want you to understand something.
How's everybody doing?
All I want on this deal is for you to grow up and be a man.
Allah is baguette that
That's it.
father has.
I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to grow up to be a man.
Not only does
Okay?
he receive, but
And you tell somebody you're gonna call him. You call him. And she kissed me in the cheek and she walked out. I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know what, whatever, I'm a man. What the fuck is wrong? I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titties behind the high school. That's I'm a fucking man. I work last summer. I made $75 a day. You know, in my head. And in the morning, you know, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found her dead on the floor, the first thought was like, she's never gonna find that I got left back. But the second thought was, here's what she was saying. She gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted out of this, for me to be a man. Whatever I knew in her world what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. I know she liked churches. My mom loved going to fucking pretty. There was a church down the block, St. Patrick's Cathedral. There's in the 70s and 60s every year. On February 26th, my mom would give the guy 100. And bring him a bottle of shivers, whatever, flowers, and they would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, I love her. We used to go to churches just to fucking look at churches. She would go to churches. In the 6th and the 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. In that year, something happened. The New York Mets went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs. Look it up, Lisa. I guess it's happening. Look up. The New York Mets against the Cincinnati Reds, 1973.
Oh, poor man. This is how Royals whip that shit out of there. They made him 17 spins, and they did it right there. And fucking, who's that black guy? Spike Lee took his hat back off. Okay, Jerry Seinfeld was boosting back to his $1 billion. Okay, and the little team people with fucking no money royals. I'm so proud of them. God bless.
It's an American dream.
It's an American
It's
dream.
an American dream.
Good for them.
Whipped them to death.
At their house.
What year was it? 73?
1973, New York went from the Cincinnati Reds.
Tremendous.
October 6th to 10th. And New York won the series 3-2. They lost the A's.
Right, Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bud Harrelson at second base. It was tremendous.
when he was sliding in.
But that year, my mom, when I met my first community, you were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
So with Lee, so you went to Jewish instruction when you were growing up before the guy. What is Saturdays?
It was Wednesdays a lot. Wednesdays and Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little nice thing on? That would have been a miserable
throw now. You should eat some pot cookies and say fuck it. Just like you did that, you know what?
I gotta grow those.
Yes, you do.
How do you grow those? You just let it.
Yeah, just let it fucking.
What am I supposed to do?
That's a fucking.
No, make it be mutton chops. Everybody think you're a hipster bag. It'd be great. You get you some mutton chops. Lee, clear that deck. So you can eat pussy and then check the legs.
Two wax, you get some money on a sponsor.
Oh, yeah, man.
Two wax.
Yeah, get you one of them mustaches, too. It makes you look like one of them fucking evil villains, like you got a bitch tied up on a train track. That's what you need, Lee. That would be the look. Yeah, come on, Lee. You gotta do that. Come on, you got that stash. That's your look. That's your look. And then shave your head and you'll be a circus strongman. Okay, that's what you'll be. You'll be such a strongman.
She's an extension of the cracking me out. Fucking mom.
That was fantastic.
I used to go to this fucking Sacred Heart School for Boys. And how they did. Grade 7th grade, 6th grade. So to go to church, and you had to ring the bell. So Sister Anna would go, all right, 8th grade, and she'd ring the bell, and you go in. My mom used to eyeball that bell. Because it was made from copper and had a wooden head. And Cuba, big saint in Cuba, which is October 6th, like I let it go. You're supposed to have a copper bell. And if you want money, you have to ring that bell. So my mom went there on the way home. She's like, just get close to me. My mom shoplifted the fucking bell. Back up mine, that bell was everything. That bell was bringing her luck. Every time I'd see her, she'd give me a kiss. You know, genius, that church is bringing me good luck. The fucking bell. That's
what you stole from the church is bringing me the Lord. That's amazing.
So every time the Mets would play at home, she'd ring the bell. If she went to a Met game, she'd take the bell and put it in her purse. And she'd ring the bell at the Met game. This is your fucking story. This is how crazy this is where I came from.
Oh man, I know you don't have all this time, but have you thought about like trying to go back to 1973 Met game like video and see if you hear the bell? Oh crazy! Give your mom my fucking mind.
I couldn't. No, I couldn't do it. You would hear it going Rusty Star. She would throw chicken wings when he'd run back. Rusty Star. So she was like this. I pulled up on loud. She always tell me to the point. She would go, Lenora, where do you want to sit? And you know, he wants to sit in the right field, and I think Rusty, where Rusty stopped, where 73 Mets, was the 73 wherever Rusty stopped, they had a horrible, I think it was Rusty stopped, with Theodore.
The motherfucker always had to hit the cutoff. He was a right fielder. Yeah, he always had to hit the cutoff. That was the story on that. So she's going. Oh my God, that's the best.
Here's the deal. The guy would go, Denora, I got signed on right field only. So he would have to run past her. If she would sit there and he ran past her, she would lose her mind. She would go ballistic all 8 times. Oh yeah, Ruthie, Iwabuga. She fucking yelled in Spanish. And then if she was close enough, she'd throw chicken wings at him. Oh, yeah, Iwabuga. So when the guy would ask him, where do you want to sit? And he'd say, like, what do you want to sit? My mom would go, oye, no me ponga para ese lado. Okay. And he would say, I don't like that phone. So she would sit on the other side, who was the left fielder.
Everybody knows that
Plus they had Wayne Garrett on third, so she was in row Wayne Garrett. If Wayne Garrett took this dick out, my mom would jump the fence because I'm dick. And pound Steve at the same time.
Your mom's got high.
Give me the tea.
goes ahead and gives.
By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love to see you live. I get to do about 2 hours and blow your fucking minds. Come on, baby.
What's the team? Who was the left fielder then?
Married
Who was
to the racer, right? Give her a gun.
You want the left fielder? Cleon.
Cleon Jones, who was third base right down.
Not married at all. No connection.
Wayne Garrett. Yeah. Mad motherfucker dog. He reminds me of David Wright, the hot corner, they used to call it. And my mother loved Wayne Garrett so she could tolerate Cleon. My mother used to call Cleon Jones La Cleon. Mama, La Cleon. Vamos a hablar con negro. Because he was black. My mother would clap for Wayne Garrett. She like Wayne Garrett. Let me put him on the side. She'd be doing at the whole game with rusty stuff. She'd turn and look at me and think, I really want to look at this motherfucker. I gotta sit there and look at this motherfucker. So, why did you like him? She lost like $10,000 one time. He dropped the ball, and that was it. That's it. In my mother's world.
Or was it because I heard
he did something stupid.
He couldn't throw it to first base. He had to hit the cutoff.
I don't know what he did to my mother. My mom just didn't like it. So my mom, if she sat on the right side, not only would she ring the bell for the Mets, and then she would do a rusty style with the same. That year, listen to me. The fucking Mets beat the Reds, right?
So therefore, in that case, their father marries off his son.
They won 3 games.
Do you understand what
if somebody
that was for the fucking Mets to beat the Reds? The Reds were beginning a dynasty.
That was the Big Red
That was the Big Red Machine. Now, you know what happened?
Holy shit.
You know what happened? My mother, when they went to the World Series, my mother put, I was still going to sacred heart school for boys.
The father
I still remember that playing his name. Because my mom had that belt.
My relatives are the best.
And if
White says,
listen,
no, my relatives are the best.
this is gonna get creepy. Not only do you, the school, you go in on Sundays.
During the party,
You know, on my Thursdays,
went ahead and
it really gets creepy. Wait, go even deeper.
So Rubber said,
See what day the World Series was on. The game what was the series when the Oakland A's beat the Mets?
no matter what, once the
1972
father
World Series. Look at the day they clinched. So this is really gonna knock you
here's
motherfuckers
this really outside.
See if it was a Sunday. The day they won that game, the Oakland A's beat the Mets. Game 6 was on a Sunday. Was it 6 games?
You know that
7 games. Sunday, October 24th.
Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, gentlemen?
You ain't shot
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I still remember. What's his name catching the ball, and my mother looking over at me and going, let's go, we're going back to the fucking school. And on the way, her like playing, she wouldn't even look at that fucking bell. So for the last 3 months, all she does is she loves this bell. Put the bell down like Lenny Campbell next to it, got the chicken head to it. The day the Mets lost, she personally got the car because usually she go to the bar. And my stepdad or one of my mom's friends would drive me. And we'd go out to dinner as a family, and then my mom would go to the bar. Because you'd have to be there till 5. No, 3 if you were working a bingo on Sunday. My mom personally drove me to the fucking school. Got me out, and I could see she was agitated the whole time. And in the middle of the agitation, she gave me a hug. And she was doing me a favor. get this fucking kiss of that bell away from me, right? Like, why ain't touching that fucking thing? They've been looking for that bell for 3 months. They've been doing searches with dogs for that fucking bell.
Oh my god.
And I go, yo, put the fucking bell back. You
Both sides.
know, like, from the church, the nuns are 10 feet. 10. I'm fucking 10, and my mom's telling me, go put this. I don't ever want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusty stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell that carried her throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell out.
If there's not been involved, how's everybody doing?
The Cincinnati Reds, which at that time were royalty.
Got engaged without her father's dots, without her father's consent.
Now, because they lost in Game 6 or Game 7, the bell was bad luck. She didn't want it to fucking out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she personally.
How much you think she lost on that bet?
According to Rob.
Because you know she bet the shit out of the president. Jesus. I'd hate that motherfucker too.
My mother,
I'd burn that bell.
my mother had
the
a
father.
problem.
Even in the case where the father, the reason he should marry his
My
daughter,
mom made you look like a fucking. My mom was a betting baseball.
similar to our case,
Baseball
here
and
we
horses.
don't have the father's will.
And that's the horses will give you hits every day. You can't do anything every day in life. She lost everything because of her baseball betting. Everything. Her teams were betting baseball for the Red Sox.
Say like you always learn to pay them.
At that time, they were hot then. Those were so this whole last week was really important. You know, I watched the fucking Red games. I watched them, and I cheered for them. I gotta tell you something. I was cheering for them up to when they went to Shea Stadium the first night. And when I saw them singing "Ring Me a Song," "You're a Shadow Man," whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was it for me. I was disgusted. I have never been that. That's not the New York Highway. They were all hugging each other, and they were singing "Sing Me a Song," "You're a Piano Man," and Billy Joel was the top acting like a jerk. That stuff drives me crazy, dog. That's a baseball field. You're supposed to go to throw things, ring bells, and yell obscenities and shit. They've created it into something else. That's what pissed me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you sang for 2 nights. Also, when they get beat up and shit. No, that's why I kept tweeting last night. Did you see what I was tweeting last night? Where's fucking Billy Joel? Get him singing. That's the night they won. The night that he fucking sang that song. Now they're losing. Where's Billy fucking Joel when you need him? Where the fuck is that cocksucker?
Go fuck yourself, Billy Joel.
That's what I'm
fucking
Kansas City, let me tell you what's over Kansas City played. Kansas City played with my man Brad Pitt was trying to sell Moneyball. And you know why? Did you watch the series?
Fuck yeah,
I didn't watch, and I was disgusted with him.
Are you serious?
Because I
That
don't watch
piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What did you watch it?
He was getting revenge.
Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you.
So he don't watch all this. I love the World Series. That's American.
What were you doing? Were you playing some shit?
He was working though. He was
playing that shooting
He was
game.
working.
One of those streets that was that fake shooting game.
No, he wasn't.
He was shooting somebody in fucking Belarus right now. They're both cussing out 30 fucking Russians. I know. He was Googling his fucking cousins. All right. Yeah,
that's why Kansas City did. And I love that.
Something very bizarre.
I hate when people forget
She
about
gives her money.
the game. Small ball league. They stole bases.
They stole
I love when people steal.
They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with a motherfucker, and if you look at the Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, that's all they did. Their job. Next time classic baseball, the Cincinnati Reds play, you sit there and watch that whole game, and you're gonna go, oh my God, nobody has more than 17 home runs. Eric Foster,
small ball.
The main job they did was steal.
Yeah, the single.
Steal the singles is something that's forgotten about.
Yeah, man. You know that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it. He played for the Red Sox. He played for everybody. Ricky Henny played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was goofball dumb, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right, this guy, if you got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base for the fun, or or a fucking single or a walk sometimes. He gets on there, he jumps out. That guy's gonna have to throw over there 3 or 4 times. He's gonna wear out his arm. They're gonna have to bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days and then they have to go for 3 closers. So what do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out their next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful at college ball.
Cincinnati Red games. The leadoff was always Joe Morton, and he always stunk. And once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they go crazy. And they had like 3 people with stealing. Pete Rose was stealing your ass. Pete Rose wasn't a thief, but he just, he just guerrilled you. And if you watch, there was a game I watched like 5, 6 months ago, maybe 8 years ago, that they actually showed the fucking pitcher just going like, I don't want to deal with this ever again. This is not baseball, this is torture. Because it's slow ball, it's slow torture. Every pitch, something happens. There's always something happens. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or bunt, or this motherfucker's stealing. That's torture.
Yeah, you guys duck. You lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy.
I used to love baseball. I used to know everything about the Red Sox. It's 152 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all those games.
Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan, You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and a little kid was going for a foul ball. We were stoned out of our balls, and instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay, and the kids got the ball, and everybody's cheering, and we're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay, and John's laughing. He goes, "You broke that chair." I go, "This motherfucking chair is done. I broke that ass and dumb and been there 30 fucking years, and I fucked that chair up." We got up, it fell to 4 pieces. I swear to God, get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God.
Broke a couple of things, cocksucker.
I broke a lot of shit.
I used to break lawn chairs. Lawn chairs get out of Pittsburgh Funny Bone.
Yeah.
The home of Greek Bowl. They used to have naked women pictures all around the bar.
Yeah, right.
I hated that. I always used to hate those.
Man, I hate lawn chairs, dude.
Yeah, the chair you had on your balcony. I never knew why you had that goddamn chair.
I broke one and you broke one. Well, I was like pushing the jar and you came and just tormented.
Well, for a fat guy, that's the worst chairs.
When you shot the pilot for VH1, didn't I break the chair?
Yes.
Something happened.
You broke a chair. It was awesome.
For a long time, I was breaking fucking.
Oh my God, it was so fucking
funny.
funny.
A chair broke. One time with sleep apnea, a chair broke in Miami.
Dude, you broke Gavin's toilet. Remember, you went in there and you just sat down too hard and you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep. And water came out and flooded Gavin. And Gavin got out of his, because you were sleeping in my mouth. And then you were like, fuck him, I'm going in here.
I broke Gavin's fucking futon. That was classic, dog. I heard that thing snap in 8 ways. When you're a fat fuck, you break shit sometimes without even knowing. It's the most embarrassing thing. Living like a fat fuck, so you break a ton of shit. Clothes, I ripped clothes. I remember one time I remember one time in somebody's car, the Jeep they had, I went to get the handle, and I went to pull up and have the fucking hand down.
Oh man.
Stop being a fat motherfucker.
Man, ain't nothing easy.
Let me do some shout outs and get the fuck out of here. I'd like to thank Mike and Mary Johnson at Unique Bows. Thank you very much for the bows. We put them on a little hair for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackelford, Dead Squad Dallas, and the rest of you crazy
I love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Kirk Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? It's my man D in Colorado, who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado, that motherfucker's got weed 15 foot tall. 15, the biggest ass bud.
He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. I like that cat.
You have to do it. What's up with you, Tarzan? We're going to kettlebells tomorrow?
Hell yeah.
You staying for jiu-jitsu? We're going to bust it. We're going. What the fuck?
Sounds gonna kill us.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit on. I got to take headshots on Wednesday. Stupid shit.
Yeah, I'm going to In and Out. Alright, you fucking gonna get real. Okay, we're three fat guys. You're gonna talk about workout sessions now. We're talking about fucking assholes, man. Breaking bed. I buy better bed, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck breaking them. Buy the best. Bro, he wants me to flip over my back. I can't do it. I've never in my life been able to do it. He's like, oh, just do it. I'm like, okay, what's never gonna happen?
Who gives a fuck? You go there and do the best you can. Don't worry about doing nothing.
Oh,
you can't do something.
Oh my God.
No,
I know. It's easy. Okay. I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like, because traveling so much it hurts, and so my doctor, as part of I broke my wrist, said, you know, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga. Okay, so I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor. Okay, I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle. And my balls hit the fucking floor, and I almost passed the fuck out. My fucking thighs have been killing me for 3 weeks. Dude, I swear to God, I did the full splits like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst. Oh my God, dude. I think I ripped my groin muscles. All this shit. I ripped that yoga mat right down the fucking middle. You're the first person I've said that to because it's so embarrassing. But those fuckers will rip if you get fucking 450 splitting it. Oh, Jack, I busted my ass. It took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't even know what to do. I think the instructor just pushed me back on my back. And it eased up. And oh my God.
But one of the worst things that ever happened to me was when I drowned in the YMCA that time.
That's how we broke. That's how we broke.
Oh my God. As a fat guy, I was never more embarrassed in my fucking life. I've done some fucked up shit as a fat guy. You get embarrassed about being fat, you can't fat shame. At the time, I almost drowned at the Wiley. Fucked me up. I didn't say nothing for like 2 months. I didn't say nothing. I just snorted coke and tried to hide it and shit. That was embarrassing. I was just starting to lose weight. Things were going great for me. I lost like 8 pounds. I was still snorting blow. I was doing big blow. And I fucking got up one morning and Terry went to work and I overslept. And I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went over to the Y and the Y is packed. I used to go to the Fat Man pool. It's this little Russian pool. Right? It was like 4 feet, but it was 96 degrees. So it's like a therapeutic pool. And I would walk around and if there was nobody in there, I would do laps. And then it's short laps and nobody would see you. If you go to the big pool where there's kids and people see you and there's lifeguards, I was still too embarrassed. I'm not going to be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt in the pool.
No, I am. I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me.
I said, fuck
I keep all this here.
I'm going to go in there without a t-shirt. Lee, I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere, Lee. And I'd sit in the sauna and I'd make it look like I was losing weight in the sauna. Then I'd go on the steam mat. Then I'd jump in the pool. And I do this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, but I was still snorting blow. So in my mind, if I ate sushi and I went to the steam room, I would sweat the cocaine out. I wasn't a fiend no more. So now it's 2 in the afternoon. I go across the street to the Y. I'm still a little hungover on the blow. And the fucking steam pool was packed with kids jumping up and down. And I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. But the adult pool, the lap pool, was wide open.
Oh, shit.
I go, fuck this. I swam. I lived in Boulder. I've been swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for the big fucking pool. Why am I swimming with these fucking fat fucks for? I went over, I put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles in. And on the deep end, I jumped. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. It just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm putting everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my form. And I look up, Lee, and I haven't even moved my 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of air. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out, but I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They're going, come on, let go of the rope. Come on, swim. And I'm like, guys, I'm dying. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall, and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. I mean, guys, I was fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to hang. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't kick no more. And I'm out of oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. And they're like, come on, pull him out. And all these little kids get together, these little Mexican kids, and they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm turning purple. I mean, Lee, I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around. And these little kids can't pull me out. They're like, fucking ring the buzzer. And they ring this buzzer. And it's going, and all of a sudden this chick gets on the thing and she turns this thing around. And they're actually going to make me, listen to this, they couldn't get me out. So they were going to fucking drop a hoist into the pool. And they wanted me to swim into it. And then they were going to pull me out like a fucking whale, like orca. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea, Lee, how embarrassing that is? I got dead stuck on my stomach. Lee, I'm purple. And they're like, swim to the middle. Get to the middle and go in and we'll drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out and then we'll bring it to the side. Lee, by that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress. Like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got overbug. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up and I rolled down like orca. I just rolled down to the pool. I got up and I got up right in time. As I went to the fucking door, the 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? I'm like, that's him. And I just walked right past him, dog. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
as long as you get to your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. Explain it. I believe that's what it is. That's what I thought you had, because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis club. I keep on inviting you to come up there like regular white people and let's have a goddamn party, okay?
You're in town 8 days a fucking year.
I'm calling it out. Let's go, okay?
I can't go. All right, next summer.
No, not next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the whole holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. If you can teams in me, all right, trust me, I got problems, okay?
We all got fucking problems.
Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100, all right?
We all got problems.
More to that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's like, it's so, like, freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why, you know, this wasn't an acid trip night, you know what I mean? It could have been, but it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow, you know? I've got 2 beautiful babies that love their daddy, and I've been getting so much bullshit, you know, about me and the wife filing for divorce. Truth was, she was just responding. They only check LA records. She was already, I had filed on her like 10 days before, okay? And And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle, and then my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in, okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000, okay? It's retarded, all right? And we're just being cool. It's like, my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designs, okay? She can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, it's I work all the fucking time. I'm always. And I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hardly trick-or-treating with the people all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents, you know. And everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing coke. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical, and I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your life right now, Ralphie, with your children, the people from the church we love, and
I know.
got your back. We want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's two ways you can do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with, and that's the way you got to do it. Because you have a career,
Yeah.
and you want peace of mind. You want peace of
I'm
mind.
in love with her.
Listen, man, sometimes people try. I'm thinking about Rothschild. I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up, and she's dating a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The singer from No Doubt.
Gwen Stefani.
Yeah, she's dating the judge from fucking The Show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing today, like,
That Blake Shelton guy.
Yeah. You know, listen, man, people in life sometimes don't get. I pray every day that Carrie stays in love with me, and I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how quick it can go. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder.
It's so hard.
There's two ways to do a divorce. You could either A,
go to war,
or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
Okay, that's all
you're gonna take anyway.
I've taken that my whole life. That ain't no big deal.
Either 10 people can hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you could just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and let them do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways, but I'll tell you what, it hurts more if you clench it up.
She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jay Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back, I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip, because I still had to finish in Hawaii. Nobody on that fucking island who could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit, like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe, and I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Lana had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there. And that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's going to be drawing a salary from my place. She's going to be getting alimony like regular white people, because we're Jews, you got to respect. All right? My babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what
You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming, it's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know?
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, right?
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things. And that's fine. That's what the internet is. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you open up your life on the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's backfired.
Yeah.
But in this situation with divorce and stuff, who knows? You know,
and nothing's happened yet.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Try to put the pieces together.
Try.
Be a father. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in the divorce. I lost dignity in the divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas in what's the movie when he just snapped on the 405? Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting people.
Yeah. Last straw.
You know, when I saw that movie really scared me.
Why?
You ever see that movie? Where he goes nuts on the 405.
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to mug him, and all of a sudden he shoots him. He goes, "You want my briefcase?" He's pretty funny in that. And now Duval is looking for him. It's a cliche type movie, but I always saw that happening to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school Cubans, and they always say, "Fuck him. He never gave you what was coming to you." You know what? So I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? You want me to shoot him? For 3 years, I lived with him. I was preparing to hide under a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him and kill him. How am I gonna get his money now? So I had a terrible idea, and I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, "What? This is the guy that raised me. Would you give me $300,000? What was I gonna do with it? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna buy a building? No, I was dead. I was gonna buy a yoga plant off some fucking. Fuck yeah. So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was it. When he died, I didn't go to the funeral. I sent flowers. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I gotta tell you something. I had such a
I don't
bad
have
divorce.
any anger. I have
right
only
now,
love. No, I know. I don't care.
Right now,
I've already seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I have to get another place here, and I hate it out here.
Has nothing to do with numbers. Okay? There's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, "Listen, I'm just going to be a mile up the road. You come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space." And I was cool with that. I'm like looking at it going, "This is a dream come true. I could work on comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was doing the working stiff stuff, and I go, fuck it. I want to do fucking comedy." And all of a sudden, it went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go there for you. I hope you handle it maturely.
I love my babies. I love my wife.
I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else.
They're not.
I hope that, because that's what happened with me.
Yeah.
Once attorneys get illegal, and once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, Lisa, they ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts, you know. So, you have my love. You have my love always. I call you every day. Hang on.
I know.
I send you videos of a little Spanish guy.
You gotta knock it out with that, man. It's like,
I'm the real deal. I've been through a divorce. I've been through a separation. Guys, it is brutal. I always advise people to keep it together. Keep it together.
Well, no, I disagree.
But if there's no love, there's no love.
No,
there's no love. There's no love. You have love.
No,
So
we both have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. He's the head of psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right? But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete you asshole. Okay, you know what you do after 2 years
You
of
should have
denying?
that's with the Elvis classes. You started to worry me that day. What question did you have over that?
It's not a question, but it was my parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually had wished they got divorced earlier. Like they said, like we stayed together because of the kids. I even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like
You're just a tough dude. This is listen, man.
I was
Ralphie,
but I feel great now.
let's get some.
I got a lot of
let's get something on the air. That's Comic Standing is a great show, and it shows a lot of comics to the country and a lot of vice versa. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. When Ralphie was on Last Comic Standing, he was already a brilliant headliner. Ralphie was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. And this just accelerated the program where now these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. It went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I judged it. I was there. I was there when you were, cooking for us with no money, and also next thing you know, we're sitting on Bullshit Boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in it, taking weed to go, and nobody didn't give a fuck. Take it. That's what Sean Rouse smoked the fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he'd see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard on a person, never mind on a marriage.
Yeah.
This has been a journey for you. You've learned. Now, I hope that you keep it together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
The PTSD from Spellbound.
No, that's hilarious.
See the bottom of the
Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. All right, I broke my fucking bone, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the mother. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broken 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, "You have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia, and it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. All right." and they're gonna. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live, and if not, you bleed out in your brain. You have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom, motherfucker. I was fucked up, Jack. That fucking snap. That snaps your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay? And they're always like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are. And let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit." Oh, like you don't even know about I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19. I'm in a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, change colors, but it's like those dirty motherfuckers. They're like reds and yellows. It's beautiful. Okay, but I've been there, and then they start getting real, dude. And man, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
You know, Ralphie, man, I gotta tell you something. Sit here, bro. I'm gonna end this podcast in a couple minutes, but I gotta tell you something. It's I'm 52, man. I've had a great life. I laugh. I love being upset and laughing. I live to laugh, people. I know sometimes I come across as a prick. I love giggling. I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I was talking about my godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I have that we didn't have the money to do, Ralphie. What a mistake that we back and rewire that apartment with a camera.
Oh my God.
We would have a show. And I'm telling you,
That would have been the all-time,
it would be.
HBO's all-time greatest comedy show.
And you can't, and you know what, I'm sitting here across from Ralph and I'm listening to the story and I'm like, I can't even go to HBO. I'm telling him, I'm thinking of Ralphie narrating a show about Adventures of a Fat Guy. And just even all that stuff, the tube, when you fell that time.
Oh, falling on Gardner?
Listen, I'm sitting here and I'm like, not even Gardner, the thing you were telling Lee about that, he's going on, you don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about the story, here's 3 guys trying to fuck the same chick.
It's miserable. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her.
But you wanted to fuck. If your face fell into the asshole,
it wouldn't have been worth it.
It wouldn't have been worth it. So if something happened, they're having an argument. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is. I'm sorry. I'm living off Ralphie. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralphie's making Bloody Marys. And we're going over it. We're hitting this every night. Everybody knew that at 2 in the morning after the comedy store.
Party was in my apartment.
The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz,
Babaloo,
you know, and we just talk shit.
Producer.
Somebody would have a joint, somebody wouldn't have a joint, but this one night it was just me.
We always had
drinking Bloody Marys, and we're giggling. And Jody said something to Ralphie to piss him off. And there was a big Japanese lamp in the kitchen. All right, and fuck away, he sits down and she pisses him off and he's sitting in the position and something happened that the light got a little low and he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you, this is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this, Coco? She's my guest and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka or something. And he in the middle of his rage, he's like, ah, and he stops. Because the light bulb is burning his head.
It burned my hair.
You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's Inspector Clouseau type shit.
I had to wear a hat for like 3 weeks. I was like Junior Judge Wolf. I always had a hat on.
You busted that toilet in your house. Don't
No, it was Gavin's. It was Gavin's. You fucked up Gavin. Stop. And you also shit in Gavin's shower and then pushed it down your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know the real you, Coco. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was loving. Okay.
Light the bum on fire.
You light the bum.
People's pussy in that apartment building had a fucking camera.
Oh my God.
We would be multi-millionaires. I tell the story that I brought Shayma there, and she was giving these people, drug dealers wanted to fuck Shayma.
Oh, so
I left her downstairs in Gavin's apartment with Gavin and the Armenian.
And she's dancing.
And she's dancing, telling the ESPN story. Then I come back at 5 and there's one guy
horrible impressions. Oh my God, remember? Horrible impressions. Oh my God.
Every time they give her
she's all coked out. I'm still and this Disney bitch like breaks out into like
you have no idea,
like, hey, shut up, bitch. Damn, take them titties out. Yeah, that's what she told her. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Go, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take them titties out.
I always loved her. I still talk to her when I go to Vegas.
Is she in Vegas now?
Vegas.
That's awesome. She is so cool.
She opens for everybody. She got a little gig. She's a
dude. I bet she's making a fucking man.
She's 45. She dances in a cage at a lesbian bar.
She's like 26.
She dances at a fucking lesbian bar, but she keeps marrying gay guys by mistake.
What?
She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this gig.
What?
Listen to me, about 15 years ago, I got to do this gig.
She married a gay dude?
Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time.
And Charlie's.
And one of those, for one of those people. And I canceled. I got like this stupid TV show or something for NBC. And I had to cancel. And she went up there and met a go-go dance, like a male dancer. And they fell in love. And she put his name on her little pussy.
Oh,
and then they moved back to LA and they were in love.
Man, that's fucking
wow. was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were in love. And then one day, she wanted his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house in the afternoon and put like a bikini on, and he would dance for old dudes and shit. And he would get like $50 and do meth. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before.
God
This is hilarious.
bless her. That's so hard.
Somebody tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes, and he's smoking meth. So she throws him.
Holy
She
shit.
throws him out. I hear about this about a month later. No. I bump into her, and she says to me, "How you doing?" Blah blah blah. We're going back and forth. And I go, "Hey." I don't know what the guy's name was, but you know, I go, "So how's Mark doing?" And she gets kind of sad. She goes, "I'm not with Mark anymore." That's a shame. I go, "Listen, I know this old dude."
You know what, Shay, but you gotta give it up to her. She is a queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking bona fide grown men.
She's always had bullshit.
She's fucking funny.
She came up at the comedy store. She came up at the comedy store.
When nobody.
Her mother's a biker. Her mother's Gemma. Did you know that? Her mother's like Gemma. Like she was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time in the house. Her mother's like Gemma. And she's half Arab.
I didn't know that.
And she's Arabian. She's like a
Jesus.
Iranian. She's beautiful.
I tell you, if you look at her, you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just natural. She glows.
Her and April Mason used to be real fucking tight. Two pieces of ass hanging out together. This is 12, 15 years ago. They go on doing this dirty shows all over the place, and they start doing Unfortunate show. They got a my face. What was before Twitter and MySpace. They got a MySpace page together, and they would do all these dirty rooms, and they got Penthouse to pay them peanuts, but they had some going on in Vegas. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shane, and I go, "What's going on? Where's your buddy?" She goes, "We don't talk no more." So in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, it's two girls. They went for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back from the fucking in Sarah Tiana verified. They're on a plane on the way back, and also the plane starts having engine trouble, and they're gonna die. The planes, and they go down, and all of a sudden they go, "We're gonna release the mask." They released the mask, but only one came down. It was Seamus mask. Fucking April Macy took it and held it down, started choking. That's deep. That's savagery comedy shit right there, Ralphie, man.
Oh, man.
Are you still on the Netflix tour?
Yes, Unruly. We've got the West Coast this whole month or the next 2 weeks, and then it's the Lord's Day, it's Thanksgiving. You got to get back to grace. I'm hitting Eugene. Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit. Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great.
No.
Seattle.
Get the flying Jew.
Oh, he is fucking in Sumo land. Jesus Christ. Look at you.
Oh my
Dude, I'm telling you, please, get that mustache. Look like them villains. Get that mustache. I'll twist it up.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strongman.
You should have seen your face come up.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out and blow me out, man.
That's the fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things about Vancouver.
They're gonna carry out to the bus like they did in Denver.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Nothing fucked up, dude. I had to go through Utah. Those cocksuckers. The cops searched me. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm this fat and can talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I've never done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I want some Quaaludes. You want my own Quaaludes? And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? And give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops horn, you dumb fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the actual quote was, the one I gave him, because I was fucked up. You know what I was fucked up on? Cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I had just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we flew to we were in the Bahamas, and I was on that fucking pool, that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. All right, and I had all this shit in my head, and it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuffs. Okay, like fucking. Just like Dayquil, Theraflu day, okay, like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had, and I dried up a little bit. I wouldn't have boogers coming out of my head. All right, this is the real deal, okay? All right, but I started shaking, nigga. I started shaking because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, go, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out, I'm trying to smooth this ride out, I was trying to fucking mellow this train, and then I just take a big old swallow a fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost, okay? And you know what my wife goes? She goes, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, I just drank it up. I go like 2 shots. Fuck it.
Tell me what you broke.
Okay.
Gracious dollar.
Hey, that was your fault. That's good ass fucking drug. Alright? Okay. That was you and Gravity, motherfucker. You own that. Okay, you're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You fucked up some shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you suck a dick. And by the way, we went to that Jack in the Box right behind his house because we were smelling all them fucking jalapeno poppers. Bullshit, fuck you.
No, I didn't go to that Jack. I had to pull over. I couldn't stop laughing.
So what happened? Okay, alright. Denver, you get your balls in, motherfucker. Alright, nobody want to see them. Alright, I've seen him plenty in my life. Alright.
Well, put crisis out.
No, man, fuck you. Let me finish this, you cocksucker. Alright? Because I know you don't believe me. But my wife goes, that's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, I might be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. You like the same cap? That's disgusting. Alright? And so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Because they were just making lines up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I head on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And that's just, go fuck yourself.
You don't get fucked up on NyQuil?
Dude, I was so fucked up on NyQuil.
You get a bottle of NyQuil, give me a start, that smoke a joint, it's all over. Dude,
in 92, I played the hip-hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's and Rashawn McDonald's, all black comedy club at our hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over, Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay? No. Codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records that this guy named DJ Screw would do. Alright, but we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew so he wouldn't pass out, so they just drink that syrup. Alright, and we was fucked up.
How much did you pour in? Because I only, every time I get bronchitis,
dude, they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured a lot, and they shitload, and a lot of them was putting that, what's that, the raspberry liqueur, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup. Okay, and all those fools were doing that. All of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't even know what hit me. Okay, because it tastes like Kool-Aid. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I
relax.
Yeah, but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're on codeine and smoking weed, and like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it looks so much infinitely bigger in his hand than it ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like what? Okay, it was amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart. Got a standing ovation. All right. But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts that he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he had tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911. 45 caliber come up and go, and it is Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. All right, and he was about to shoot that man, okay, because that's how gangster and fucked up this guy was, and they were like, okay, well, fuck it, okay, where are we been? I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets. They've always got your back up to here. All right, and I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him, but he loved it because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, weeble wobbles, and then they go, okay? Things like big ass, okay? You never hung out with no midgets like this?
Fuck no, they creepy.
No, me, I like them. They're pink. Shit happens.
Get the fuck out of here.
Word to that. Great church, by the way. Thank you for having me, Coco.
Midgets getting fucked up on cloth. I want to drink what black people are drinking now. I saw it on Drugs Inc.
What is it?
That shit they drink in Memphis and the
What is it?
It's like a liquid codeine, and they mix it with Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah, the syrup. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing.
It's just you mix codeine with a drink.
No, what you do is it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And
let's go, baby.
As a kid, I discovered Nyquil when I was like 9. I remember they would help me fall asleep.
Oh,
so I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling in the morning.
I've never chugged codeine, but it's great. Just to have it's like a joint. It's like a joint.
Pills get my
dude, I get so fucking. I can't eat that shit. My fucking little pooper gets worn out. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit no more, man.
I think somebody called medicine and shit one night.
Dude, you don't want to.
Records and shit.
Oh man, that's what we used to do. Play slow records.
The horse in this motherfucker one time. Bring it back. Bring the horse in this motherfucker one time.
Hey, Lee, put this song on. Okay, this is a great song.
Hold on, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
All right.
So we get the fuck out of here.
Word to that.
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've been confused about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time I shoplifted a bottle of wine from Albertsons across Hudson County Park, and I drank it with Diddy Cantero, Louis Cassidy, and I had a headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's the shopping part that causes a real headache. You got too many choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster, and sometimes you go down there and wine's expensive. You went in there to buy a 20, next thing you know you're dropping 60, and you got no guarantee of what you're gonna buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to pick out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially for people who don't know it. Your own personal experience learning about wine and why haven't you bothered to learn about wine, that type of stuff. This is what we're gonna do. I joined a new wine club. It's called Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. The algorithm creates creates a palette profile just for you. I don't know where the card is right now. It's pretty cool, man. If you've ever seen anything like this, Club W is leading the great glass wine revolution. What it means is they cut out the middleman. They work directly for the vineyards, and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some do-re-mi. So with Club W, you get premium wine customized to your taste at a third of what you pay for at a store when you don't even know what the hell you're paying.
You're not buying like it's not like a club where they send you other companies' wines. These are their wines. Like you're not gonna see these wines anywhere else.
But the most interesting thing is going to their webpage. When you go to clubw.com, you go on their page, man, have all these videos and Florida videos, and they tell you what wines you drink, you take the test, and next thing you know, you're involved. Which, when you don't know about that, listen, man, I grew up in a bar. I don't know nothing about wine. So when I went to Club W, I was blown away by how much interaction you have. They'll put it down to the exact thing. I mean, the nut, the grape, where it came from, the vineyard, anyway. What they do is they save you money. It comes down to maybe $13 a bottle of wine or something like that. And there's even a no risk, 100% guarantee that you'll love what they say. Do me a favor right now. What they're doing is for the listeners. They're offering 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. So do you understand me? 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. And this is not like fucking Columbia House where they send you records every month even if you don't want them. You order what you want. So if you think you need 3 bottles, you order 3 bottles. Each third can bottle, they get delivered to your door, and it's exactly what you like, what you're guaranteed to love, or you get 100% money back guaranteed. So again, do me a favor, you get 50% off your first order. Go to clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time, and stop losing money at these retail stores, and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. So go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off. All right.
I'm doing it just to get this product to Thanksgiving parties. Just get no, but I'm just saying, like, let's say you have to brew stuff some party. Yeah, man, just get 3 bottles of wine. You're gonna have to go. This town takes the whole week off. Use this party every night up until the start of the new year now. When I used to work at TV, a little bit of work, not really. Yeah, until Thanksgiving, it's busy. But they're out. Everybody's skiing.
Anyway, I'm going to tell you what, we're going into a heavy season now. I'm going for like 6 weeks of flying. So this whole thing, dog, I got my honor. I always slam out. What's the one I take? The immune, the shrimp tech immune. Let me tell you something, those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. If you think you get off a plane, they steam it with chemicals and they wipe down nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking deodorizer. I got a hand sanitizer to wipe everything. That's the first thing I do when I sit down now. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass. And I'm sticking like their fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down.
Yes.
So do me a favor. It's just bad. When you fly, there's a lot of human contact this time of the year. Do yourself a favor. Go to honey.com. Get the shrimp tech immune. You boost up your immune system. You have a lot of human contact when you're flying around. We're smoking dope with different people in a vapor pen. You know, you get sick this time of the year, you lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially you wealthy man. I can't afford to fucking get sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I up my vitamin C when I fly, and I also take shroom tech immune. But that's not really the only thing fucking on it's got. They got shroom tech sport, which gives you more endurance when you roll, lift weights, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. Even when you fly, it opens you up. They have strong bone, they have the hemp protein powder, and they got alpha brain. They have 100% money back guarantee. The new Tropics, it's off the fucking charts. So do yourself a favor. Go to honey.com right now and press it. Get 10% off your first order. And if you get it sent right to your fucking door, you don't have to leave the house. You have to go to Whole Foods. You have to do that. We press in link. Church. Beautiful. Number 2, Edie6.com. What did Dad say?
He says, because we say it's 5 for 50. It's half off. So you're doing 20. No. Because it's usually like $20.
At 20 a piece, you get right now at 86, tremendous 1,200 guaranteed bucks right here. I'm smoking the reefer right here, my little fucking cigar. I'm living like a doctor. I'm like Pacino and Godfather too. You just don't even fucking know.
You broke my heart, friend.
Cigarettes.com right now. They got the tobacco, they got the cigar, all right? And they have the tobacco cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 8, 0 milligrams of nicotine. You can put smoke on it, whatever the fuck you want to do.
My dad likes the flavor.
And the flavors, you can switch it up. Go to 86.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
And get 5 for 50, which is 50% off. NailedItLife.com, the Vapor Kings. You want a vapor pen, you like smoking, you like doing this, you want to see the double. Go to NailedItLife.com right now. What do they run?
When you use code Joey Diaz, you get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market for all of the oil and wax smokers out there. And if you live in California, they are also makers of Commission products.
There you go, Joey. So listen, do yourself a favor. Please support Nailed It Life. Please support 86. Please support on it. And please go to Club W. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine, delicious. That's perfect for you. I'm here to save you guys money. I'm not trying to fucking say, jumping on like that. Don't forget my main man is where they don't get beat. Friday night. Go to RalphieMate.com.
Yes, for tickets.
Go to RalphieMate.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking neighborhood.
I'll be there soon. Trust me. I go everywhere.
I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday, and I'm in New Jersey next week at the Stress Factory. All right, guys?
Hey, I love that club, man. Maybe those boys from Raptors come out, man. I like those guys.
Thank you for coming on. We got
hey,
fucked
Church,
up.
You know what?
It's fucked me up.
Coco,
it's fucked up.
Coco, there's cameras and microphones here, but at the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 1440. Me and you, my little glass table sitting by the window,
cracking fucking joke.
Cracking fucking jokes.
Willie's here.
Yeah. It's the best we've ever had. That's what Coco brought up. The church was happening now. Make me a deacon. Okay. You've been right there with us.
Close up. We thank you, Ralph, for coming on.
Coco, I love you.
Friday night.
Anything for you, brother.
I love you, cocksuckers.
I love you. Thank you, sir. And thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it if you stuck around. And I know I get long-winded. I'm annoying when I laugh, so I apologize for that. But I love him, and he makes me cry laughing. So I'm sorry.
So people love you on the.
Well, that's so nice.
This show was brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off of your first order. That's right, you go to clubw.com to get 50% off your first order. I'll just do this later. What do you want to close this guy? This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time, automatically. Go to PetNet, get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey, petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strong Bone, New Mood, ShowTech Immune, and ShowTech Sport.
Oh shit. The Church of What's Happening Now, bitches. Kick that muley. It's Monday, October 17th. The day the devil was buried at sea. Lisa, Ralphie May. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Shankman. What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksuckers. Probably May. Hey, everybody. How are you? Yeah, hello. Same old fucked up crew. It's a Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago for letting me take my special to a beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved to death. I finally got Leo that turned them on to a hot beef fucking combo with the sausage, with the fucking green peppers and the onions. Forget about it.
That's what fucked me up. It's not like the hot beef with the sausage combo.
Right. The combo. That's it.
Oh my god, they're crazy. I love it. Which one did y'all go to?
Big house.
House. Strong.
It was close to the day. There was a World Series.
Yeah, right. You don't want to go up there.
We didn't want to go all the way down. We didn't listen. I don't like fucking around. We would tape for that and do shit in the afternoon both days. So we just kept it light, like Lee and myself. And I gotta tell you, we didn't keep playing at home. No, we didn't. It was just great. It was a great. It's the reason why I picked that city, especially.
That's amazing. It's such a great town.
It really is.
They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you. How nice. I lost my phone in the hotel and they turned it in. They turned it in the front desk. Fuck yeah. That's Chicago, man.
Where'd you lose it? The restaurant?
I don't know. We were at the restaurant.
You got up. When you saw me, you got up. You did not have it in the restaurant. You got up and you left it. You were sitting there playing with the phone.
Yeah, I must have
put it next to you. You got up when you saw me. And you left it there. I felt terrible because I dropped the out. When I got there, somebody gave me a great fucking out. Rainbow, long live rock and roll. I went to eat the Cuban sandwiches. I left it downstairs. That night, they called me in my room. We have the out downstairs.
That's amazing.
Gotta go knock at the door.
That's great.
Great little city, Chicago. Listen, man. Chicago's one of those places that once you get to the suburbs, it's a little last American frontier.
Yeah, right.
It's really neat.
I hate that the whole city is being painted as like the old Wild West. You know, I mean, everybody's dying and shot and shit like that. There's only certain parts of Chicago. Nobody gets it.
It is what it is.
Yeah, right.
There's parts of Chicago that are fucking bad. There's parts that used to be.
Oh my God, so bad. Yeah.
Different element of where used to.
Oh shit.
Those areas where we used to go from.
Yeah.
Now,
No way.
Fucked up. You know, this is going on across the country. Anyway, you just can't say Chicago. Chicago's a great football. Chicago's a scary place. What happened last year in St. Louis?
Oh my God.
Still like from the bird.
You know what? That's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84 they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Kool and the Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. Alright, fireworks, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town went to what shit is today. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit anywhere than at that fucking 4th of July. It was fucking outstanding. Kool and the Gang.
Shit.
Where were you growing up? Did you go to St. Louis?
Clutchville, Arkansas.
That's funny because that was the big city for my wife.
Yeah.
Like, that's the team you watch when you grow
Oh,
up.
yeah.
She grew up in fucking
Paducah, right?
No, in between. No, that's Kentucky. She grew up in, what the fuck, by Maryland.
Oh, my God. That's like Jackson?
That's like Jackson, yeah. Talking about our
Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling. And we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get a place.
Now back up, what type of wrestling was there? Remember?
Oh, shit.
Was it the guys you saw on TV?
Fuck no. When we saw him on local TV, I mean, that's where I first met Spittin' Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers, okay? Man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then, like, 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, I saw that.
Like WWE wrestling.
It's third tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid-South and something else. I forget the name of the other one. But
I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdul the Butcher. I spit on it. You dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Were they like the front row, or was it like? Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide cups. That's where you ever have a suicide?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's where you take a Coke, all right? You tell them there's a little ice, and then you hit every type of Coke on the fucking thing. That's the suicide.
Miami both looking for their first win. San Francisco comes in with no block per game, no George Kittle today. They're able to take on the Saints.
Right? Sprite, yeah. That's what we call the rain race. Oh, that's a suicide. Oh, my God. Like the rip against his not even the fucking Ricardo was the rain.
I used to work as a we had like access to ices.
Oh, yeah.
Would make up drinks. We had like the white ice with Sprite or something. Please go with the white ice with orange soda.
So good, man. That fucking sounds so good right now. I'm fucking hyped. That bug is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and there's fucking one hit of that, and I'm done.
You know what? You'd say so high. Take a look at the
I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and the on the cars. I like that.
It was glass. It was plastic. Well, somehow I was clean and sober. I was smoking dope when I was changing drunk, and I was drinking, but compared to what I was doing, I was fucking clean and sober. I mean, Louis, you think I'm talking about what we do now times 10, but to the fact that you didn't know what you were getting yourself in.
And this was clean and sober for you?
This was clean and sober, I gotta say.
There's people in my family who think I need an intervention.
No, okay. Okay, so.
You want a number to a good rehab? I got one.
Okay, so. Sure, yeah, right. That was so. Okay, let's do
Nobody can read with your fucking eyes.
I was trying to figure that out. Maybe I don't have the master scoreboard. That's the
yeah, right.
We'll have the scoreboard over here so people can see. From 8 to 85, it was always something. You know, I'm not embarrassed to say it. No, because it went from.
When did your mama pass?
My mom passed November 2nd, but before that, I was already scouting. I don't want to all this shit. No, already I was doing. I was already
dancing for money at the
for acid. I'm living off of microdot acid. I had it down with science, bro. I had it down with such a science. I had to cut a friend of mine in on it. And then the real one, black teams, I'm getting
Those are the Quaaludes, right?
the ups.
Oh, okay.
So I would get 1,000 for $45, but I would sell 100 for $35. And then you sold 1 for $1,000. And you, Ralphie, you sold 40 of them. You already got your money back.
Right.
And you still had 960 of them. There was no, you could, only a loser could lose money on that.
Yeah.
And I would sell those to wrestlers.
Well, wait, you go back now to Adderall.
Right. So you get the, but not getting it for the numbers I was getting.
No.
Not for those numbers.
Walgreens don't get them those numbers.
But these black beauties were fucking solid. I was getting those from where I was getting these two chemists that were getting down and fucking. And I remember towards the end, I was opening them up. I was opening them up and just snorting them in 2 capsules. So you figure, I think of weed a lot when I go home at night. I think about drug shit. And I think about one particular night when I was selling purple microdot acid. I probably had, when you sell it lean, you do it. So remember, you build your resistance.
Yeah.
So I might sell you one, and you might do one and get fucked up. I got 4.
Here we go, kids. This is Daddy's favorite time of the week. Really? But nobody knows who that is. Oh no, Trevor Lawrence. Done a bunch.
That means I got a partner. And we smoked that fucking acid. And I got a headache, like one of those in between headaches.
Did it get you up? Did it get you freaked out?
I was freaking out on the fucking acid already. But to make a long story short, I'm sorry I wanted this tangent with you, Ralphie.
No, I love it.
When I go out in those days, you really didn't know what was going to happen. Like, all you knew that was that you had $42, Ralphie had 64, and I had 80. So we're going to go to a bar, have a few drinks, and maybe
Seattle against Pittsburgh.
Show up. Well, and it was like,
That's what I wanted about the fucking Quaalude.
like I went from living this fucking, going to the bar on a Monday night.
Come on, Miami, you fuck. Okay, nobody knows who that is.
Somebody would walk in. Dog, I got these fucking Quaaludes. Oh my God. The guy fucked up on the chemicals. He made 100 of them, but he had to pay him that way. So all the chemicals went to the fucking bottom of the Quaalude. So the ones on this side is the one he sold us. So they're like 3 string. And next thing you know, he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, I'll split one with you. Because I gotta get some sleep. I'm leaving here in 1 hour. You see my clock? Like I remember people saying it to me. Like, you see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here. And I would just sit there and go, this is when it comes to your own. You see them with Mickey Rickles. Remember when the plane broke? When the plane broke, and now they got you. That's me. At that point. Like,
That's fucking God damn it, what's his name?
It was defensive. At that point, we had to back
Josh Allen getting his guys in tough territory. Here comes Russell Wilson, and the New York Giants getting into Cowboys territory there with his completion to the tight end. Johnson moves the sticks on that one. He'll pick up that drive in just a bit. It's a 3rd and 7 for Lamar Jackson and Baltimore.
Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Just a wonderful shot. We're going to get a double team right here. And then you'll see tight end knocks right down in there. Just like last time. Adams fit the gap. This time they were prepared. Now we know because they're going to try and hit it.
Come on. Never pass. We give it fucking 20. Let's get the 6 pills, all right? Cut this shit. And that's it, Lee. That's how quick it happens. You went out thinking you were going to have orange juice and a hamburger and watch the game. And you're going home jacked to the gills at 5 with the gram of blow in your pocket, the 6 Quaaludes you didn't want.
And your dick's mysteriously wet.
I owe you $20. I gave you 3 of the Quaaludes to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want Quaaludes. Yeah, because I don't want them either. I don't want them.
Oh, man. George would be holding and didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
So that was off your drugs. Is that true? No, not.
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Fuck. Poop in the cooler.
Honestly, okay. I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member. It was us. And, okay, the last time I saw Coco, he was talking about the 80s, like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of my weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night. And acid. Acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, 4 ounces of mushrooms. I did 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all the fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to call the candy store twice to come up and bring the orange juice. Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah.
Tell them about the sandwiches you used to buy.
Okay, I get them to set up fucking chicken salad with toast. Stop. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado and tomato. Damn, Lee, that was fucking straight Jew food, but it was my
favorite. We went to that place, you took me to that place, and there was ants in your sandwich, and you sent them back, and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only ants on the one
side.
On
one side. Oh, my God, what the fuck is that spot?
The place next to the Wi-Fi.
Oh, my God, yeah. Greenblatt's.
Listen, I saw a bill.
Oh my gosh.
Extra outs to use the baseball term, and that's just what the Jets did.
He lifted the sandwich. It was like
up top, and calls for the flag, gets it, and waits to get you right back to that drive. And check this out. 3rd and 9 in scoring range for Caleb Williams and Chicago.
I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and eggshells. Okay, that's a strong bone. Okay, late at night, boom, couple pops, sausage bone, boom, that's great. And they fucking fried up the salami. and the goddamn they left the plastic on the outside, so it's burned. It's all toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Can you just send this back? Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. Then I got high with you. Oh my god, nobody gives a shit. Don't get pepperoni. The reason I haven't got pepperoni in a few months is because there's always a plastic on it. Oh my god. When you get Ralph's. No. I would make sandwiches. Oh my god, really? And every bite would have the ring around it, so I'd have to tell them.
Let's get back to something.
Yes, I make pepperoni sandwiches.
As you're reading it, the string is still on.
Yeah, like the
same thing they didn't call it.
LA's problem is it's like an airport.
When they cut it this way, right?
Yeah, they slice it like
So it's like a wrapper. But not a fucking plastic.
No, it was a plastic. It's a plastic. No, there's a difference between the wrapper of the case. It was no, but it was like you can't take casing and like around it. It is like I've had pepperoni. Trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that, and I've told them. And when you tell them that, you can see a difference. But that's why I don't go to the like. I did something really weird today. What you did?
What did you do?
I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off because they didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full, like way full. And I was looking down at my cart.
Cold water?
No, Magnolia. That's a busy fucking one.
Magnolia across
from the barbecue place.
Barbecue place.
The one with the DX, highs up in the mic. It's right across. It's right past Lancashire.
Oh, you go to that? Hello.
Yeah.
Why you go to that?
It's right near everything I go to.
No, that's the worst one.
I go to that one.
That's why you get shitty cold cuts. They don't have good cold cuts there.
They don't?
No.
Where do you go?
To the Rouse up by fucking Cold Water and any other Rouse, but that one. They don't have a slicer. They give it to you from the thing.
No, they have a slicer.
Yeah, but they give you the shit. They give
Most of the time.
No, they don't have the good cold cuts. You can't go there. You know, you gotta go to Violent.
Oh, that's where I go. That's where I go. Magnolia Violent. Yeah.
No, Violent and you sit across the street from the barbecue place.
Yeah.
No, not that. No, not that dump. That dump is a dump.
Okay.
That's a dump. That's where that Jack in the Box is. There's something in there.
Yeah, there's a cross street.
Yeah, that's why you go there. There's a Subway too. That's why you know why that is. That's why cocksucker. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. No, you can't go to that one. You gotta go to the one by Victoria and Violent. Underground parking. Very nice. They got the bread that you can cook yourself at home.
That is.
Yeah, no, what the fuck is that? You go to the worst. You pick the worst supermarket.
No, there's a worse one. There's one on Laurel Canyon and Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary.
No.
I was the ones.
It's the scariest place you go to. What's the one?
Used to be John's. It is. Oh, I live near that too. John's. Scary. All rushity.
One on Sunset. Out by the burger.
Food for less? Oh, yeah. I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking, get a bunch of newspapers like I'm about to get shaken in the yard. Oh, my God. Right?
Parking was scary. Everything was scary. It's the funniest jokes about that place is Felipe. Felipe goes, food for less. It's the only place you go in this drug dealers in the outfits. Like this. It is a fucking
How are
nice.
spoons? I'm missing.
Just shot a CD in San Jose. DVD in San Jose, whatever, a special.
He's fucking funny, man.
Felipe's a great guy. He's doing a great podcast with
That's all I gotta get in.
With my brother Silent Bob. We have to get in here after to do his podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Rodrigo Torres. Yeah, Rodrigo Torres. We have to do his podcast. I've just been so busy the last 2 fucking months. So, listen, we're still all here, Ralphie.
I know.
I just had Willie with me. Rogan's doing his thing. Fucking.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
Nate Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Ari's working. We're still here. I guarantee that nobody had us to be here.
No way.
Josh Wolf was in Syracuse this week. He's working.
I like Q's. Q's in the house. Oh my God. I'm like, Tempest right. It feels like it was never going to happen.
Come on, Lamar.
Like, hey, something wrong with your lipstick.
Well, just had a big play in the Jets and Bills game. Justin Fields was so good in week 1. Here he goes, play action, looking to throw for it. Runs out of time, though, as the pass rush converges. And gets to the face. Jones coming in to knock away the football. Fields gets secured. DJ Epinesa comes up with the football. Son and James from Buffalo and Josh Allen and the Bills are set up with the ball in the red zone. We will come to this game right now as Josh Allen looking to add to a 7-point lead. Sets a standard. Gotta keep moving. That's it. First and 10 is cooked again. Down to the 20. We were just addressing them. We go down to Tracy first.
Well, Jim, that long drive by the Bills.
Battle of number 1 overall picks from back-to-back years. Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. First look at Lawrence. Sidearm screen pass to facial and he gets a pop at the end, but not until he gets 24 yards. So congratulations on his sidelines. Sam Darnold, next possession for Seattle. Looking for a jump play, but it's snatched out of the sky. And that is Jalen Ramsey, the hero at the end of the Pittsburgh game last week, comes up with his first interception as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Josh Allen making a connection. Dawson Knox comes up with the football, and that's a first down. Bills are knocking. We're going to bring in a double box now as the Jags, we showed you Bills 2, they continue to move the football against the Cincinnati offense, and they are now in the red zone.
Ability on high. A fourth receiver on the depth chart is playing like that. This Jags offense is real this year. I have to watch that. Climb the ladder for that. This is another opportunity for Rayer in this stretch. They got to stand up. First and 10. It's incomplete. A lot of love by Quincy Williams. Oh, man, he's excellent in space. He's one of the best screen game. Something like that. I can't remember. I do not recall. Inside the 10. First and 10. Lawrence looking near side. Another contested ball. City with this Jets organization. Felt that contact right away. The second and 10 now. Sliding 4, second 18. Dancing around it. So on this left side. Josh Allen, receiver defense, getting to the right play. You can see this was a great defense, but not really. They gave up 2 big plays last week, but they had a lot of really good stretches. You just can't give up a big run to Josh Allen against the Steelers. Putting it down to the 2-yard line for a first. Empty backfield for Allen. Pressure on him. What's on there? There's an answer to the head.
I was just talking about it. We called his name and he delivered. Trey Henderson wins the fourth down. Offside. Jason Fox. Team up again. The signee by way of the Chargers is going to be Prater time. Matt Prater, go hit that 32-yard game watch. They're taking the red eye in for the game. Arizona, this will be just 28 yards. 41-year-old. Second oldest player in the league. Prater. Kick is good. So, 10 points in 2 minutes. Jets can afford to stay.
Move.
It's like that. They only give up a field goal. 10 nothing in Jersey. So, Mac Jones running for the injured. Brock Purdy. The shit I want to see. Mac Jones goes to Ricky Pearsall. They've got all kinds of problems in pass receiving. And when it comes to injuries for the Niners, good to see that completion for the Niners fans. 15 yards on that one.
Stevens 24/7. You wake up with Brody. First, it's from 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning, and then like 12 to 1. The last 2 stops of the night for Brody: the Comedy Store main room or the original room, and where he was pushing through. 23, so Ravens on.
Because he knows so many fucking people. I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Brady was like, "Doing good, man. You know, feeling good, doing good."
Positive.
He didn't say positive. That'd been hilarious. But I saw it.
I don't see it. I see it, and I'm not even sitting there like.
I'm not even close to Brody.
I wouldn't be like one of those guys that, oh, look at this guy can do away with it. No, I mean, listen, I'm old. I'm talking about Brody Stevens and what he does on Periscope. What he does on Periscope. It just
against Miami's defense last week.
So if you don't want to be that guy, fuck yeah, in the mornings he lifts weights.
In South Florida for the Dolphins.
He's letting for no reason. He's in the middle of
Leonard Williams get a one-on-one. Sometimes
beating the shit out of the steering wheel with drumstick.
It's like another that smoke dope. I just a fat fucking morning shit behind the bush. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the balls.
Where's the cats?
I don't have a ball, but I can't smoke in the house. And if I can smoke in the house, I'd have the cats in there every day. I'd have pure fucking.
You believe in Jesus? You can't do that, you babies.
No, I can't fuck with the cats and get high in front of them and shit. That shot, I cocaine thing with him. I came back. He lost that fang and shit.
now driving his opening possession.
This shit's real, Jack.
Hey, this is hilarious. I remember
Detroit defense. Before the Cincinnati and Jack.
Okay. And
Bill Gates, that's Sam Hubbard, recently
we did around
retired former defensive end edge rusher.
Everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just me, I'd bring over coffee, fucking go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up.
To the San Francisco drive here, so Mac Jones has the ball in territory.
And every time he come in, Doug would just
from the
45-yard line slide
Marcus Robinson with the suspension.
outdoor angles as fucking gangbang. Okay, this is going to all these thumbs and shit in there. Oh my God. It's like a book turned upside down. Like, I can't get it up. And while Miles was a kid, okay?
That's a great example of what Brandon Staley talked about, the style of play, the speed to the football. And that was week one of a new defense. Watch all the Saints in pursuit. They personalize everything they can out there, but look at them all running to the football. That's one of the great things you do in the film is once the ball carrier is down, you freeze that film, and you see how many guys are in frame, and you see a lot of Saints players in that film. Except for Baltimore and Seattle. Looking to win against his own team today. That won't help him. That'll out of bounds as he throws it away. And that'll bring up fourth down and bring up 15 for the Browns. Third down
Coach Morrison was one of those boys that was just real, and you felt the pain. And that's the part right back to
Check with San Francisco in just a moment as they are at the edge of the red zone. We got a third down and 80 yards. Pitching and showing good. Out for Burrow.
He's like, hey man, I can talk to you. All right, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach and Horses. All right, and we just walk over to the Coach and Horses, and it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for breakfast. And it was everyone at the Bengals is on the 20-yard line. And this guy beside us is talking all this shit about the faggots. We gotta kill all the faggots. Okay, at the fucking bar. Alright, and this is another beer and a shot. That was a shot. That was a weird maniac. Nobody's like that now.
You got Desmond in there.
Sometimes the car would start, sometimes towards the end.
Oh, he scored.
I had to remind, I gotta tell you about this because it's so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his Roosevelt Cutlass, okay? And we fucking reeked of booze, and he was behind him, the porno fucking closer with the beer all over. Shit just smelled like fucking sterile beer, cigarettes, right? And it's just in like April. So we're Sweat like pigs.
Opened up my mind. Nice. I'll tell you exactly who years got me on stage. But in June of 96, I saw the
goals, 6-0 lead for the Giants with 26 points for the Giants only managed 2 field goals in week 1 for the whole game. They've already got 2 goals in the first quarter. Just Dallas, look out Lamar Jackson, and he comes in the middle of that pile. It's Miles Garrett and friends. Coming away with the sack. Miles had 2 sacks last week in the season debut. That front 7 for the Lions. They are salty. Now it's 3rd and 21.
Come on, baby.
Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And I mean, every time Standing goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that, see Chappelle get him like that, Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, that kid's deadly, dude. Okay, thank God. And Dougie still big. And it was murder.
It was a high draft pick on. You bring in Eddie Guillermo, and he misses his first kick as a Niner. Wide right on the extra point. So it's 6-0. San Francisco
Carson.
Good job, Tyree.
Cincinnati Bengals with a 3rd and goal on the right side of the screen. Baltimore Ravens working in Browns territory on the left. Josh Allen has come off the field for the Buffalo offense. And quarterback design volunteers looks like he maybe hit his face against one of his offensive linemen. And Allen immediately comes to the sideline with his head down. This is just about 20 seconds ago. We've seen the athletic trainers come over to him, apparently looking up the front of his face, maybe his nose. Looked like something happened right there. Allen to the sideline. And there you see the athletic training staff right on top of it. making that quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. But yeah, right there, it was a gesture from the player with his hand up towards the helmet, and then his forehead appeared to go into the thigh of one of those offensive linemen. So concern for the Bills in this first year. First down, it's the penalties against the Jets as well. So the Bills have to beat there at the moment. Josh Allen is the next week of anything.
Come on, Tariq.
Taking the shot to the end zone. Waddle is down there. Touchdown. Jalen Waddle. His first touchdown of the season, and the Dolphins are on the board. They stay at Red Hotels and they actually sell store hotels.
Nope.
Josh Allen being attended to by one of the training staff. It's incredible. Buffalo puts up 10 on the Jets. You're watching the NFL.
All settled in and fucking found out the ticket house exactly. Fucking went, did merge, checked in 4 hours before, came back, make sure Doug was all right, had a suit, dressed for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. And it was a fucking the guy's always make sure food's fucking awesome. Everything's safe.
Flying as well. And the Lions recovery. They say
the Doug fucking circus. Okay, is this guy's wrangling up. I mean, he usually bitches in his wake and with food. And he's that's what made it so good. It's over. It's over. It's fucking
Stafford is 5 of 6.
That's a total scam, right? Yeah, total scam. That's the only way you can read his book as it's Well, that's all you think. You should look at
that motherfucker was on the disco. I go in there, put $10 worth of those viewers. You want to say,
it was the same. It was awesome.
Heisman Trophy winner. Receiver down the defensive back.
That car was in like fucking, when he got rid of it, it's like 400. I slept in it many times. Doing CW Kendall gigs. Shirley Bonner.
CW, Kendall Gates, and Triple Run.
Here's the Baltimore Ravens. Changes that game again. Cortez living back to the sideline. It is here instead. So Cortez and Baltimore to throw the game for Josh Allen on the left. Cortez first and downs on the right. Courtesy of his special teams and have simultaneous snaps. Allen back to pass. Off the right side. Derrick Henry lost the football. Derrick Henry's football box comeback. This time, Baltimore is there to pounce on it. Derrick Henry usually so secure with the football, getting it punched out there. How good are NFL defenders these days at aiming a fist at the football in the arm of the ball carrier and popping it free? But Baltimore retains possession there. We'll get you back to the next Ravens snap after the attempt for Matt Prater. Here's the kick from 52, and it does go. To spare. All right, make it 13 over their division.
There we go.
Inside of the
Tearing down my bathroom. Okay, drink.
Inside the 10-yard line as well. The extra point here for Baltimore just for the moment. As again, the rookie kicker, so far today, he's good on that one. So 10-0 Ravens lead. We've got two teams now.
The singles.
And now I know Bob.
They try to light them on fire. If they would burn like they would burn. So, there was about 6 other than 205 West 88th Street. If you're going to West 205 is
Give it the power.
and go to the end of the building on the Amsterdam side. When we were kids, that wasn't a parking structure. That was a garage that was closed down. On the wall, there was a sign that said no parking. That was the basketball pit. You had to hit that with the wall of the school. But if you went deep down into that, it was just nooks and crannies and paperwork. Time to time a rap would come out there, we'd beat them up with a stick. It was just a was just a parking spot. A huge parking spot that was empty. But it's behind the other building that we were trying. And then I could go and you could get them behind the other building. And in those days, I would get like fucking all that people back then by myself. I usually don't say this shit because I never talk about this shit. I would do all that baby stuff.
Taking his weekend from Pittsburgh, Seattle, with a field goal attempt. Jason Myers with a right-fist punt, and this one is deflected. That one goes off the left upright. To Myers. No good. Jalen Ramsey celebrating as if he may have impacted that throw and took the red leg real quick. Snap is good. Hold is clean. That ball just goes wide left. And ricochets off the left upright. Left upright's getting some workouts here today. On a couple of points. Sunday of week 2.
Yeah, 15 fucking left.
That was a smart way.
Lady says,
there was something going on that process. I stayed there for about a week. This and that witnesses and shit. They saw me get
His ninth year, they're 7-2. Christian McCaffrey lining up in the backfield for the San Francisco offense. Niners are the next closest team to the red zone. Rams on the 3-yard line, which you see on the left side of your screen. Niners on the 21-yard line of the Saints.
Down the ball. No. No.
How's that across the hall?
Red Sox fans want to capitalize on this drive with DraftKings, the number one place for live betting. You're ready to go out and find the end zone next for winning scores. Just download the app and use promo code Red Sox for live betting.
$27. All right, give it to my boy. Head in.
I would take it back to the Rays, put in a little water, leave it there, and then go take the fucking blanket.
Here at the last moments of Jerry Judy, leaping over a 26-yard completion. Flacco is 7 of 14 passing for just 53 yards, 26 of it coming on that play. We just showed you right there.
51%. That's terrible.
See, he wants to get that crowd going. Yellow and brown. Prescott, 8 yards passing. And that was
95 and fucking came up. I would have played it that went through fucking hell with me and back, Jack. A marriage, a divorce. We were married, she wasn't thrown away. I don't fucking ever throw that fucking thing away. That thing was in Miami. That was an all-purpose army bag.
Bay told us last night that in college when he LeBron he was able to beat guys. He told us I can't really do that as much in the NFL, but we've seen him use his legs very well today. 5 carries for 28 yards. And the one thing he said this big Andrew was he needed to go vertical, not just going sideways while he was sliding. And we've seen that the defensive linemen in the NFL are a lot faster than they are in college. We got guys like Joe Robinson running over the field at the combine. Josh Allen got some attention on the sidelines from the medical staff there back in the game, though. And the ball in Chester.
I got my car towed to get all your shit out because they wouldn't let you in the lot. All I could get was the back seat and some of the front.
50-50. What is this bullshit?
Jesus Christ, how long have they got their blanket? What was that? That blanket, fuck, I rather take it.
Different Jags swarm around him. They take him down. Eric Armstead, 91, celebrating the sack. But watch the replay here. Hard to see what exactly it is immediately.
Crying about the player that didn't accomplish the famous concept.
Burrow stayed down on the ground, was sitting there with the athletic training staff coming out to give him attention on the field. One more look at it here. Jacob Browning is the backup quarterback, and Browning will have to come into the game for at least one play. Let's see if do we have the shot of Burrow sitting on the ground. He will. Okay, they went to a commercial break there. That's as much video as we had to show you there. Burrow sitting down. We'll get you word as soon as we can for Cincinnati. Jake Bates. This is a 55-yard field wide.
400 of his barrels
left for the kicker who was so reliable last year.
The home came to Ohio State.
For the Lions, the score remains 14-7 in Detroit. On a 3rd and 9, watch Aaron Rodgers right to the defensive back. Kendrick is the defensive back for Seattle, who had a gift wrapped Aaron Rodgers interception in his hands. Look at this one more time.
For the price of vinegar,
Won't have many similar opportunities than that. But he can't do it, so it's just a big heart beating. The faithful here at Ackerson. Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's go back to the Giants Cowboys game.
No. We're losing for the first time. Garbage.
Brooklyn is not low. We have the capacity to see that. All we have is
played by the actual attorney. And he was the second time in his first half. He's just
the reasons why the Giants drafted him as high as they did in last year's draft, and Malik Neighbors is producing. This graphic here is the list of some star receivers and how many receptions they had in their first 20 NFL games. Malik Neighbors now with his 119th catch. Today is only game number 17 for Malik Neighbors. Bowers, young receiver in there as well. Good active players on the list as well. And then, by the way, Russell Wilson, 16 of 19 passing, 221 yards, and a touchdown. Okay, there is some alarm in Cincinnati as Burrow has come out of the game. This is the latest video we have of him. Athletic trainer
South. Adrian
walking into the Burrow medical tent. Burrow, this is slow motion video, but he was still walking slowly as well. I just wanted to show you as much of that video as we have. Jake Browning went in at quarterback, and I think pass. I appreciate that.
You know, that's what happens. But he had 3 more on the board. So I mean, it's offensive drugs we really need. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time.
Against the Miami defense. The Miami defense has given us
this weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the Live in the mall here.
Boom. This one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one. You think they had to do something bigger and different for everybody. You know, gotta step up, so they got another conversation in there. We just fucking like 100 beers on tap, fucking like 300.
So one thing is for the house. Before the show starts. I like simplicity.
Good job, Chloe.
After a big turnover like that, you get down near the fringe, red zone area, around the 16, the 30, and the 20. That's your chance to maybe take a shot, or the Steelers elected to, which I kind of like. Just throw one of these, not fix it off, hit the ball in the slot to him back on the super shot. It's the catch and run. Throw this ball 30 yards in the air.
I'll get out of there.
Is the best not young at that outdoor this year?
Against his old team to set his current team up at the red zone. You've got Jamar Chase with that east end of the ground, and Jake Browning quarterbacking Cincinnati after a sudden change turnover by Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. We're just going to keep it in the double box right here because we don't want to blink on either one of these ends.
But I'll tell you something.
It's Browning in the gun. You've got Aaron Rodgers in the center. Hands are off on the Pittsburgh's offensive line and Jalen Warren will go to the Jacksonville. Fresh set of downs. Still in the red zone. And going to go coming up for Pittsburgh. Both teams know right now.
I can't see it not happening.
Joe Burrow's not out there. You're looking at the running game and short, easy passes. If you're the Jags, you got to play tighter coverage. You do not want to give them any easy throws to any backup quarterback. Jake Rock. And realize this is not one man. You got to make sure that one of those offenses is putting that ball. That's right.
So what I'm trying to say is a bunch of reality.
Your portfolio is going to stop. I got this. Horrible, but it happened both times. You get a boner? No.
TSA makes me relax for 7 or 8 minutes, okay? But
What does it say? It says himself. It's actually the same exact word. Famous song, Tanya, Shmuel ben Elisha. Machas Nasi,
We have to go through our
It says it a little differently. It says the same words. It says,
I'm ready. There you go.
a fucking crazy ass warlord, a Disneyland type of event. I mean, you know, what to say all this
Here in the corner. He's that motherfucker to fall.
And I'm excited to see my boy in motherfucking Las Vegas this week. The toking motherfucking lamb. All next week in the South.
Don't worry about your opinion. I'll make you the good.
That's crazy.
So it's in the name of your but
That sequence there for the Cowboys.
my son moving was
out. The Jets are not being shut out anymore. It's 20-3 in New Jersey. Down in South Florida, to a 5-1. Inside the 30-yard line, touchdown.
A son, kids, or if the Russia is not having a good time.
Lions, Jared Goff puts it on him, and out Detroit as he turns touchdown cushion with about 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. There. Okay, so red alert, that's everything we got to get you caught up on right now. Spencer Rattler and the New Orleans Saints, the only team right now, along with the Cleveland Browns, who have no points on the board. We've got 18 teams in action. Just the Browns and Saints looking for their first score.
Today must be one of the highlights of that young career. I was thinking of the Lord Kanye, already small and Alicia, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Around Street song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together, was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of the Schmuck Temple, a fun entertainment year, check us out on YouTube and Reddit Capacity. Understand why we're close to 2,000 subscribers. One of the big person has an artist, he's sick, and he can't make it to church, and he can't gather 10 people to his home. It's practical that he's got at the same time that he got in his show. This powerful doesn't turn down his feel of the secret around him. What he says, everybody's hungry. Let's do this for something. And dying, it's as if you need children from the generation. The short says it's a shortest city, and he doesn't go in. He's considered a bad neighbor, and he's part of him. He hates dollars for him and for his children. The middle was under the instruction that we're going to school hope for his own. But it says in the hospital, and giving away from this first very strong. But he found it was one people said it must be because he come to school early in the morning and leaving school late at night, and that I think that's young. So if his Wisdom says one should not sit right by the door and enter the soul because he wants to run away from soul. Rather, he give himself door distance into the soul. Martin's fourth subject on this topic. Amsoras Islam fourth company left from every closet, highest person Chicago, lives, La'a's, sorry. Right before he used this statement, he had it in his God's friend. What is this thing? The first Chinese Muhammad says is referring for a wife. It says what's a Kisha, what's a wife, the Muslim matches with a son in the Muslim. Actually, I just told you what I asked. What's up? What do you want to say? After you marry, now you find out. When you marry, this is a what's a Kisha, what's a parent, the woman born, your wife telling you 90 witnesses of Kisha. The next one says the first Torah. You should ask for Torah, and you'll receive it. Revision says you should ask for Fura, for burial. The Rabbi says they're talking about death. You should ask for death, a sudden death. The Rabbi says they're not only three kinds of death. The first one's Astra. That's one uses in secret. I think it's being out of milk. Astra is like taking food out of water. Very difficult. So ask for good reason. My sister says referring to a bathroom. She'll find a good bathroom. So once it's attached, my sister seems to be the best out of all of us. Says her teacher. What does Hashem love the most? She loves she likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than she was above the halacha. The halacha is what the David when he learned. When a guy heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home, and when David had changed, then he changed it to where he David and learned in the same place. Rabbi Rothschild, they had 13 children for you, but they chose the David by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, Yosh Boris Amigdon, England like his born to Emo Salvador, so I want to go back. They found the school that I find in the book only has 4 Amos Salvador. In other words, that's why I find also he decided to grab them in the same place they did. I love that that's where I put the bar. Where it says, somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yerushalayim doesn't. It says also that via Kapecha says that Ashrecha v'Tavla. You learn Ashrecha by Mazeh, V'Tavla by Mabah, where Yerushalayim only has a Mabah, not a Mabah. Because I love that one should live right next to his Rebbe. If he's supporting his Rebbe, he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good for his Rebbe. You see that Shlomo Melech didn't marry Dora Tyron as long as his Rebbe should have married with a wife.
Yeah, 1990.
The chicken says, I would feel like that and say, tell me that word, they're doing what they want to do without doing my thing. I love what else. When I think about the paragraph, means Arika Siyama should say, Sukkim in one paragraph. One day, two times in the passage, right? Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it meaning. They say the passage 3 times. Once instead of twice. One should not wait until it's different to say the guy's not anywhere. The Bible is every given day of eat, which is the fasting, and the next time we have a paragraph earlier than the week that you used to say that. You should let me hold his children. First of all, when you set the bird, you feel like you set all the people in the day, make sure that all of those selections are. Be careful with the down call on the second that has Torah, even though you forgot it now because of Abaynas. Just like they put the broken Levites to the orange, this person is broken to the Torah. Whoever told his children, you have to fuck you on your hand one time because it's just a corner where it's like you might slip, they cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, so it goes over your foot, or they discuss them back. That means you're not going to sit on a Misha Agamis. A third of one shot is, when we were so to go to sleep about 6 feet about a Misha, The other side is what his son's children will come out and not marry a younger
Reporting at Ford Field right now.
and some say
The Bears get you back there. There's your first and goal from the
why they
6-yard line. You can see the Niners in the hurry up.
a woman told her
seconds.
the bear said sit down. They said let me see if I can use the bed.
San
They took
Francisco
the bed and
still
they
has one
wanted
timeout.
to blame him for
San
himself.
Francisco's in a hurry up. Dallas is in a quick trip.
Behind the
It's
short.
Joe Ferguson with the catch. And the clock will continue to run. Dak calls him up.
Something heavy, it's
Sean
obvious
Smith,
that
number
it's not
3 in the New Orleans San Francisco game. Trying to sort something out here. They got to reset the play clock there. Dak hurries up over the sideline, gets his man.
that people think he's trying to go to the door. Lots of things about the nature of war. So they don't put their meat on the table. They fist each other over their head because of germs. Then when they discuss why the things are going to feel so nobody else is there. Maybe else is I like things that I see. That's me is in 3 areas. When they paint, when they go to the bathroom, and when they have emergencies. I'm a thinking, nevertheless, the Barcine are ready to go. Look at all the steers. They're ready to go sit together. Now, what they're taking a real minister, they can take trees from out, all the way up close to the shotgun. Shoot them, shoot my process. That is a possibility of taking out one after another, one after another, people don't want to rather than shop at the night. Since people get up then, you get some people shopping.
Basic same formula. Mine is good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song,
trying to get a last-second first-half score for the Niners. So we catch our breath here just a moment as Kellen Moore and New Orleans Saints defense will confer on the sidelines back to Zach Browning and the Bengals. 53 yards from here. Browning. Pressure on triple box here. Base and throwing it over. Browning. And he turns it over. Jacksonville with a fifth round interception to end that drive and perhaps end the first half. Tennessee will celebrate.
That it happened forced. What happened forced? We want you to say that the mitzvah were forced to let.
Which goes through, and the Titans have a lead.
Heavy, and they need to run away from the mitzvah. The mitzvah might give you chase. They wanted to go lighter.
At home, over the 1-0 Los Angeles Rams as the clock expires at the end of the first half. 13 and 10 Titans in Nashville.
Same shear, you might use it another way, differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a ray, which is a wild donkey. And a favorite say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 hours away. Up until what time did you say Krishma? Watching this until Netzach Chama. That's the Chafila. You have to go even further. Yeshua says until 3 hours, Manias. In other words, you divide the day. Before the light, that's the place for the grub. That's when the grub. Everybody says you start from Abel Shachar. So everybody says you start from Netzach Chama. And that's when kings wake up. 3 hours. As it says, whoever reads Krishna past this time, at least over the time into the Raisa of human authority. And then it explains what He says, because this person is singing Hapet. The person decided against Hapet, the rest gets it. The Buddha says, the halacha is that Krishna can be said, the sheer of picking out your friend from hours away, but I says, no, that's only very feeling. Krishna is the seeking. The type of person that's fussing, it's in Krishna, before they got definite because she's like the mitzvah, he wants to say Shmonesrei, really spend some time, but you have to be so full, you have to put Krishna right before, therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Krishna at the last available moment, right before things. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, you should have fear right when the sun comes out, that's Krishna, Obach Shemai. Because the theme, they wrap their word, is talking about Mincha should not be said after the Yokim, saying the name of the lion, and whatever says, right next to Tefillah, won't be damaged that day, seriously. What's damaged that day? Or it says, why? Because he had a monetary loss out of freedom, that's into the king. Well, they money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings, see kings, go ahead and get king. But Bruno says, he was so good at Tefillah, and he's happy the entire day you had him smile his face. Hashem is supposed to TikTok and we say, Gemara in one shot says you only say that a mitzvah, otherwise it's a hefsek if you do it or I didn't set the since Chachamim with Medea in the Tefillah is like part of Shemini Esrei, which we mainly said is part of
There you go.
Shemini Esrei is because of the 18th of the Tefillah that Rabbi Rothschild corresponds to the 18th. Rabbi Rothschild is a big old good test, and I think that's why we say Rabbi Rothschild not Shemini Esrei, not wonderful. Rachel is not here. You heard about the story. Her mayor had really bad neighbors. See, down when she died, the Lord is saying, "Why don't you do it?" Without thinking, "I'm going to hurt. Get rid of all the fight." Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you do is down when you just how does the person make sense? The love is only a current to bring another. Once you give birth, came out of a song. And said, shut up. Look at the bus. Lots of love that you are. You will be many more fights on its right than ever. In fact, this word honor refers to our children. Don't know any other. The first children. So the whole is supposed to be. Why is it the number of another thing? The parent of Absalom, even Absalom, third time is the other. And the third of the and Shon is always at Pedro's right. It's not an order of how it happens. We don't like we believe in how to cook stupid. So the person says that on the person was fair to say, let's say, let's say, we learn something. We learn with the faith wasn't longer, but it was faith based. Somebody might tell you, how is it possible that God is going to develop a faith? I'll tell you what, my whole son will go against his father. Somebody could explain the main sponsor against his father. See the ones who talk his son is special on China, so they're not voted by his father level. But he had neighborhoods later in life about 5 times as the little world. Right now, the world, and his mother's world, he said, sure, instead of Orthodox guy. When he came out and he knew that he gave the disparity of his own, he said, no, Orthodox. And when he really said Orthodox, he checked his really fun. Humans are living in everything. He lives from a full place, or he lives down in fucking Arabic. And he said, sure, when he had the corner of his son, and they spoke it out, they had that. The thing of the Kazi says that it corresponds because there's a Baruch in the Neshama for 5 times. The Baruch fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. And the Baruch sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it, it's not seen. The Baruch feeds, refines the whole world, the Neshama refines the whole body. The Baruch is full of time, so the Neshama, the Baruch sits in this inner room to fill up the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has a Neshama within him should come and pray to the Baruch. Once the last thing it says is a pronouns, like inner. The Baruch not a human being. The artist paints a picture on the wall, can infuse it with life and a Neshama where the Baruch not only can infuse it, but can infuse something with something, a baby that's within its mother, infuse it with life. As Thomas said, ain't something in it, and we learn inside it. The artist of our God. In other words, the Baruch will give you feelings, and then we can learn them similar. Based on Bethel, we learn to sing what I learned stuff. Based on what I learned stuff, I was walking how he lives, and he creates as an artist. Usually, it's art outputs that. What happened in the split with this year and Shayo? We were both tzaddikim. This year, Shayo went up. They didn't want to visit each other. People felt that they were as great artists as everyone to come together. So we told them, they got their life. They just were really sick. We told Shayo, go visit this year. So it doesn't make sense. So he makes it ourselves that are dying, the way and you're not going to live, which is a double dozen. You're going to explain, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have another life. This is you get married. This is something that's so much better that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Shayo probably will say this, wow, the high capture of one of them. What are we getting about in the related to his business? What are we related to his business? She said, okay, so be your daughter, and I would dismiss her When we talked about Roman bad descendants, they call us two like they were very like this is what it said. He said, "I'm sure it's not like that. It's the word for I get out to the left and you see the book sharp swords on you. They never stop happening. What comes us that literally just to the listener, got up and went to the wall. What's the wall? The wall is hard. Said the kid is hard. The wall then says something has to do with the wall. He said, the Isha Shinabis, this word that he said, because I mentioned your son, and the squash is touching this in the wall, as well as express like this. So my grandfather, whatever, he was the very somebody still doesn't do this squash. Takes me another component. The Salati and the Emes were showing that they never see so did everything. What he does is the Gemara basically was similar to pull on the field. When he says the rules, they put the medicinal remedies in the bed. That's why it says 16 and 16. Three things were above the color, the cleaner, and cleanup, the burning, the shit, and the cords, the wolf, the capture, the snake, and what's the little bit of people started doing it. And when his father, they run to up and died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope. Show people this is what happens when you have a son. Those two things are all this. And we did everything that was plugged up in order to create, in order to create the social protection of water. We didn't do that. We said, no, we don't do it. When we investigate the Lord, it was a really holy Lord. It's a prayer that didn't do that. And when they were afraid to make an extra month of the year, on the last day of August, they said that's not good because that last day could be Nissan, and because it could be Nissan, we were shut on that. Somebody uses other people's Christian Bible says, there's no answer to this, especially the forefathers, there's no way to do this. It's a problem. It's absolutely not supposed to be. This is all. So it's like, everything you want to do, it's a lot of people, etc. So they use this different God. I went back to the story of Isha Funamians and Elisha. She said, let's make it a wall. So my point is, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open Osaka, like she had a big wall to divide the Osaka. And then, what is out here? What time is she putting in the hand? So she had to go from the so I just want to hear a wall to the store. It's nothing else. So you support my dog, I think for a shit. And the land, what it says, I mean, she's never been from it. They weren't going to take care of it. The shrill would refuse to make it sing from the circles, everyone got more wrong than anything. She knew the Lord was going to happen to me, that I'm sure the fucking fights, you know? She noticed stuff. She wanted to put it right on the table. She noticed that. She noticed that. She didn't know what to tell you. Whereas, the servants, they actually didn't have picture. He was a big old says the Gemara that the person takes from the heaven and gives from his own belongings and the heaven is a not to the heaven. What is real enough is in fear. First one is you shouldn't stand in a high place for God when you're like, because if I told you should know all of this when it comes to battle. You're supposed to put people together like we do those. That's right. And you're not supposed to eat and drink before battle. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to do battle. Shmuel said that was like Yeshua. Then Kriyashma said it's killed 3 hours into the day. Francis said that say Kriyashma. Answer is not as if it's kind of correction. Should say it's Kriyashma before the after.
Let's pick up this game now live. Backstage because a Fox Jones a 3-yard line of the Bush makes the tackle. That's all part of him being a complete receiver. When he told us he loves when he gets hands-offs on jet sweeps like that because he thinks it helps to stretch the defense. Right? They have to honor that. Now, the next time they do, they'll probably fake it to Zay and come back and run it back the other way with Todd Monken, who's just done a fantastic job here.
Stop it out. Like, learn. As it says, let's increase my people will sleep. So people got try to get stuff early and they say, this is going to sleep too late down. So it's a huge much lighter than stuff from the relationship. And it's a huge much chakra instead of standing up. Otherwise, the person would say, but what do you got? It's also saying, wait a minute. The person says you're left for the nurse. Let's say, when you're walking in the way, walking is not going down. It's not even standing.
There you go.
You're going to say the sitting, it's increased by sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Won't be something trying to agree that
That's pretty cool. They're not giving him a touchdown?
Everybody doing another mitzvah is cultivating the same creation. Being rectified there teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a person who is part of the kingdom of God. His mind is preoccupied. He's also cultivating about the Mary of Sila.
Oh, he's down on the run.
And it has to be rhythm. So therefore, somebody's about to lose this shit singing. That's not enough. And other preoccupied, just lost the level, and it's very exciting. He's also trying to besides saving the hair, and since he has paper on his head and he's retired, even though he's still left on his earth, he just this concept. Yeah, basically, nevertheless, they learn the physical words, but the area, they're speaking of because it's walking and not laying down. One does a story where Shmuel and one was Eretz together. And Shmuel was laying down and one was Eretz together. And so this was very decided to lay down like the Shabbat. Shmuel was laying down, jumped up, and said, it wasn't as I told him, remind me of a Moshe. Somebody had a picture of him and called, look, here's his picture. He said, okay, let me cut it off. I was standing up and I laid down, and because I laid down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you do the opposite of what I'm doing. He said, no, I am worried that people will see us and they'll say that I look like a Shabbat. What's the difference? He still says you also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like a Shabbat. So that is the halacha if you do like the Shabbat. According to Rabbi Rothschild, it's okay to do good. But according to Rabbi Rothschild, not good at all. Celebrating the Shabbat, or somebody does a sukkah, like they said, most of his body is inside a sukkah, but his kid is inside a house. According to his fine. The Shabbat say, if you do like the sukkah, you're not getting at all. So if you reverse that, you say, if you do like this Shabbat, they sold the whole, you didn't do anything. And according to Rabbi Rothschild, not only did you not do anything, but Chayiv Misa. See the Mishnah, the Targum says, I once put myself in danger in order to be yikes like the Shabbat. I told them something would have happened to you would have deserved. Mishnah tells us, based on the puzzle, Sheva by Yom Rov, you should say 7 brachas, 7 biggest creation. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning we say 2 brachas before creation and 1 after. In the evening we say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Munah, that is the Munah is a very long bracha, and today, compared to the whole Munah, is considered short. And time for Chavan, when the second is 1 bracha or 4 bracha, that finishes the bracha about Shabbat, doesn't mean that you add to the ball. You're not doing the right thing. One of the process is important. Don't serve every word of tension. Don't do it like that. Because once the tension is darkness to the sky, we have mentioned the night during the bracha. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha, when we say double R, the place that's the according to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Havarabah, like Mr. Kashmir. According to Chavan, it's Havas Olam, like Mr. Stark. Because it says, therefore, you should say Havarabah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Mr. Kashmir, I guess, this is word, Chachmei, Sarfas Ashton. Shmuel says, if somebody gets up early to work, they say, but not even the medrash that tells you the halach that come out of the home. The Lord says, even medrash. Yochanan says, you say it's a third, even for Mishnah. Rava says, you say it's a third, even Gemara. Rashi says, because that's the particular Torah. This is great for Damiani. Gemara is the main part of Torah. Because from that, Allah comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. It's very messy. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make of the third? Last week you did the third. The other one ends. Higher blood, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a person powerful and places the body strong to fire. And therefore, since these are all brachas, we say all three. After the Gehanim brought the carbon in the morning and they salted the barim, the Sgan of Gehanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Hadarabah, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Asar Sabibros, and then they would say Shema Yomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klai Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatzik, and they would say the bracha B'Hoida, which is solid for say, just depends on Shas Hanava or another bracha, and then they would say Birks Hanava. Rav Stika proved that say Yotzer Ar and not Hadarabah. What it says.
No way.
Brothers are not married. In other words, if there's two brothers together and say one out of two, you guys are not what? Someone, let's say, for Philip, say just a bracha, so yeah, that's all right. You only have one pair. You can't put on the other one, you guys. That's a good one. In fact, that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, that's a great one. Because when you say Hadarabah, you can say all night long. There's no smoking. But if they said Hadarabah, there's no proof because perhaps they said it was true. The Yotzer Ar is only one election. And maybe they said it later on. The word Zaytan is perhaps it's a both though. You have to say that it's not mocking, that the second is not mocking. You say one before the other, it doesn't matter if it was one. Wonderful day. Rafa is definitely big. Although it was a English, it says there's some English company stock in the house, and it was English. Sure, it says there's some English, that's only part of the part that we have. Today, it says that English is so important that what should say the private, the not the public. There were 24 parts of the Adam. Every week, the different Israel would take over this English. The incoming Israel, they would say some English, the outgoing Israel would say another bracha, and they would say, Misha Shia Shmoy B'Bais Hazeh, Yashke B'Nechem, Ha'avo, Ha'achlo, Shon B'Reis. We're going to go through a series of questions regarding the brachas. The person starts in Myra, he starts off thinking that he's saying chakras. He says, Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Hamara Barabim. And the same thing in chakras. He thinks he's saying Hamara Barabim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly. The chakras, he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished Hamara Barabim, and in Myra, if he started off Hamara Barabim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. The person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahaba, and he finishes off. It's Yotzer. What about bracha bread? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off drinking some but he finishes off in Shalish, bracha bread. He's Yotzer because he ate the drinking some that he started off with a word for dates because dates can satiate. So what happens, and this is more remains in the suffix, is he thought that he was holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafa, but he finished off Shahaka. The question is, do you go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore you can Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha bread, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off. So what's the word of business? The word says you can't do anything from the opposite of the future. Because according to Rav, says when it comes to Christmas Kriyash, like you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Hashem, Amar Baruch, that's enough, that's a bracha in itself. According to Baruch Hashem, Amar Baruch, the Yotzer Ar is not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Hashem, maybe Melech Love in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, it can't prove anything from Christmas Kriyash, because Christmas Kriyash, when a person starts a bracha, the mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's Yotzer. The person does not say the Yatzer in the morning and the Emunah at night. He's not Yotzer the mitzvah of Kriyash Ma'aseh. It says in the Pasuk, the Hagid Bavik Shalstecha, that for us Kavahilas, you have to get shot in his bracha in the morning and the evening. when you say Shema Yisrael, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, bend your knees, by Baruch, and by Atal, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, we say Baruch Hu es Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly. When you say the word Hashem, it would be like a snake. You pick up the step very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. That's interesting to me. We know we say Melech HaKadosh and Melech HaMishpah. What if one forgets and says Melech HaKadosh or Melech HaMishpah? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not going to, and according to the Lazar, he's going to. If a person has the ability to bow for his friend, and doesn't bow for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to bow for the Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing finish. Not only are they fighting on that Aveira, but they're fighting on all of his Aveiras. How we know this? We know this is Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oy. And Shmuel says, why did you bring it down? He says, I tried this, I tried that. He never mentions I tried to move it through it. Because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oy with belonging to him. So I don't know that Shaul was forgiven because Shmuel tells him tomorrow he'll go to battle, he'll go to battle, he'll kill you and your children, but it'll be with me. So the Gemara, the meanings around the pizza. In other words, Shaul was Zaycha to be Talmidim with Shmuel HaNavi, which is tremendous like this. Or, because the Gemara, he said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 sons that he didn't kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gemara that said it was Hashem that announced it. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The word tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in creation, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shofar Karyeh V'Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of B'Shafcha Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it is because the Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a Sabbath. Why do we say Parshas Tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. It's part of this whole mitzvah. The words Achri Levavtim comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Achri Neicham comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Achri Zoynim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, there's a famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, the Bezman Azariah holds that you should say the Parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, all the days of your life. The Meichayecha are the days you made. All the Meichayecha, that Shulchan means that you should say Parsha of tzitzis. All the Meichayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the Parsha of tzitzis as a wonderful day.
I'm drinking. Can you tell the dog? Celebrating their 30th year in existence. Biscuits down in Miami. Celebrating with a catch. Miami influenza. The greatest. And that dog is
The Lord tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the law of Torah, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim. Though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the rule from Gog and Magog. As the Pasuk says, "Inini Pesach Hadash," and it's a brand new rule. It's going to be so large, you're going to forget about the other rules. At Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over his friends. Bumped into a wolf, and he said, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and he tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake. He forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the rule of Gog and Magog that they forget about all the other rules that they have. You know, it's important to change Yaakov and his name to Yisrael. He said, what could you call Yaakov? He said, he's not every day. The answer is because both of himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. He's no listen. However, when it comes to Avraham Avinu, Torah tells us to not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right side. Rather than saying, change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? The name of Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Lord tells us that what we call Avram Avinu, this is what you need to call him, but he doesn't know us. So therefore, we call him Sarai, we cannot Oiber, and Israel. Now we finish the first era of Shabbos, which is Sefer. We finish all the talking of Shabbos together. Says the Mishnah. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you see the words yourself, and that's it. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, it's not going to preach God, it's not a preach God. But if he had intent to read, then it's going to, unless you hold, like in Mangalam it says, let's face the street and then you have to have the honor to go to the mitzvah of creation. We're going to be discussing the Mishnah words, different cases of somebody stopping a little shul to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy. But if you kill him, then obviously you got to say hello to him and answer him, smack the middle of creation. If it's out of honor, cover. So if it's between Krapim, and we'll see that means, then you're allowed to report to later, and not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parent, in the middle of the parent, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer, and according to the Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What does Bina from? So the problem means between the two brothers of Krishna and fourth person, between the second brother of Krishna and the cousin of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Vayomer from Shemaya, between the parsha of Shemaya and the Vayomer and the Yatzim. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do both parsha Shema and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is Vayomer Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vayomer Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha Vayomer 6 is only during the day. Rabbi holds that three Shema must be said only in Rosh Hashanah because it says Vayomer as is. Although we already know that you can't say three Torah and then it has to be Rosh Hashanah. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chacham. Don't say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it, if I'm holding, you say Kriya Shema in English. Rebbe says, no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon. So what does Rebbe do with the word Shema? It says that Lashon is you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. If I'm holding, if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Vachayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya in instead of in Shemoya, you're not young, so it has to be in order. The Rebbe learns that from the page of Hashemah. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have Kavanah, the mountain of 10, in order to do it? You don't have that mountain of 10 tonight. According to Remain, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, the Rebbe holds that's the halacha, that's unconstant. So a person just has to learn the first pasuk, and he had some minus, and he didn't say the rest of the Shema, he's good to halacha. According to Rebbe, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with Kavanah, as it says, and therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Yisilo, you're not saying Krishna while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have the proper Kavanah. Rebbe holds that the entire first parsha you must have Kavanah because it says and therefore the whole you have to stand still and say the whole first parsha so you have Kavanah. Once it says that until that point you have to read it and have Kavanah, because at that point on you just read it without Kavanah. And you're yotze. You should have Kavanah, but you don't yotze. What about the fact that in the second parsha it says Alavavtem the Daber Ba? Seemingly you have to have Kavanah. So that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Forget your holds. Now up until that point, Alavavtem, you have to have Kriya the Kavanah, but past that point you have to have Kavanah. And the words L'daber Ba come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the Pasuk is telling us. You must teach your children Torah so that your children be taught in learning. Says the Gemara in the Pasuk of Shema, when you say Echad, if you left in the Dalit, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it with money. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you Arichas Yom. Rav Ashi says as long as you don't say the test really quickly, the test hasn't come, it's that fun. If you say quickly, it might sound like a shvach. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word afag very, very long. So he said, listen, the only chiyuv you have is the thing in your head.
Gibbs
that
sucks.
both is one. The Shemayim in the others, and
He's terrible.
There's no need to be married. Rebbe would teach his Talmid Torah from morning to evening. They had no time to sit Krishma. He was actually part of the Krishma. So what he do is he put his hand on his eyes and he just say one pasuk. The first pasuk is Shema Yisrael. And the point is whether or not later on Rebbe would repeat the entire Krishma. We know one thing. We know that Rebbe would say over his Talmid every single day, talk about the Tzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to Yaitse the Tzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to master the Tzis Mitzrayim in the proper time.
There, he takes it back into Cincinnati territory. That game between 1-0 and 1-0, Jags and Bengals. 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, tied at 7. Meanwhile, the Lions add on to it.
Roughly, that's the dollar. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in that flavor share, that's entertaining, fun, schmack, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under the Rabbi Rothschild or Stefanski. Come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody and answer it. Since Gemara, if you can do that in Krishna, then certainly you can do that in the middle of Halal, which Halal is only Rabbanan in Krishna, is the right, although Halal is a pursuing Isa, nevertheless, you compare it to Krishna. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Halal Shalit, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Halal on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody in a couple, in between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Halal,
What the fuck happened?
then you say hello to somebody, answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Ravina didn't answer to Rabbi Rothschild is because he didn't think he was touched enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, it's possible that nowadays, since people understand that you're not going to answer them in the middle of Halal, in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shiloh Meshet Mipnei HaKovenant. Allah loves us in regard to tasting food. You're tasting food and it's less than a revius, and you're going to hide it and show you what kind of talking about. You're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, it won't be eating. You didn't accept the fast, it won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a deal and a good bar. But if your friend, you have to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also last is you're not allowed to take care of your business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably usher to look at your emails and the WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has to be talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. HaKadosh Baruch Hu isolates Racha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah, that they won't tell any B'surah's rights. We have a place in the Mishnah. What's considered being a prophet is the difference between the Ed Shema, Emes, and the Yatzim. Is that considered between the prophet? Rabbi says that's not, you're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elikim Emes, so it's one continuation. Once a person says that the Shema Hashem Elikim Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Rothschild, you must repeat it again. Rabbi, you don't repeat. The word means a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard someone of his Talmidim say Hashem Lekechem Emes? Emes the answer. She said, Emes, Chafsi Lahai. This guy is grabbing onto every Emes. He's doing the wrong thing. There's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Myron, you start, you must finish. According to Rav, what does it mean to start? You say, that that's it. Once you get to Bamar Aliyam, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Baba holds that's not considered a start. And therefore, if you just say that until Bamar Aliyam, then you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Lekechem Emes. Abai says that our meaning is you start, you say the beginning of the passage, and therefore that creates a key for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Ayom. Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're going to say Emes V'Emuna. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedem Anatullah Hashem, because you said in Eretz Mitzrayim, you took us out of Mitzrayim, son of Yisabadim, and you redeemed us from slavery. And did tremendous discourse on the water, the Sharalach, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha Mecha B'Yizem Hashem, and then you continue from that time all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemesha. Rabbi Rothschild says, not only is the parsha of Shema, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has three concepts in it. Vilmoid, the Lamed, the Lasos. It says in the pasuk V'dibar Tabam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed, that they teach others, V'shinatim Levanecha. And Lasso is to take action. Shartam, put on tefillin, usaftam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lamed, which is the Matem, is Benechem, Daverbam. The Lasso is, again, Shartam, usaftam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, take action. V'asulam tzitzis, that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Birkas Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards
bullshit.
he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could be going and say there's no raya from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why are we bringing the story? We're bringing the story for a different reason. Say that we had a four-way machlokes. When do you say Birkas Torah? Here you see that Rav said Birkas Torah even Amishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's a basic mitzvah. He's part of all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off. One can come out of the grave and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon Bar Garcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Mach HaShamayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah.
Well, you're a catch.
But
Good job,
he
dog.
admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Mach HaShamayim. The person says Kriya Shema. Without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made in his checker. He's testifying falsely because the Kriya Shema says you should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah Kippuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's also as if somebody brought a carbon kola without doing the mitzvah associated with the word suffix, without the suffix, and a wonderful
Shannon.
Oh my God, you hear that? If your grandma rolling over, I was not going to let you say this one right there. She passed this year. And, you know, it's hard, man. Mama can't pass this year. It's hard. You know, you see people in their life that cancer is a miserable factor. It is a horrible way to pass. You know, I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the fire and break that bitch. I tell you, but hey, I'd rather take that. That's not, you know what I
Realism Live. That's you, friend. There are no salsa buttons. This shit is so slow.
Somebody's very careful what he says.
No reputation. 47.
Moses said, I'm apostle, let me go to the prayer now, and I'll come back with your Lord. He came back with the following. So the first nation is something really cool. Let's see, this is a word. Let's go repeat the prayer. Let's say first it says Bisharefa. He's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has a Bisharefa. Perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He was going to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha person knows better than the other.
Come on, Tyree.
Concerned that perhaps he used the word or something in the third parasha. Don't be concerned. You know really well, and you probably said every single word. Don't have to. Says the Mishnah, the guy who's worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of the tree, and the time of creation comes, they're allowed to say creation on top of the tree, provided that the first cousin of creation, when they stop working, and they concentrate on the first part. So the first part. The first part is required that they concentrate on the entire first part. For the Esrei, they must come off the tree, and after the Esrei, they're sturdy, and they're not concerned that they'll be able to have the proper cover. It's a tree that's really sturdy, it has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they let it stay and remain on top of the tree. Where makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food? A worker receives a salary is to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it. He shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, without a short Esrei, you should only say the short Esrei known as a name. It's the short Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything between the short and beautiful words. So see the picture. This is from a Seder gives the servicemen when you say good to someone, say the first one. And the second, third brachas, the other fourth is under the bottom. The third brings a mighty. Since it's older than them, they don't even want to say that. Some of the words is food. People not to be a chazan, that's a waste of time for the owner, and shouldn't be big not and shouldn't be. We like to be in the sector. I see the mitzvah couple of mitzvah. Somebody's occupied with the mitzvah. He doesn't have to say creation. But it says he should become a mitzvah. And from the left of the you know that a person is not physically doing the mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah bearing the mitzvah. Therefore, he is proper from creation. Because he has combination of people. He's preoccupied and the same mitzvah. Therefore, creation is preoccupied, but not in his crazy. It's sinking. And he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah. It's high in creation. Because he's obligated to think of preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an adult, he lost a loved one, he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah. He's high in all the mitzvahs. Person who marries the Almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, therefore he's high in creation. What if I listen to Gabriel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriyashma because he knew about himself that he could be a father. And the Gemara says that anybody who's a Muslim, has not something, he's a Chacham, and he could be a father, there's Kriyashma, he's allowed to say Kriyashma. But anybody that's not Muslim, according to the real, that's considered Jaina. That's holiness. He says, oh, I could be a father. And I won't say that he could say Kriyashma to keep guard. And although he just lost his loved ones, his answer today. Unless he's what we call a listeners. Somebody who's spoiled, let's take care of
No
himself.
way.
For enjoyment, but rather he can't live without. That is in the time that the issue of the pizza of bringing oneself is Rabbi. The first day, this is the right. The first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, it's always the Rabbanan, and the Rabbanan won't not go and came to the listeners. Listen, this is a slave. You don't stand in, the rows that you stand in front of the building and say, okay, we're not going to stand. We're not going to go to the Rochel and Papa, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of the Draw. What do we say to somebody who is a slave? Say, Hamoka, develop a slave called like this. And then for any other object that one might use. As long as stated that you give on a slave, according to the Yossi, if the head of the slave was a question, it's not a question. Then you can say, oh, he is trading them and the honor is good. Wow, what a great person he was. And he was trustworthy. And he was the head of, worked hard, and that's how we do it. How do you disagree and say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher? Therefore, you don't say any husband on a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Yudash. Which was in those days a way to call somebody a man slave, unless this slave is a flush of a slave, and then you give him that kind of service. We only have Sabroni's in the Abbas, we have 4 months. We don't have any more. Anyway, I called one of the shepherds, Ruben, one of her shepherds, because she was between others and 40 months. Whatever is given, and Shemana says, tomorrow will have Beit Maseh and Beit Maseh. And now the Lord brings many different feelings that we're running to say after Shemana in order to make the Shemana escape their home. And the fight committing will go through both of them. For the Lazar, we say the following. The Lazar for that we should have a kava, a after race, a shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony after this. And we should have many Talmudim, and that the future should show a lot of hope. And we should have them hate them, and we should have a Yitzhak time, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our religions. The Rebbe used to say, you must open up Hashem table, keep at our shame, and see how hard we have in our life. And you should use Rachamim and Ois and Chasidus, and you should give us graciousness. And you should use good and interesting yourself. Zero would say, you must open up Hashem table. So in Nefta, in the neighborhood, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. The King would say, you wasn't for Nefesh, they could rust over with the same our occupation should be clear, and we shouldn't have pain in our hearts, and we shouldn't have big eyes. And Ma'am would say the famous davening that we say, our Shaidah, she wasn't for Nefesh, they say, she took a little Chaim Aruchim, long life, time to show it, to play, to bracha, to parnasa, to tzatzamas. Chaim should be here as state. We should have Shufima, we should have wealth, we should have a spira, Yerushalayim, and Chaim should have all those Koshas and Bim and Chayva. Rebbe would say, Rotzen of Fanafa, Shitatzilin, Mehazik Parim, Alakim, Shitan, the Davening, Ma'aziz Parim, Adam Rami, Pegara. We shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. There's something I'm not sure something partial, about the partial, things should be risk, whether it's a boy or not good. Even though maybe he had guards, he'd still say all these tefillas. And tomorrow we're going to show with the key with the rest of the tefillas. That was wonderful. We're often not designing the special davening that the Rambam and Rome inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. Safra would say, "Kodesh Shalom, please put peace between Allah and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between the brothers and between people that learn Torah of the Shema for its sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their color."
There you go, Lamar Jackson.
Another shot of the sun said, "Rolling the girls and apple shoots, and neighbor glasses and telephons. I will will your way. What's preventing us? Sahara should be easily in Sahara. And she did not feel it. The fact where it was.
What's going on?
These away, I will behave rapidly." Rob used to say, when you say, I mean, Kipper, by the Kai, actually, starting to die. I shouldn't even, I was not worthy born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust, I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And he wants something that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother, I think used to say, basically, when we say every day after Shemona Esrei, the time, it's only shouldn't be real, for signing the very beautiful, etc. And then he goes on to say, "Save me from a shara, from a bad woman, from a bad guy." But Sheshes is what we say when you have a kind of stuff, and we say, "You better love it." When we had to be some stuff, we do not get the water on the spayach, and we want to put the stigma in the fat in the blood. This kindness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as it goes. And he goes on to say, beautiful sayings that Rambam and Rambam used to say. Good would say, when you finish good, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or human beings. But the famous song, Asher Nish, Yoni Bakir, Bamon Bakir. First word is a person who goes over Torah. What is in Torah? He said, Nachas, Yosra, and he ate beautiful Nachas is creator.
Not skittable.
Guys with a great name, with good patience,
Fuck!
This is my favorite. What Mayor would say, look at those people, learn to each other, try to understand my ways, etc. The Lishka Nasi, a person should have mastered when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act with Isha, with the harem. So therefore, I will be with you.
Fuck.
Chacham Yaakov would say, I'm the creation and your creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? This is unbelievable. When the person says, I'm an Amaritz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. So Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the impact and the effort a person should take. To learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you, you get the same amount of stars as that person because you have the same impact. I used to say a person should always be united when it comes to it's hard to try to quicken when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will be away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers and his friends, and even with going in the marketplace. The more brings the vision exactly never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He's always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Brother says, the main point of Torah, that's the people of the world, is to do nice and Torah and Jewish. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks a person in front of Torah like his father, his mother, and his red. We're talking about a different kind of a small person who learns Torah. Learn the Shema, the content, that means in order to help somebody else, that's a person that's better than should have been created. Rab says, this world is given in the world of God, people have a physical body, so they're not going to deal with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, it's not going to be competition, we're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads, and basking in the glory of his word. Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are they so familiar with God? How are they so protection for the God? And the Gemara answers by leading their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnah and Torah after learning and waiting for their husbands. In those days, the husbands would leave for some amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back to learning. That's how the sheer Torah of God.
No.
That the women would say to each other, basically include all the limbs of the body that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should look to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Misubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders. Misubalim, we take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is the Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to the Surah. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Doikel and Doeg, and we shouldn't do it. But we say we shouldn't have children that go off the devil. But that's the question. Have you been late? Or the first thing is that who knows that you're late? What shot is the Republican Tzadikim that they are distinct from Shadaka says. So they could sustain themselves, they don't even come on to the other people, they help them with the entire world as Christian. Or brings that the Chanina, the famous pastor, would come out and say, when you're he doesn't need anything but some boxers, some Charubans, where the entire world is sustained because of the shot is that a plane is very strong in the shot. Like the dividing that with this Christ for many generations and they never became theirs. Or the Cassia, who was so priceless, gathered together before Yom Kippur, before Pesach, before Shana, that a film of fire would come down from the sky, full of fire, and they still wouldn't be true, they didn't become theirs. We learn what I'm saying that the Machlokes, well, we know is the lot of people on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't even know if you should even know if you never even know if you should. The question is whether the person acting from the couple is that considered holiness or not. The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as zero, such as a pasuk, this is a Krishma, everybody knows that it doesn't have to come out. Why is it saying Krishma? So on the other side, you can say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you can say, everybody knows that he has a job. The reason why he's not working is exactly as what they got it. And basically that finishes, we finished the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Mesa, if you have a decision or a loved one in front of you, because of Krishna, from Tefillin, from Esrei, and he's making tomorrow whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, and we're going to a little bit more, tomorrow will have a wonderful one.
I did it out of like 96 aisle window seats. So as long as you're the first 96 you did the math. I remember it's 2 years. That's the cheapest thing you've ever said to me. I'm a chubby guy. I haven't had a year.
Rob is not because before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about the lovers that have to do with the dead. It's a tragic quote because not even the Rob poking fun of the dead wasn't that jealous. That includes not only mitzvahs, but even mitzvahs. So you're not going to walk 4 hours within the dead or in a cemetery that's hard and say Krishna, that was in essence, you Kaddish, Tehillah, etc. You're not going to hold a cemetery in your hand, even from cemeteries, especially if you're not even 6 hours on pet. And you shouldn't wait until it's outside, it causes the dead to jump. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession, otherwise that is the procession. So why does it stick with the funeral?
So I go over there and said, well, this is the Lord. Holy shit, man. I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off. And then go, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having a mechanical problem. And as soon as you get on, it'll be
as an oval, it's also
That's amazing. That's great.
And it's also other people. What's the interaction? other people don't have to go back to the rough. But our job is always a level to apply. Couldn't we see why? And my point is whether or not the kind of someone who's dealing with the burial of their own relative is basically a mitzvah, and therefore is other from all the mitzvahs. So if you not feeling for the esrei, etc. My point is more what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the death is right under the that is basically the same. But once the house is not there, then it's no longer appealed. It's no longer appealed to other mitzvahs. But the Rashi, you see by Rabbi Rothschild, that even though he's dealing with Ephraim and sorrow is no longer, so even when the considers it as his sorrow, other than still dealing with it instead, and therefore it's coming from four mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the honor of the older? They are all other cultural Ezra. The ones that are in front of the Harim, they haven't had a chance to hold the Harim yet. They are coming from Krishna. The one in the back, they already held on to the Harim, they won't hold it again. They must say, Krishna. Those people that come over the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also physically coming on this one. If they have a chance to see the first customer, for those people, for partially, say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones, standing in the inner rooms, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, and we're not from it, because the public, they are public Krishna. The ones on the outer rows, they don't really say directly to the Avelim, they are higher in the Krishna. What about those children? You know, watch the body. It seems like in the water that they're watching them for nights. They are also considered basically mitzvah. They are fucking mitzvah. If there are two of them, then one can go inside and daven while the other one watches. On a ship is my focus whether there are mice or not. That's a concern. Or the one man know what it is, and therefore one should watch the body. But another man know how much both of them should look inside. Once my people comes and say, "Here's it." And this sort of treat bones of the deceased without respect. Respect and say the law process of inheritance, therefore you don't treat bones according to a sack or a donkey, unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the same burial and steal the bones to throw it on the dog. Now, the more discusses and here are all the different stories. What exactly is what people know or hear what we're doing? We're talking about losing rush, about a death person. What does he understand? Sometimes he must also simply that a dead person can feel pain. Some say this is a shock feeling pain. But if, like they said, he's eating it, the body feels that pain. If there's a mouthful, he's charged with death, he announces that a certain person may die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell what's going on down below. They say no to this. And in a situation where the person who's Mr. is a great professional person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before Mr. has already discussed this regarding treatment. Says that the sons of the field were wondering if their father already was listening to know about their pain. Because the doctor learning is working. The doctor learning the father's been alive. And they were wondering really the father and Shemaim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's a puzzle? Because I made some of the young joke in the wall. Dead people don't mind it. I'm missing the referring to the Shai. In this world, in the world, we're not concerned about that. It's that even when they're dead, they're considered alive. It's not concerned about the Rabban and what the future holds for them.
Dude, what the fuck are you guys doing?
The first week of the second week of the says perhaps his tunnel with the ice, tunnel open the ice and just on the inside, or that he went through the entire Sefer of the Arab, which is the hardest Sefer, says, for instance, there was one day, one short week of day. Says the word amazing story. There's one to be fussing. Once his fussing, he was like lunch, or he was a bottle, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to speak in the cemetery, and we're talking about this Friday night. He's speaking in the cemetery, and he heard young girls on the mikvah and coming to him. He said, let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on. Now, Ferry, I'll carry behind you, so I'll be backwards and shooting. He says, well, I'm buried in the sense of playing with beach. So it's not explained since the body didn't decompose, able to fly. Says, if you go out there, tell me what she went out there, that she heard, or whatever plants, or if you were showed up, in the first, says Rashi, is talking about the 7th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then there's the 7th review, and the 3rd review 7 days later, everybody's then, hey, it's going to come and destroy crap. So this process is not present in the review, showing it comes to Yeshua, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trip on his own. He went and he camped out in his cars, and sure enough, he heard the two folks saying, let's go fly, I can't fly. I'm not saying coming. So he come back and tell me, he said, I heard, whoever plans in the second review, you should go for him, he's going to come and ruin the crowd, so he planned in the first, and therefore he made money for everybody else. He says his wife, how did you know he did this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the cargo, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother, and she said, I know that your daughter was buried in the self of money. Third year, the husband goes to the cemetery, and here's the difference saying, let's go fly around, and
That's the point.
I cannot fly because the wife people are already saying, you're making fun of my mother.
How they square? Do the thing where it fucks up.
Or perhaps somebody came, somebody was lifted, over. Siri once gave money to a lady who died from his husband, and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my phone, can I make that? And that's because that's the sort of thing you want to follow for the next. The Lord says that before the shul used to take the money of the orphans, and his listeners started making fun of the son's shul. They called him the son, and the person that steals money from the orphans. He went to the forest, and he sees that lady did make it to Shemayim, because lady heard his rabbi, they're not going to the shir. And he sees his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be mistress. Why are you laughing? Because you consider this as a huge individual here in Shemayim. It's so big. Have lady go up to Shemayim, and that lady went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? Money is buried between our money. It's a sandwich. Our money is the same money as our money. I don't want it to get moved. I don't want it to steal. And in fact, if you claim the money, I will put it in the seat. Then it's around. Different because you know, it's such a fucking person being announcing to money way in advance.
Eric. Fuck.
That's the problem. But see, Chicago, I love to think about Chicago. You know what?
Rothschild is not depressed. The other day, the organizer was walking in the cemetery and dragging his legs and was told, "Why are you poking fun at the dead?" It seems like the organizer himself is trapped. The organizer says that both the president for him held the other, the women's Miyako, and I kept my promise and he found his own very strong. You see that the women's Miyako care about what's going on in this world. The organizer says perhaps they don't really care. Hoping one wish are able to speak. The women's Miyako said that the women's Miyako can have a person that wish are able. Everything is done will their descendants by the way. All of it is speak about a race. This is speak about a life. Whereas I feel like it's either they don't fear or they don't know.
0-7.
Whoever speak about it, any culture. Somebody spoke about their soul after he died, and he pulled, pierced his head, and pierced the membranes around his brain. That's because the world himself hears and spoke about it. Not necessarily that the person included to know what necessity about it. Shlomo Levi says that speaking about the Chacham, even Chacham is peace. Nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall to the other. Speaking about it, Shlomo Levi's word says, and Shlomo Levi says, that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch or other things in the beginning, we just put it in clear excommunication. The Bible says, I only found three. One of the three instances. That Kabbalah ben Ahayel says that the concept of Santa, someone having a fear, causing suspense of having a fear, fear of the dream, mind of the order, you don't need that of the virus. That's what Kabbalah ben Ahayel was. The fact that Shmaila Kabbalah ben Ahayel did it, mind of the order, he did this in Santa for it. The virus says Kabbalah ben Ahayel, let's take water. Was a placebo. After that, says Gemara, but he could have been meeting. Such a read that that's not true. Kabbalah ben Ahayel was a great man. Nobody liked him. Hira hears Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been Kabbalah ben Ahayel. It was in fact Elazar ben Tanoi who made fun of the concept of his Messiah, and he put him in the Gidui. In fact, when Elazar ben Tanoi died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead who steal and throw stones at the coffin. It's a concept called Vegas. That gets up in Allah. Speaks the carbonate according to a very story. Light such as Feni Mahago. Feni Mahago, his name is Feni Mahago because Feni sat in a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rains really lightly. So no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rains really strong. No, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. If you were complaining of people's favorite, it's not even called. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not good. Titus is Rome instituted Zayfer, the perfect place of everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit or a skewer and roast it. And Shimon said you deserve Pharaoh because you want to kill that with function outside of his Salika. And that's a Bryson. The thing is scary for Conor Shalach Lion. The laws are held that in order everybody holds that in order to take a defense, everyone here is stone and make it not come like it's coming, you have to bring it. So let's just chop it up in pieces. You want to get back together with sand. It doesn't hold his chart. Once it's not done, it doesn't try to put together with the tree, with the wall, the fence, the water stop. A constant thing out of Shemai said the Moses is right. Otherwise, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they couldn't believe you and he died. And they heard it. So we have three places in the Mishnah, but why did we show leadership 24? There's 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these three times, where the Prophet is a single person, individual, one against the rabbi and the majority, the other against the rabbi and the majority, really hard. That is deserving of favor. In some instances, a person wasn't as great as the other, fought hard against the greatest person, that is deserving of it. It says that Mara don't figure out the dead when it comes to the closest like three trucks, people like this, like three. So unless it's the other person like the grace, you think about right before that. Just like listening to a husband, it's stuff, it's just when you rush to get out, you should be one by one. In other words, one person goes out, it's spiritual perfection, then the next one. If the death, the body isn't in front of them, so they can also spiritual together. And the Oval sits before me and says, again, he says to himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him. He says, I gave a person a sin a lot. When we're dropping your daddy, that's what we do all of it. You didn't even figure out what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000. It says, if I use it, that's exact fellow something. I think the fellow something you should talk about it, but you use that you're saying you're deserving of a greater item. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, look, you're not going to listen to the Oval, the outer row is not others more qualified to say, I would want to see what's going to be heard. So with the appearance of this part of the human ability to be public. What it means also
red line.
So each thing of being hates on the name of Hashem. When it comes to this wrong thing, somebody doesn't feel Hashem, it's a feel Hashem. Those are things, it's a problem. It's a love line. For instance, if a Hashem person is wearing shackles, so they know that he is embarrassed that he wants to remember.
Dude, he has so many points. 28. Flop.
Small bones that are spread out throughout the field, and they're about if you have the weight, you're not going to come to get up off for local, show your weight to the field. And you see, that's a kind of old with the Rabban, because they're right, you're going to get therefore. But then all of the sides, this is route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the basic price. The claim to follow through the basic price for the covet of the other. Same thing, for the covet, the proper honor of kings, where it says that the southern who was a claim stepped over the coffin. Now, it's not like that, but it's half pepper. It's a full pepper up here between the body and the heart, then the heart stays inside the heart, there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most arenas have this pepper. There's a larger person in the heart or something, and if you don't have that pepper, that's a deal. And in order to honor the kings, we're not fishing for that heart that doesn't have a pepper.
One night lost.
Toilet paper and stone, so you don't carry stone for the bathroom. And if the person is strict not only as sits in the four corners, you must take off his garment right away, but if he's in the
Options.
you're above, then leave it up. When we have a person that says it's a lot to find an object that's recorded, but this exception, if you're finding it, it's a forest, the other person that's not honored for his earning more money than taking it back, you're pocket. What the chances are different, the entrance says it's a lot to special need, that's what the reason is. And another is a kind brother. So he's another kind brother. Or he's a person who's going to this on his son, or place out, he's not become public. He's a policeman, so they find that person nobody's taking care of. Then even if another are coming, why is Shabbos different? The answer is because it's special Shabbat Hansabay. Lula and the place out, and it wasn't said back to having this wonderful thing.
I want to say this. Act of God. Comes in for one fucking night. It was 1998. I know the story. That's something. Whether people like him or dislike him, what he's not doing in front of you, they ain't broken one night.
Roughly is that much. But put that aside, why is it in this generation they have so many uses? For instance, if they need a rain, Rabbi Rothschild just take off his shoe and starts doing the tsar and immediately we start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven. Don't tell us that you're Republicans because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning Singapore. They, Rabbi Rothschild only learns the secrets of Rashi, the time of the Motzino Rashi. We learn the Rosh Hashanah. When we try to learn what's in there, it's like all the questions that Rabbi Shmuel Rabbeinu asked. When we learn what's in Yadais, how a branch that's mixed from into the fruit, so a branch is really wet inside, it doesn't. We have 13 shadows. So what is it? Shadows that the previous generation was less in Nefesh, it's not a very interesting example. It's what's the one? The Bible about how was walking the street, and they noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a belt that still wasn't appropriate for a woman to wear. She ran over there and ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a better to wear whatever she wanted. And he was fined 400 zuz. She said, because her name was Muslim, it sounds like 240 pounds. That is, she was never put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a fuss of her. The Lord says, so they can keep the women don't be trying to ask the questions about you. That's one of the entire women appears to me like white geeks don't have any soul. So Lebanon would also position itself for different reasons. So that women experience beauty, they can have children that are beautiful, and as the Lord Messiah says, they can be very like yes, what about I heart? Not worried about I heart. So I heart from shading. Notice it's still I heart. It says by Yosef, Ali is above I heart. Or the equal right. He's like a fish. Fish will have I heart. In the water covers I heart. Or the eye that didn't go after Aegis by Kifar will not be inside from a I heart. Says the Mishnah. Kanan are covered from creation and flood. Even if the covenant is the age of Canaan, it's covenant with creation because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's creation. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't schlep him to shul that early. Philip, the covenant, we're concerned, won't have a good luck in clean body. Women, as we know, are covered from all mitzvahs, satious, and rum. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time in the morning and evening they are covered with creation. Women are covered in filling, and the finishes, but I would think that they can hide it so because it's a heavy feeling of the season, and in the season they don't hide it. And that's when women are covered in filling. Now, they are hiding in the season. Why? Because in the season it says that when you away from the season brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that in the season, we can argue because it says, after this business, and then right afterwards in the Safta, there's a package just like they're talking prayer. They should be called in the season. That's when they're hiding in the season. The woman is hiding Shemona Esrei, because Shemona Esrei means Rachamim, and women need Rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, like the Tzarayim, this is man's Rambam, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? It's not is whether they are hiding with their Raisa or with their Rabbanah. They're definitely hiding. According to Rabbanah, they're hiding with their Raisa, but it says, Sofon Shalom Shalom. Whoever's hiding in keeping Shabbos is hiding in mentioning Shabbos and doing things. According to Abaya, it's only Kiddush Rabbanah. Because Hamazon, they are hiding. Although, what Rabbeinu says, that Klai Yisrael should keep in the evening and the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah sensation as like Rabbanah. Nevertheless, they are hiding. The more I want to prove that perhaps if the mother of a woman is of their Raisa because she's going to your husband, so the man is not right, because in the same place it says that a husband will be going to his father. And the concern is create a shear of the Rabbana less than a severe associated affair. And therefore, because of the device, so maybe that's what it means that a woman can reminds her husband in a situation where he takes a shear of the Rabbana. Where it says that Allah Shah is holding virgin is not fair. You said that you shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards bodies. So it says, Isa Hashem, I be love. It says, why should of course I show favoritism? I hold bodies to say greetings on Moses. How can this about that? You're satiated. They were master on themselves. They say greetings on Moses, even on the debates of like the word, the science of the mayor. That's why I show favoritism. Like this, the mission says it's fine. You know that about Terry. You're not going to require Ezra as a socket of that. So as one, the Jewish mind is about Terry's mission, should think it in his mind, should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Greek is creational, and when he doesn't say it's mighty, but Greek is a Muslim, he says it in his head. Contemplates it, he's not Arab. But he says no. About Terry, he must say Greek is creational.